What's up, y'all? Welcome back. Welcome back to another one. Hope all is well. Hope everybody doing all right. On this Sunday, it's a lot of big news is starting to happen already. Now that Colorado has ended their season and they're not bowl eligible, and so their season is over. There's a lot of the season is not over for a lot of people. They're going to be going to bowl games, but it didn't happen this year. And so their season is over. So now it's all the big news is coming out. I said yesterday, this news is going to be coming out like rampantly. It's just going to be coming out rampant, just coming out news here. But there was some big news today. Tim Brewster resigned. You know, he's the tight ends coach. But I'm going to go back in time for a minute in a second. I'm going to go back in time. But the tight ends coach, he followed Coach Prime from Jackson State. And he was one of my favorite coaches on the team, actually. Just because he was a fiery type of coach, he old school type of coach. You know, bring your lunch pail to work, that type of coach, and your hard hat. A blue collar type of guy. He has a lot of experience um, coaching the great tight ends out there, one being Antonio Gates. He was instrumental in helping Antonio Gates um, blossom into a great tight end and a host of other tight ends. So I'm not surprised that he resigned because, you know, he had to step down from his position because Pat Shermer was elevated to offensive coordinator, so they had to demote someone. And Tim Brewster was the one that they demoted. I didn't particularly agree with that because his resume speaks for itself. Why would he get demoted? Um, but he was demoted, you know. So that's that. But what he did for Michael Harrison was like everybody knows that it was. You saw what Michael Harrison did this year. When Shador passed to him, he had a lot of clutch passes, and that really helped them out in certain key situations. I wish they could have used them more. I don't know if that's not Tim Brewster's fault that they didn't use them more. That's the play calling. If the play calling um, assigns the tight end to a certain play, then that's the tight end. You know, he runs his route and catch the ball. But he wasn't really called on much even yesterday. He did catch a big pass yesterday, but that was it. And yesterday there was we'll get into that in a second about that game, but they started running Savion Wilkerson and they were successful, then they stopped running him. So that was the highlight of the season, really. Now, this is just my opinion. I believe that this whole scheme was set up just to, it was a passing situation, and it was to feature a few people. You can't win like that. And if they go with this same concept next year, they're going to get the same results. Now, this is not me being a hater. Now, this is a common theme. I heard this yesterday by somebody that's affiliated, you know, with the team. Like, oh, watch the haters come out when all the news. No, everybody's not haters. We just have an objective opinion. We're not haters. A hater is like, oh, why is Shador wearing that watch, or why Coach Prime is doing this with his life. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just giving my opinion based upon the news. That's not a hater. Um, and when some person they quick to call you a hater because of your objective opinion, that means that they can't even have a discussion with you because they don't have an answer for what you're saying. So that's telling me. So for that person that's affiliated with the team, everybody's not haters. Now, if I was you, I wouldn't even focus on the haters. You should focus on your supporters and the people that, rock with you. You have a lot of people rocking with you. But I feel like something's going on here. I just don't know what yet. I predicted some things, but like just giving my opinion, but something else is up. And not quite sure what it is. But like I said, we just wait for the news to come out and see what's what. And also, the other big thing is, I remember saying when this other wide receiver decommitted, will this be a trend? I had said this before. Yeah, it looked like it's being a trend because Antwann Hill decommitted. Now, I also said before, when someone commits, that's not really doing anything for me. When they sign on that dotted line and enroll in school, then I'll say that player's coming. But when a person say that they're committed to coming to university, they can change their commitment at any time. They could have a talk with their family over the holidays, and the family comes up with another plan, so they decommit. There's nothing wrong with that. I know Coach Prime said that these kids are not even committed to their girlfriends. Why would they be committed to a university? That I disagree with. Now, when I say I disagree with him, does that mean I'm a hater? No. This is why I disagree. Well, there could be unforeseen circumstances that come up that permits an individual to decommit. Maybe his mother got sick or father got sick. He wants to play closer to home, so that person will decommit. So it happens all the time. That's just the nature of recruiting. But being that he decommitted, that's a red flag there. Because they want to rebuild this team, and he said he wants to pay. He said this, and I also said it's going to cost some money, and then Coach Prime came out and said it. He said we got to start swiping those credit cards to get these commits to come. Not just the commits, he want experienced players. He know exactly what it is that he want, but I'm not quite sure he's going to get what he wants this time. Not quite sure. I'll believe it when I see it. And because remember, these players are watching just like how we are. They watch what's going on. They read the headlines. They saw what was going on with the team. They know what the team needs are. But another team could offer them more money, and they'll stay where they're at. It's going to be very hard to get experienced trenches to come there. It's going to be very hard. But like he said, he has to spend the money to do it. He has to spend the money to do it. And that's just the nature of college football now. That is the nature of college football. You have to that's just the landscape. It's like the NIL. I'm seeing high school kids getting money, right? I'm seeing I keep bringing up the example of Caden Proctor. Now, Caden Proctor, he was being recruited by that team, by Colorado. But when he went to Alabama, he committed to Alabama. He also, he was a local, he's from Iowa. A lot of the Iowa fans was getting at him on his social media, saying that, why don't he commit to Iowa? But that bag was over there in Alabama, because if you go look at his NIL evaluation, even though it's probably an approximate number, I don't think that's the actual number that he has. He could have more or less, but it's over almost $500,000. Money talks, bullshit walks in his life. Remember that. It's like that. And it's not that players just all about the money, but these universities make so much money off of these players. They want to maximize their earnings now. There's no guarantee that anybody's going to the NFL. There's no guarantee. You could take that money and invest that money and make that money flip for you. Everybody don't come from naive circumstances. A lot of these kids are smart, and a lot of their parents are smart, and a lot of these coaches know that. And in order to compete with the Georgias, the Alabamas, whatever it is, you're going to have to spend some money. That's it. Now, I remember when Coach Prime said he's not promising nobody anything. That's fine. You don't have to promise anybody anything, but those big recruits you going after, if you want to win now, you want to win now, like right now, it's not gonna happen. Like, you can win, you can go out there and go do the hard way and go recruit and build your players, but that's gonna take more than a few years. We all know that. Even with Dan Lanning over there, it took him a while to regroup and get his team to where it is. It just takes a while. Um, but now even some of his players have built themselves up to where they're getting what we call the bag. Um, but if you want to come into a university and win right now, because that's what he really wanted. He wanted to win right now. He said he don't have time to wait. He wants to win right now. In order to do that, you're going to have to convince some of these superstars at other teams to come to you. But you see this? That's what you're going to have to do. They're not going to come there for free and you got a couple millionaires on the team. That's not happening. I've already said it. Coach Prime probably agree with me. So I'm not a hater because he's literally saying what I was saying. But I had said this before he said it. I said it. I have the live chat. I said it before he said it. And then I hear some people saying it ain't about the money. This is bigger than this. Listen, man, I've been around a while. I got gray hair. It's just that I cover it up, but I got gray hair, man. I know some things. I don't know everything. But one thing that I have is some common sense. Common sense is not always common, but damn it, it should be. Okay? I look at things, and a lot of people see it the same way, like minds, see it the same way, but that's just how college is now. Now, if you had said this same question to me maybe 10 years ago, it'll be a different situation. You don't have to promise anything. But back then, the money was being spread under the table. And these colleges just weren't getting caught. But they were paying players back then. This has always been going on. I would argue and say the fact that we had NIL back then. But if you got caught, like a few players got caught, then they would there'll be some suspensions and violations, heavy sanctions by the NCAA. We saw that with Reggie Bush. We saw that with the Fab Five, Chris Webber, Juwan Howard. He's a coach at Michigan now. Jalen Rose. We've seen that with them, right? But a lot of people were pay to play. They even had special classes for these football players to take. It was wild back then. They cleaned it up now, but it was wild back then, taking like what we call like these fake satellite classes, just so you can pass, so you could still stay eligible. Even had people, I remember somebody I went to high school with, he was going to a program. He didn't even take the SAT. Somebody took it for him. So money is being paid under the table forever. But now when the NIL came out, I was like, yo, I like this. I like the NIL. I like how these players get paid openly, name, image, likeness. I don't have to be like Destroying. Because when Destroying was playing, he had to make a decision, which was like, I didn't agree with. He had a YouTube page, and he was making good money for himself, but he couldn't do both. Because the NIL, the way it is, it wasn't like that back then. So now he had to make a decision. Do I give up my YouTube career, and I'm making a considerable amount of money? Or do I continue with my college, South Florida? He continued with the YouTube, and he's doing very well now. See, with technology now, because people say, well, you got to get your degree and stuff. It was really important back then. Now, it's a little different with technology. I see YouTubers out there making $20,000, $30,000 a month. And people with degrees are struggling going to work. It's just the way it is now. Do you still need a degree for certain professions? Of course. You got to go be a doctor, lawyer, nurse, or whatever. Any of those skilled positions, you still need the education. I argue that you still do need your education so that you can have the mindset to not let somebody get over on you. like not let how to read a contract. Don't let these kids with the NILs in high school sign a contract, and now when you become a professional, they get 20% of that. No, no. That's what you call 360 deals. Oh, no. No, I think people, but a lot of these kids are smart, though. They're taking their own name, image, likeness, and they creating a business out of it. We see it with Travis Hunter. He got a lot of merch. We see it with Shador. We see it with Jimmy Horn and a few others. They got merch. They have even Silman Craig has Cameron Silman Craig has a website. He's selling merch, and they're turning this into a business endeavor. Everybody not going to the NFL, but you maximize and make the most amount of money possible. Invest that money, and you'll make more money. You'll be doing good for yourself. Everybody doesn't need the NFL to feed their family. Everybody doesn't. But you can use your popularity and use it now. A lot of these kids stay in 5 years now. That's a blessing. So now you get to potentially get a master's degree, undergrad, master's degree, all for free and making money. It's a beautiful thing because these universities have been making money off the sweat of these college student athletes' backs since before I was born. So now I'm glad that this generation is getting it. I'm glad. And I just wish more student athletes would get more of the piece of the pie. They just got to know how to market themselves. That's why I say that how come all of them don't have YouTube pages? You know, being that you in this situation right now, everybody's watching you. Everybody. So you can like, okay, I'm going to come up with something. I'm going to vlog. I'm going to bring people into my life, and I'm going to monetize that. You know, and while you're there 4 or 5 years, now you got this bankroll, and hopefully you're investing it and doing something with it. You don't need the NFL. You really don't. Technology is different now. It's not like it was in the 80s. Listen, I lived through the 80s, 90s, early 2000s when technology was not like this. You don't need a middleman. You know, obviously you got to pay certain people if you can't do certain things. But I'm like a jack of all trades. I want to do everything. You know what I'm saying? But it's a great thing now what's happening. So I'm glad that they trying to say, listen, I will come to your university and play. Yeah, I'll come. But you're going to have to pay me. You know, I had said before, if my son said that, you know, they're offering me a chance to go there, but they're not promising me anything. And, you know, we're evaluating his situation. You know, you have to evaluate the situation. You know, you can't be asking more than what you're worth, right? You have to know exactly what you're worth right now compared to the market, right? Okay, so, all right, son, so you're an offensive lineman. So right now, according to all Rivals and On3 and all the other sites, you are considered a 5-star. Let's just say that I'm going extreme. You're considered a 5-star. This is what I would do if I was being a consultant for these kids. Okay, you're a 5-star. Okay. You're the top offensive lineman in the country, and they're not promising you anything? We're not going there. No. We're not going there. But Coach Saban over here and his people are saying, we have 400 large for you right now. By the end of the school year, we have another 400 for you. Where do you think we're going? That's what Caden Proctor did. But Coach Prime said it, and he already knows that. He said it in his press conference after the game. He said, we have to swipe our credit cards. We have to if we want to go get what we want to get. But I would say this. You might not have to swipe your credit. Because, see, it's not all up to him, though, right? There is a higher echelon of people at Colorado, right, that are calling the shots. It's not him. They have to decide. Don't they have a board of directors? Don't they have the old school money there? They call the shots. So the boosters and all that. So if they decide, okay, coach, this is what our budget is. Okay, we know what you need. Okay, we know that you are in dire need of the trenches. Okay, how much do you need? If he gives a dollar figure out, because he said all you have to do is go look at the university and see how much they spent. I had already talked about that. I talked about Caden Proctor already. I showed y'all what his NIL evaluation is. He's a freshman, but he's starting as a freshman at Alabama. I had already said it. It's over almost $500,000. So he can go with a spreadsheet and say, this is what these kids are getting, and they're going to have to approve it. Now, if they say, look, our budget is only $3 million, that's not enough. That's not enough to build the trenches. Not $3 million. That's not enough. I'm just not enough. Now, if you could promise them endorsement deals, and because these big name universities, they Nike schools, whatever. I know Colorado's a Nike school as well, but they have other endorsements. I see that Shador was in a Google commercial. I see Shiloh was in a Google commercial. I see Travis getting stuff. I don't see nobody else. It can't be that way. It can't be that way. Everybody going to have to eat here in order for this program to be competing with these other schools. Okay? It just has to be that way. I'm not knocking them because they getting their money. Like I said before, people got to get their money. But everybody else got to get money too. And maybe they didn't have the budget for it right away, right? When he first took over the program, they might not have because they've been struggling for a while, even though they got people there with thick pockets though. Okay, so they can scramble up some money. They got people with thick pockets there, but we'll get into that in a second. So they say, okay, well, all right, this is our second year. So it makes sense the second year, now they can go out and go get what they want. The first year, it was the foundation that was being built. He had to put even I'm going to show you a video in a second where they had their first team meeting, and a lot of those players left after the spring game, or a lot of players left before the spring game. And I remember Coach Prime saying a bunch of defensive linemen left right before the spring game all together. He said he thought it was going to hurt us. So he was hurting because a lot of players left. He had a player from the University of Florida. I'm not talking about the guy that's still there. It was another player. University of Florida. This dude was like 6'7", like 340. Like played at Florida. He left. He transferred in and he left. It could have been a situation where he was looking for a little bit of cash. He didn't get it. But maybe they didn't have it at the time. I don't know. But I'm hearing that this university is making a lot of money now. And a lot of bread is on the table. So now in year 2, I expect them to spend some money. I don't expect to see just a couple millionaires on the team. I expect to see more now. And that's the way it has to be. Okay? That's the dark side of the NFL. I mean, the NIL. Because everybody's not going to be paid equally here. It's just so you're going to have some animosity in that locker room. That's just human nature. Okay? This is common sense. It's not me being a hater. It's common freaking sense. Okay? If I am considered a top lineman and I'm blocking for a millionaire and I'm living in my dorm eating ramen noodles, no go. No go, no go, no go. You know what I'm saying? No go. Okay, that's a no-go. That's a no-go. Now, I know what you're saying. Well, all you got to do is just do well. No, I need some money. I need some money. And that's just the way it got to be. Now, I'm not going to sit here and not block for him. I'm not going to do that because I have to live up to my obligation. But you can't say you can't promise me nothing. You can't say that I'm going to bring your son home a man. No, that's what he got the parents for, not you. That's what the parents are for. The parents are the rear. I'm not coming here for you to rear me. I'm coming here to play ball and go to school and be a student and get some money. This is how I will be advising these kids. They better hope that I don't get into consulting, man. Because I was like, man, maybe I should. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm actually consulting a friend of mine now. His son is being heavily recruited. And so we was sitting down the other day, and he's a really good student. He's graduating second in his class. And I said, okay, so write that down. He's graduating second in his class, and he wants to be an attorney. And he has aspirations of being a judge one day. And so he's all about academics. So academics is nothing to him. So, but he talking NIL too now. Like, he's not just gonna go anywhere. But you'll probably hear me featuring him in the SEC. It looks like he's one of the top schools in the SEC. He'll probably be going to. But he could easily get an academic scholarship, so he don't really have to have a sports scholarship. His grades are really that high. But he's just not going to, if he starts and things like that, yeah, they're going to be commanding some paper. Some people say the bag, I say the moolah, or whatever. You know, you have to. Closed mouths don't get fed. You got to have somebody in your corner to be like, look, coach, I want some money. I can't promise you that, man. Well, we hitting that transfer portal, and we're decommitting. We're not coming. So I'm not sure why Antwann Hill got decommitted, but I said it. You only go by. I understand we got to report the news. Somebody commits and stuff like that, but he didn't sign on the dotted line, and he didn't enroll yet. So. And also, that was like kind of far out, you know what I'm saying, when he was supposed to come anyway. He's supposed to come after Shador leave. That's kind of far out. Anything could happen. Over the holidays, he could talk to his family and say, I want to go into a different direction. And he did say he's going to he's not reclassifying. So, it happens. So, I want to get to, before I get into, first of all, how's everybody doing? Thank you for joining. Look like I'm going to have to go live a lot regularly here. This news going to come out like hotcakes. Okay? Do you hear what I'm saying to you? Coach Prime was not accepting these results this year. He wanted to win this year. But he also had to be realistic. He was realistic with himself. Like, look, we're missing a lot of pieces here. And but this ain't sit right with him. Not somebody like that. Not somebody that has won. He's used to winning. This is the first year as a coach that he has lost like this. The first time. High school, college, Jackson State, and here. This is the first time he's facing adversity as a coach. Outside of his personal life. He faced a lot of adversity outside of his personal life. Not talking about that. I'm talking about adversity is winning, losing, win to lose ratio. He's never had this done before. In fact, he said the last game, this is the first game he played. This is the first game he coached without Shador as a quarterback. So this is the first time he had losing like this. So he has to process it too. He's still human. Like it don't sit well with him. It was a failure. This season was a failure. Like, as far as that aspect is win-loss. Because they only won one game in the Pac-12. Okay? That's the same as last year. Pretty much. Even though, overall, you won 4 games. That's not sitting well with him. That's why he said he's 50-some years old. He wants to win now. So, in order for him to do it, he's going to have to go. He said he got to spend the money in order for him to do it. So, it is what it is. He didn't make the rules up. He said he don't particularly like the NIL. He likes the NFL. Right, I agree with him, but he didn't make the rules up. It's just the way it is now. Money is talking, bullshit is walking. And that's the way it is now. I want to get to this video here. This was the beginning. It says Coach Prime's first meeting of 2023. Colorado opulence. And I want to say this really quickly. I'm working on a video. Bucky is really instrumental let me just go back for a minute. I want to say this about Bucky. Bucky is really instrumental in putting this whole thing together. His son, making him giving him a huge social media presence. Even though the school, they have a whole team doing that as well, but the way he do it and don't take no days off really, and just putting these videos out, it's a reality show. He himself created this as a reality show. And even the way, even though he's using his cell phone and different cameras, we're walking in first person in his perspective like we're there. That's what makes this work, man. That's exactly what's making this work. And not a lot of teams are not doing that like how he's doing it. We get to, even though we see a little bit of the footage, but we still feel like we're a part of the team. And a lot of people watch this, or opposing teams. Obviously, now we know opposing teams watch it because everybody doing the watch thing. They watch it too. When a video pop out, people's like, yo, Max, do you see the new well-off? Whoop, whoop. I said, no, I ain't see it yet. Like, even when I'm live, sometimes like, yo, he just dropped. Yo, Bucky just dropped. And we waiting for him to drop now. We waiting for him to drop that, video. I love it, man. It's like, it makes me want to grind harder. He grinds, man. He don't take no days off. Like, he, occasionally you'll go a couple days, he don't have a video. Then people will hit him up on Twitter. Where the video at, man? I need a video. He's like, I got you. It's coming, but I had to take a break. He's like, I need that video, man. You bullshitting. So, and Darius as well. So that's what's making this work. And they did a nice piece on them in the post about it. And I'm going to get to that later. And that's what's making this work. I'm like, why am I following this like this? Like, why? Like, why? It's, a football team, University of Colorado. It's the first year. Maybe they win, maybe they don't. But you never seen a team that lose like this be talked about so much. So it's still a win. He still won. But they're going to have some issues with recruiting. But we're going to get to the beginning because we're going to talk about Coach Brewster. Then I'm going to come back to Antwann Hill Jr. We'll come back to him in a second. But Tim Brewster, man, it's my favorite coach, man. But we're going to go through all the coaches. And the reason why I'm going through all the coaches, because their speeches kind of bored me. But when Tim Brewster came in, he was like, stand up. Like, damn, I'm hyped up, man. I could play for him. You know what I'm saying? No, I can't. I'm too old. But, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would want my kid to, if he was a tight end, to be, with Coach Brewster, man. You know what I'm saying? Old school coach. Bring your lunch pail to work.
Quarterback should be here, right? Specialist should be here, right? Yes, we should have defense on this side, correct? Yes, we should have offense on this side. And all the coaches and everyone else on that external. Jamie, start us off with prayer.
Lord, we thank you for this day. Father, we thank you for this opportunity as a group. Father, we thank you for the movement that God has put us in place to be in charge of. We thank you for each player here, each coach, each family. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
It allows us to assemble a great strength and conditioning staff. Coach Tesso Uha, Brandon Reyes, Redrick Taylor, Stephen Houston. All right, so we have a great staff, but it doesn't matter about our staff if you guys are not following in line and following suit on what we ask you guys to do. It's a lot of sacrifice made for everybody to be here, all right? But everybody know we're here now. We here!
We here!
We boss!
We boss!
We're here to win now!
We here to win now!
We out. We out. I'm out, bro.
Just to start it off, fellas, David Kelly, General Manager.
Corey Phillips, Director of Player Personnel.
Vincent Dancy, Defensive Analyst.
Dennis Thurman, Director of Quality Control.
Reginald Calhoun, Football Operations.
Ray Forsett, Chief of Staff.
James Cheney, Director of Player Development.
Michael Pollard, Offensive Quality Control Analyst.
Good. Y'all have to say that.
Exactly.
First of all, let me say I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to have the opportunity to work for Coach Prime. And I can tell you right now, I came here because of one thing, his standard. And we will win now. That's what we're here to do. just to tell you a little bit about myself, this will be my 33rd year coaching. I just finished up 4 years at the University of Alabama. Prior to that, I was at the University of Tennessee, and I spent 5 years as defensive coordinator at Florida State. But I'm used to winning, but I'm used to being around people that have high standards. That's why I'm working here. I'm excited to work with everybody on this team. I'm excited to be a part of this program, and I'm excited to see the work that you put into it. Just remember this, okay? Success only comes before work in a dictionary. It's time to go to work.
Linebackers, been with this man for over 18 years. One thing we will do is win and win now. Be focused, strap on your seatbelts, and be ready to roll.
DB coach. I played 10 years in the NFL. Also, I've been with Coach Prime since 1997. One thing about me, man, I'm a grinder. All right, I'm a grind until I shine. All right, and I expect the same thing out of you guys. All right. Another thing you need to know about me, I'm a straightforward guy. You always gonna know how I stand, where I stand, and everything that I do. All right. My door's open to everybody. I don't just coach corners, I coach everybody. So welcome to come on here. If you want the truth about what's going on, come to my office. All right, I'm gonna give you the truth. All right. Let's go Buffs.
Williams, a little bit about myself. I started at the University of Georgia for 5 seasons, transitioned to Texas A&M for 2 seasons. Coach Prime gave me the call, and now I'm here. I'm extremely grateful and thankful to be here. I believe in doing the next right thing. All right, I'm gonna give you all I got, and I expect the same in return. All right, I'm a high energy guy. I love what I do. I'm passionate about it, and I think you guys will see that. All right, love.
Hill, defensive line coach, defensive tackles coach. I came in from Louisiana State University, LSU, originally from Shreveport, Louisiana. I'm pumped to be here. Everything gonna start up front. Defensive line, we're gonna set the pace. How we're gonna go up front. Be physical, be fast, and have a bunch of fun. Love you guys. Excited to be here.
Hello, everybody. I'm Trevor Riley. I'll be in charge of special teams. I was with Coach Prime at Jackson State, and I was at the University of Utah before that. In addition to the mantra that we have, there's 3 things I expect as we move forward. I get to know y'all. Number 1, have a great attitude. Special teams is encompassing the whole team, whether it's PAT, field goal, or kickoff. Number 2, have great body language. I think that's something we all can control. And number 3, great effort. If you do those 3 things, in addition to Coach Prime said, we're going to have a great relationship.
I'm Coach Lewis. Do me a favor. Hey, give me 2 claps of Ric Flair. Woo! Let's wake this thing up a little bit. Hey, coming here from Kent State was Aaron's the head coach for the past 5 years. Humbled to be here. Humbled to serve y'all. All right, I'm the father of 2 young children, husband to my beautiful wife. They're going to get out here January 29th to get to meet y'all. All right, it's a tremendous opportunity to change the environment, to flip this thing on its head. You're going to learn about me. I like to go fast. So think fast, know fast, do fast. We're about to tempo that ass and have some fun. Let's go, boys.
Coach Boyle, offensive line coach, it is an honor to be here. Can't wait to get it started.
That's it. That's it.
That's what I'm talking about, Coach.
I gotta come. I'm gonna go low. I need some energy. I say I can. You say I will. I can.
I will.
I can.
I will.
And tomorrow you get a chance to show what you can do and what you will do. We will win because of what you will do. Y'all follow me? So y'all gotta bring that energy off the field, in the classroom, on the field, weight room. You gotta make sure you do the best you. All right. So your mind, your vision, your voice, your story. Make sure you guys start writing that tomorrow. Be the best you. Be the best you. Bring everything that you can. So start tomorrow. Start to write. Start to drawing. All right. Start to build, but live the best you that you can be. I can.
I will.
Let's go.
How you guys doing? My name is Brett Bartoloni. I'm the wide receivers coach here. I'm from Whittier, California. I'm here at the University of Colorado because I want to be part of the best staff in the country and I want to coach the best players in the country. Okay, we got the best staff in the country and there ain't no doubt about that. Okay, it's our job as coaches, okay, to hold each and every one of you in these seats accountable to that standard, okay, of being elite and being the best in the country every single day. Okay, and that's what we're going to do. I'm upstairs, offense, defense, special teams. I don't care who you are. I'm always open to talk. I know you guys are going through a lot. If you guys ever need someone to talk to, come chop it up with me upstairs. Thanks, guys.
When I say stand tall, okay, I want you bouncing out of your seat and stand tall. When I say stand tall, get your ass up. Stand tall. Sit your ass back down. Stand tall. We coming.
We come.
Raise the goddamn roof. Raise the roof. We coming.
We come.
We coming.
We come.
If them Colorado buses show up, and 60 minutes of hell coming with it. 60 minutes of hell coming with it.
The time is now, man. The time is now. Sit down.
I'm the athletic director. This is my chief of staff, Alec Russo. He works the most closely with my.
He resigned. He resigned. He was my favorite coach on that squad. Everybody else, man, I'm listening to their like speech. I'm like, this is weak. When he stepped up, he said, stand up. No, sit back down. Stand up again. He said, we gonna give them 60 minutes of hell. If all of them had that mentality, just go out there and give them 60 minutes of hell. I don't know, man, but he's an old school coach, and he resigned. That was some big news. He resigned, but there's going to be a lot of big news coming out. It's not just him. I'm not opposed to change. You know, sometimes you just got to change up and do what you're doing. But he was one that I thought would stay, though. He was one that I thought would stay. So Tim Brewster resigns from Deion Sanders' staff. Longtime coach is done after his first year with the Buffs. There will be an opening on Deion Sanders' staff at Colorado. Buffalo's tight end coach Tim Brewster, he resigned via tweet. His tweet, he said, I resigned. He said, I resigned, and I just want to say thank you to Prime. Just a truly amazing man and leader. Hashtag Buffs Nations. All love, and wish the staff, players much continued success. God bless all. Brewster came to Boulder, as we know, with Coach Prime from Jackson State. The veteran coach has a mix of experience in the NFL and college over the past 4 decades. He grew up as a product of Mac Brown's coaching tree in the late 90s. That's correct. And had stints with the Denver Broncos, San Diego Chargers. You know, he worked with Antonio Gates when he played with the Chargers. Before taking over as head coach at Minnesota from 2007 to 2010. Sanders leaned on Brewster as one of the more experienced coaches on his staff. He eventually took him off the staff to bring on co-offensive coordinator Pat Shurmur midway through the season, a move that didn't spark much of a change with Sean Lewis losing play calling duties. So really, nothing really didn't change there as far as the record is concerned, even though they made that big move. But like I said, colleges make moves like this all the time, but it was just really newsworthy because everything Deion touches is newsworthy. Colorado finished the season with a 6-game losing streak after starting 3-0 in non-conference play. The Buffs had 8 games decided by 7 points or less in Sanders' first year in Boulder. The resignation by Brewster will likely allow Sanders to bring in Hall of Famer Warren Sapp to his staff in 2024. So that's probably, it probably is opening up for Warren Sapp to come in. Now, if Warren Sapp comes in, he will make an immediate impact on his team. He got a lot of tricks of the trade. He knows how to get that line going. Now, a lot of other people were hoping that, what's his name, come on as well. What's his name? Matt McChesney. Now, Matt McChesney, New York Jets. I remember when he played with the New York Jets, man. He played other places as well, but he played with he was a hard man. Listen, he's a hard nose in them trenches, man. He's like, Matt McChesney is like one of those like grinders, man. Like when you see his attitude and the way he talks and stuff like that, you already know you already know what position he played. He played in the trenches. And I do remember him at the New York Jets. But a lot of people put Matt McChesney name out there. But we don't know yet because the current offensive line coach is still there. The hell is that? Cats out there fighting or something. Sorry, I don't know if y'all heard that, but the current offensive line coach is still there. That kind of threw me off. The current offensive line coach is still there. So I don't want to speculate right now. I just like to wait for the news to come out. News will probably come out by the time I end this live chat. That's what's crazy about this. But they putting different names out there. A lot of people keep talking about Warren Sapp. Is he coming or not? Well, Coach Prime said he is. So maybe that is opening up for Coach Sapp to come there. But yeah, so that's Tim Brewster. Now so before I get into Antwann Hill, I will be allowing people to come on the panel and stuff and talk as well in a second. But what do y'all feel about? How do y'all like Tim Brewster, man? How do you guys like Tim Brewster? Like, let me pop this chat out so I can really read it here. Let's see what y'all saying about. You said next Deion Sanders will ask Michael Vick to come coach his sons. Nah, Michael Vick. He never said he wanted to coach. He'll come up there every now and then, but he never said he wanted to coach though. He's doing the broadcasting thing. He's not coaching. You said stay away from. Oh boy, damn! Somebody's screen name is Dion Hater. Damn. For you had to make a whole account and say Dion Hater. Wow, that's something else right there, man. That's like, wow. Okay. You said Warren Sapp has already been approved. He just needed to obtain his degree. Well, I'm assuming he obtained it, huh? He may have obtained it already. And he has probably been going to school already. He just didn't say. He probably was doing that already. So he probably just finishing up. You said that have to have degree. Yeah, you need a piece of paper to coach. You said Prime is cooking up something. What you think he's cooking up? He already said what he got to cook up. We got to swipe that credit card. He had a loud voice, but what true impact did he have? You ain't see what his tight end did this year? You said Sapp finishing up with that Everest college degree. Hey, if they accept the Everett, I don't know if he's going to Everest College, but if he's going there, shit, they're going to accept it, right? You said y'all have to remember that Hall of Fame players usually aren't good coaches. They have very low patience. And Michael Jordan had said this. I go back to what Michael Jordan said. He said, because they said, why don't you be a coach? Yeah, I don't want to be a coach. He said, because I don't have the patience. He said, and it's not fair because I'm going to expect these kids to act like me, and be all in. And he said, that's not fair. And he said, that's why I would never subject myself to be a coach. He said it was bad enough I was an owner and I was acting like a coach. And he said he had to check himself and stay away from the practices. He said because it wasn't fair for the young men for him being at practice. He said, yeah, they'll pick his brain and stuff, but he expect a certain way of doing it, and it's just not like that anymore. It's different. These kids, it's different now. You not saying that these young people you don't have workhorses, you do. But see, Coach Prime, you know how he used to talk to the team about, don't you want to go to the NFL? Everybody don't want to go to the NFL. There's levels to it. There's some players that was sitting right there. Let me see. Let me bring that back up. Let me go to this one. There's some players in this video, right? There's some players that are sitting there. Some of their family is well off. some of their family is well off. They're not trying to go to the NFL, and they're not there to go to the NFL. They just happen to be extremely athletic. Where is my pop-up thing? They happen to be extremely athletic, right? They happen to be extremely athletic, and they just happen to get a scholarship to a Power 5 school, but they may not be on the fast track. They might not be on the fast track to go to the NFL because they got other things going on in their life, but they still would like to play for the university and go to school, and football doesn't define them. You know, they're not trying to spend all of their days watching film. You know, they have girlfriends, they got a life, they have other things going, they got their friends, they want to have, they want to have fun in college, right? But then you have another level of a football player. They want to get to the NFL. They want to work as hard as they can. They want to do all they can to shake Roger Goodell's hand. Like some of these players are on that track. So they are willing to put in the time for the film and the weight room and everything else is needed. That's what he's looking for. He's looking for a lot of those players. When he say he's looking for dogs, that's what he's looking for. So yeah, that's what he's looking for. Now, I'm not saying that these kids that's sitting here don't want to win. Yeah, of course, they're competitive. They want to win, you know, but looking at the reality, they're not going to the NFL. They're just not going. They're not going to the NFL. So when he say that, he's not reaching everybody. He's not reaching everybody when he do that. And that's just the way it is. Now, so here we are. So Coach Brewster. So let's see what else y'all saying. You said Dominic. Somebody just said Dominic. Weaver. Trevor. I could see Trevor eventually getting a shot. Shiloh, Weaver, Dominic. I could see that. You said this is why I understand why people got mad when Dion said he wanted a certain type of dog, usually the ones that come from broken homes and trying their hardest to make it. Is true. No, not all dogs come from broken homes. That's a stereotype. That's a stereotype. Because I happen to know one that's a dog, and he has both family. He has both mother and father at home, and they're all about education. Every last one of them is educated, and he's happened to be too. Another one was Myron Rolle. Used to play for Florida State. He was a Rhodes Scholar, and he made it to the NFL. But then he went on to be a doctor. He's a surgeon now. He was a dog too. What's his name that played at Florida State? He's like the top defensive back in the league. His name is slipping me right now. He came from a 2-parent family household. He still got both his parents. And he's a straight dog. So it's not always the case. But I understand what he's saying. I do understand that. But I get what he's saying, because like you take boxing, for example. Most boxers come from, you don't really have a lot of rich boxers that came from rich families. It's usually the pugilists are usually, they come from humble beginnings. Yeah, Aaron Donald comes from a good home. Yeah, surgeon, Tyrannus. Yeah, Aaron Donald comes from a good home, and we know Aaron Donald's a dog. So it's just not like that anymore. Maybe he has to get with the times. Maybe he has to which it sounds like he is, because he said we got to swipe the credit card. So he has to switch up with the times. The old school way is not working anymore. Like for these coaches, that's why when coaches get older, they usually step down, because it's just like they need something new. The old way is just not happening no more. Yeah, you gotta swipe. He said it. You gotta swipe that. You gotta swipe that credit card. You have to swipe it. Yeah, Floyd got his father and mother. I know. they were, but they're not together. His parents are not together, but he still had both his parents, but they're not together. Yeah, she said still got to swipe the credit card. Coach Sal is next. You think Coach Sal is next? Maybe he's ready to retire. Coach Sal can get picked up anywhere in the country if he wanted to, even Coach Brewster. Now, I don't know if Coach Brewster decides he's just like, I'm ready to retire, or he might go somewhere else. But if he's not ready to retire, he's going to go somewhere else. Or let me ask you guys a question. Now, when I ask this question, you guys are going to be like, what are you insinuating, Max? Is Shedeur close to graduating? That's my question to you. Do anybody know? How many credits did he need to graduate? Anybody know? Is he close to graduate? I heard he close to graduating. No, the volume is not low. It's just that I keep moving away. When I move away like this, then the volume gets low. But you want me to come back? Do you want me to talk into the microphone? Like, this is the only way I can do it. Because if I turn the microphone up anymore, it's going to hurt your eardrums. So I'm going to have to do this then. But if I move away, yeah. You said that's personal academic information. I know that, sir. I know that. But you just don't know what I'm getting at. But no, that's not happening. So we don't want to go there. We don't want to talk about that. That's not happening. I'm not going to go there. That's conspiracy. I'm not going to go there. All right, so yeah, so they're looking for another coach. So I guess Warren Sapp, and they need a tight ends coach now, right? No, I'm not going to tell you the theory. I'm not going to tell you. But Coach Prime, we're going to have to go back. Before I open up this panel, we're going to have to go back, guys. We're going to have to go back to his press conference. He said some stuff that I missed. No, I didn't miss it, but I'm just going to point it out. When they talked about when he said that what's his name didn't get really sacked that much, he was like, yeah. And then it was something else. Then he mumbled something else. He didn't like that. But my question is, why didn't he get sacked that much? Why? There's a reason for it if you watch the game. Now, there's a couple times he got touched twice, because I know why. I know he said that he didn't get touched. He did. Remember when he fumbled the ball? But he quickly corrected it, and he did something to correct it. If anybody saw the game, because he was like, "Okay, this is what I got to do." What he did now, Uncle Neely. He runs the pregame show. After the game, him and Denver Sports, or DNVR, Denver Sports, they were talking post-game. And then a lot of the comments were saying that he was getting the ball out pretty fast. And Uncle Neely said he wasn't getting the ball out fast. That wasn't it. Yes, it was. Were you at the game? Yes, he was getting the ball out fast. I went ahead and put my Dan Marino jersey on because that's where he was acting. And then I remember if anybody was watching the game with me, I said, son, you got to calm down. I said, he has to calm down. Big Worm, is my mic good? Is my mic good, Big Worm? It's just that I got to talk louder because when I move, like, if I go all the way over, yeah, you're not going to hear me. If I do, you're not going to hear me. But if you watch the beginning of the game, he was too jittery. He had to calm down because he was really rocketing that ball out there. And then somebody either told him to calm down, then he finally calmed down. Then he finally calmed down. Then he started winging them. Now, Neely said that he really wasn't going through his progressions. He was just like, no, the other person said he wasn't really going through his progression. Yes, he was. He was going through his progressions, but then he hit the open man. That's what he did. He had a good game. And well, I don't know why he wouldn't admit that. Like, why would you say that he wasn't getting the ball out fast? Everybody clearly saw that he was getting the ball out fast as fuck. He was. Even the receivers weren't, like, when Travis looked, that ball was humming. That ball was humming to him, like, boop. And then he had another good play. He threw it off his back leg because he was getting ready to get sacked, and he leaned and then threw the ball. I was like, that was the touchdown that they robbed Travis on. He threw it off his back leg. Because I don't usually talk during a game. I said, guys, he threw it off his back leg. And he was the third string? Who the quarterback coach? What you mean he the third string? He wasn't playing like no third string. He's a second string. Hold up. When I did that, the balloons came up. Y'all saw that? Oh, then. Oh, okay. Y'all like that? Listen to me. He threw it off his back leg, and it was accurate as fuck. And he got it out fast, because if he hadn't got it out fast, he would have got sacked. That's why he didn't get touched. He was like, boop. He was zipping them. Boop. You can tell, like, Caleb was ready for it. Like, I call him the route god. He was ready for it, right? He got hands. Now, that one play, when he zipped it, he threw it over, he tried to throw it in the end zone in the corner. He kind of put a little bit too much mustard on it. If he had took a little mustard off of it, it would have went right in Jimmy over his shoulder. It would have went right there for Jimmy to catch it. Man, that dude got an arm, dog. Not only that, it's accurate. And then Coach Prime even recognized it. He said, what did Coach Prime say? He said, well, I know he going to want to play somewhere. You know, ain't nobody want to be no second string. I don't know if he want to stay with us or he want to play somewhere else. If he went to Coach Prime, he said, you think you can put a good word in for me where I could be a starter somewhere? Coach will get on the phone for him. He'll get on the phone for him because he saw it. He saw it. He said, this kid ain't no backup. That's pretty much what he was telling him. That kid ain't no backup, yo. That kid, he said, if that kid want to stay with us, then cool. You know what I'm saying? Then he'll be the second string. But if he want to go to another college, I'll put the good word in for him. Yeah, he'll put the good word in for him. Like, look, what do y'all needs at quarterback right now? He will call around the country or whatever his connects are. And next thing you know, Sapp is hitting the transfer portal. But it depends on what Sapp wants to do. Now, he might not want to do that. He might like the experience where he is. He might not. He might have met a girlfriend there. He might not want to leave Colorado. He might want to be like, listen, coach, Shador got one more year. He going to the NFL, and we just got the news that the kid decommitted. Bingo, I'm staying. Now, since that kid decommitted, Antwann Hill, now coach gonna be like this. Listen, Staub, listen to me, man. We had that decommitment. So now we got some wheeling and dealing on the table. So I told you I need to swipe that credit card, right? So out of courtesy to you, we're gonna make sure you comfortable. Okay? Being that what we see the potential. Because sometimes when you in practice, right? When you put players in certain positions like those games, they rise to the occasion. And that's what he did. He had to calm down, though, because he was nervous. And you got to remember, he's still just a freshman, so he had to calm down. But once he calmed down, guys, that ball was humming. That ball was humming. Look, Travis was like, what the fuck? Did you see it? He was like, but Travis can catch anything. But Travis was like, oh, shoot. Oh, that ball was right there. That ball was right there. And the guy said that he wasn't even going through his progressions. Yes, he was going through his progressions, but he was having protection. Holy crap. Yo, coach, I'm going to have to play the press conference again because he ain't like that. He said, yeah, he was getting protected. All right, that's a good and something else he said. Now there was a couple times where he had to get out that pocket and run, but he fast as fuck. If you see him, he fast, yo. He fast. He rolled out of the pocket. You see how he rolled out of the pocket? He rolled out of the pocket and then threw it to Michael Harrison. He had to roll. He was gonna get sacked, but he rolled out of the pocket. And he's so damn. He fast. He's fast. In fact, he's faster than Shador probably. So he rolled. I'm just being real. I'm not being a hater. He's faster. So he rolled out of the pocket and threw it. Now, just to say, if you're gonna sit here and say like he wasn't getting that ball out fast, then I don't know how people could say that. Like, I have to give it to you how I see it. You know what I'm saying? He got out that pocket fast as fuck. Yeah, I mean, he's saying he didn't get touched. You would have got touched if you had not did what you did. You would have got touched. So you said the line didn't even pick Shador up most of the times. That'll tell you something. And Coach said something. Let me find this thing, man. Let me find the press conference. Because he mumbled something. But let me see. What y'all think about Antwann Hill? Let me go to Antwann Hill real quick. So big news. 4-star quarterback Antwann Hill Jr. decommits from Colorado. I'm not surprised. Like I said, he didn't sign on the dotted line. Now, we are going to have signing day pretty soon. What is that? Signing day is like sometime end of December, right? Or January. So 6'5", 220-pounder Hill had committed to the Buffalo since October. Hill sent a statement to On3 concerning his decommitment. He said, I strongly was thinking about reclassifying to 2024. After a long talk with my family, I'm reclassifying anymore and would like to reopen my recruitment. That doesn't make sense. I'm reclassifying. He might meant I'm not reclassifying anymore, and I would like to reopen my recruitment. Hill ranks as the number 72 player, according to On3 industry ranking, and weighted average that utilizes all 4 major recruiting media companies. He also tabs in as the number 5 quarterback, okay, and number 10 player in the state of Georgia. Did Georgia reach out to him? He currently has an On3 NIL evaluation at $269K. Let me stop right there. Let me just stop. Y'all hear that? He currently has an On3 NIL valuation at $269,000. Yeah, coach, you gotta swipe that credit card, dog. Not Coach Prime, but somebody. Y'all gotta start swiping the credit cards. So he already up to $200-some thousand. Ain't that crazy? A high school player. He's already up to $269,000. Well, you know, it's an evaluation. It's not an approximate number, but what do you think they're gonna have to spend to get him there? What do y'all think? If they really want to go recruit him, what do you think they're gonna have to give him? They're gonna have to give him like $1.some million, man. They're gonna have to break him off with a couple $1 million for him to come there. And you know Georgia has the money. You know Alabama has the money. So by the time he's a freshman in college, he will be close to getting that amount. Just close. And so that's what we're looking at. That's why Coach Prime said it. Like, I had said it all before. I know people saying it ain't about the money, man. It ain't about. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's a business now. Yes, it is. So the On3 NIL evaluation is the industry-leading index that set high school and college athletes' projected annual value, the PAV. So it's a projected. It's not, like I said before, it's not approximate. It's the projected. It could be more, it could be a little less, but on the trending side is more. The NIL valuation does not act as a tracker for the value of NIL deals. That's correct. An athlete has completed to date. So it rather signifies the athlete's value at a certain moment of time. That is correct. That don't mean that they have it all in their possession. They have most of it. Just about. And also, now they still have Cam McHale, though. He's still coming. He said it feels like family out there. But they're going to have to swipe their credit card on Mr. McHale. Because at any day now, he could be like, I'm decommitting. Don't think that these players don't talk to each other on social media. They do. So that's Antwann Hill. What do y'all think about Antwann? But like, yeah, man, it's like the recruiting is like I said, it's like politics, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like the stuff that they're competing against. They're competing against these bigger institutions, and Coach Prime want to win now. So he wants to get in the game. He's like, look, man, go get these players. You said they using him to get the bag. You said Dion wants Staub out of there. Why? Why would he want Staub out of there? You need a backup. I don't think that. But I tell you one thing: if what's the name have a bad game, that crowd gonna be calling for him. But other than that, you need a backup. You need just in case we get hurt. You want to keep competing. You said Shador going first round, he'll be even better. Well, you know, he's still got a whole year because he's staying, right? So he's going to work on his craft. So, yeah, he should be better next year. He got some things he can work on. Travis as well. But, man, you said, I hope these players worth the money. They asking for it in practice and field. It ain't about that. It's about their market value compared to everybody else. And they have a right to go for it. But most of them are worth it. But it's just that the bigger name colleges are getting them. We would never see them. The bigger name colleges like Alabama's and the Georgias are getting these kids first. And they would never come see us. So that's what he's competing against. That's why he said he got to swipe the credit card. He want to go after the players Nick Saban going after. You know? You said, why you keep calling him Shaq Door? You said Shaq Door got an NIL deal. Idaho Potato. Oh, maybe that's to get his name. You said Bucky good and bad for the program too. Damn, you even Bucky getting what did Bucky do? You said he good and bad for the program. Laughing my ass off. I promise. You said I promise not all them kids want cameras in their face. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. They'll just tell them I don't want the camera in my face. You know, I just want to go about my business and do that. But see, they gotta know how to say it. They can't just tell him to say get the camera out my face because it's gonna be a problem. So they gotta be like, look, I'm not good with cameras or anything like that. I'm superstitious. Then yeah, you can talk. That's the way you say things. But Love said the hate is real. I don't know. There's just a lot of hate in the comments. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm just getting to him. Yeah. What? Yeah. Why is he saying? Oh, he's saying Sack door. That's what he's saying. I thought he was saying Shaq door. I thought it was somebody's name. He's saying, oh, because he's getting sacked. Sack door. Yeah, that's a little hate, buddy. Come on. Bucky is all about marketing for the kids and fandom. What's wrong with that? It's working for him. Shoot, Bucky, let me get some camera time, Bucky. Shit. Let me come up there. I'll be right on the next plane smoking. Guys, I'm in Boulder. How are you? I'm out here chilling in Boulder. And I got something planned for you today. We're going over this Coach Primes, and we're gonna get an interview like that. Man, listen, I get so much content out there because I don't sleep, yo. I get so much content out there. I have about 50 videos by the time I get out of there. Hey guys, we over here with Ralphie. You know, hey girl, how you doing, Ralphie? Yeah, we over here with Ralphie. Hey, listen, I hustle, man. I'll be out there. I'll have 50 videos done, and I edit on the fly. As long as I got my MacBook with me, I edit on the fly, yo. I'm all good. I bring my mic, everything with me. I'm like, listen. You said Bucky content has changed, like Empire TV show after the first season. Like, well, how did it change, Jen J? Like, what do you mean? The content is good. Yeah, see that? Ms. Lovely says she waiting on Bucky vlog right now. I know. You know, he puts his update out on Twitter. Hey guys, the video about to drop, and people watch it. I watch it. You say, I know what you're saying, Casey. It's not the opinions, it's the name calling. I know. Yeah, people, they be going after it in here. That's all good. Michael said his son a gangster rapper. No, he said his son is not a gangster. He grew up in a gated community. But he's trying to put on to do a rap. You said you waiting on Bucky to drop. Right. Oh, that video gonna be lit, isn't it? Because see, that's why it makes this shit work. Because now you get to see the behind the scenes. You get to see what Coach Prime said. You get to see them get on a plane and how the reaction, and it works, man. It works. His video gonna be lit, yo. When he dropped the video, yeah. Caleb just dropped the video a little while ago. Caleb Mathis, his Thanksgiving Day vlog. He knows what he's doing. He put videos out. He know what that he got he got people watching. You said Prime got these people going crazy and all. See, that's what it's about. Love, that's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? And now everybody talking. Okay, what's happening? What's going on? Like Brewster, like who's next, coach? Like, listen, I told you guys when the season was over, right? The videos ain't gonna stop dropping. So you think, okay, it ain't gonna be no more activity. No, that's bullshit. Now you get to see leading up to the first time he addressed the team for the first time to get prepared for the next season. Now, before that, he's getting ready to get prepared for signing day. You see what I'm saying? So he gonna have a whole thing for signing day, right? And then after signing day, he gonna have something else, a recruiting visit day, right? So they gonna have the videos for the recruiting visit day, and then they gonna have when he meet for the team for the first time, like you saw that video, do that, and then he got to go do his thing here and there. Listen, man, and the next thing you know, the players are here for spring again. That's how it worked. I followed them when they was at Jackson State. That's how he did it. They don't take no days off. Like, these videos gonna keep dropping. They got you in your seat like, damn, Coach Brewster? Like, all right, cool. All right, then, the video gonna drop when Warren Sapp first get there. And then they gonna be following Warren Sapp around, because you know how he is on camera. So he gonna be lit. Okay, what are the recruits because remember Coach Prime said, get ready. Because y'all think, okay, we gonna swipe our credit cards now. So now y'all eyebrows about to raise when you see who coming here. So now we gonna be looking for that vlog. Like, okay. So now, watch this. Watch this. So the spring game, the spring session come. Where the kids come in and work out and stuff like that. Now we want to see who's still there. Where is Kamani still there? Is such and such still there? Is McCaskill coming back? Is he still there? Right? So then we get through that, and then the spring session is over, right? We got the spring game. Now that spring game might sell out again. We don't know, but it might. Then the kids have off again. They got off. And then now we coming into the summer sessions again. See how this thing, the years be just going by fast. This year went by fast, man. So then, after the summer session, now we back to training camp. Now we see who the real dogs in there. Now we see it. Now Coach Prime gonna be like, yeah, we here, but this ain't last year, right? So they hyping it up. So the first game come. Now that first game, they gonna blow that team out. I tell y'all that right now. The second game, I believe, is against Colorado State. Uh-oh. So now we got to play Colorado State at their spot. So there's going to be, see, it's continuous how they do it. It's a reality show. That's it. So we almost finished with season 1. We almost finished with it. After New Year's, that's the end of season 1. As soon as January 1st hit, that is season 2. Now we in a new season. Like, that's how I look at it. I already got a whole playlist, 2023 season. I got it up now. Now I'm into the next season. That's how it is with Coach Prime's reality show. They're the only ones doing it like this because of Bucky. That's how it is. Bucky doing this. And it's a beautiful thing. You know how he said it's a beautiful thing. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing to make content and get a bag. That's a beautiful thing. I do not hate it. I love it. That is not a plus, it's a minus. It's not a minus, it's a plus. But let me do this real quick. What was I gonna do? What was I getting ready to do? Probably ain't worth it, whatever I was getting ready to do. Oh, I gotta, give me a second. Yo, Black, you there? Where Black at? Where my boy Black at? You in the audience or something? Let me see where Black at. Because y'all want to hear from Black. You guys want to hear from Black. You said, yeah, Prime had 2 shows already when he was at Jackson State, right? So kind of we like in season 3. You said it's because of Prime. Right, it is because of Prime, but Bucky still got to make the videos, so he's a part of it. And then, we get to follow Shador in the off season when he go work out and, preparing for the season. Then, Dylan might put out a vlog. Dylan Edwards, him, going throughout his day. And, Arden Walker, he doing his vlog. They got the family vlog going on. Travis got Travis going to be going to Italy or some shit. They go all over the place. So he going to be in Italy or something with his woman, out there just being Travis, wearing their matching outfits together. And they going to be doing that. And he working out. And you know what I'm saying? Because he vlogged too. Remember, Travis vlogged too. So it's just gonna be a production again. So it's gonna be a whole production again. He just bought his old lady a Tesla for her birthday. He put that out on his Instagram. Her birthday came up. He bought her a Tesla. So I love it how these kids get money. I love it. I love it, man. Like, I love it because I do. It's like Hard Knocks, but for college, right, Mac? It's like Hard Knocks, but for college. Uh-oh. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for, I know how y'all are with Black. With Black about to come up. Black said, drop that link, Max. You know what I'm saying? He said, I got something to say. So we got to hear from Black. You know what I'm saying? He's a regular guest feature on the show. Black. Let me clear out some windows here. But before, give me a second, Black. Before I clear out. But I have to set it up though. I didn't have it set up. Guys, I'll be right back. I am going to put up the StreamYard, and you're welcome to come on. I'm not going to have too many on at the one time, but you're welcome to come on, though. You're welcome to come on, and we're going to do it like that. Okay, what am I doing? First of all, I got to figure out what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, you guys could definitely come on. And yeah, man, I'll be right back in a second. I set this up. Give me a second. Yo, all right. Let me see. Yeah, Black. Let me see where he at. All right, he think he got it. But yeah, give me a sec. All right, so yeah, man. It happens. Like, it's just that so much news, just because it's coming out of Colorado, it's just big news. They're the talk of the town. It's always gonna be that way. You like, damn, like they only won 4 games. Why are we making so much? Why is it so much media presence over Coach Brewster leaving. It's just the way it is. You got to accept it. It's because they built it into a reality show. That's why. It's the way it is. It's the way it is. You know? That's my Tinder pick. Who said that? No, those are the beats on YouTube. I would use my Epidemic Sound beats, but I don't have it linked up to this account. I have it linked up to my other YouTube page, and I can't use those beats because I get copywritten. So I got to figure out, maybe I had to get another account. That's crazy. Epidemic Sound got some beats. If anybody got some beats or whatever, you want to send them my way, send them to my contact stuff. You know where to find it. You said Kenya G, talking about that's my Tinder pick. That is my Tinder pick. You might have found me on Tinder. I was on there, but yeah, something happened. What's up, Black? Hold on. Let me see something.
Hallelujah.
What's
Praise
up,
the
Black?
Lord.
Oh, wait a minute.
Praise.
Wait a minute. What's up with this picture you got? Let me make this bigger.
Must be the money. Hey, baby, we prime time. Must be the
Uh-oh,
money.
guys, he's a crowd. Black's a crowd favorite. They go, y'all boy. They go, Black. What's up, Black?
Must be the money.
Well, look, he already said he got to swipe that credit card.
Must be the money.
Dude,
Come
where you
on,
be
man.
these pictures, man?
These people do not remember the original three-way player, greatest of all time Hall of Famer Deion Sanders. He never came off the field. This is the Deion that I refer to and defer to. Max, how's everybody doing out there in the chat? I was wrong. I said it was going to be 9 sacks if Shador played. Go back and watch the playback. If Shador played, it was going to be 9 sacks, but none of that happened. I predicted a 34-6 defeat. That didn't happen, but they were defeated nonetheless. Now, I give credit where credit is due. That quarterback, second string kid, I seen him in a picture with the link chain around his neck. He represented. He repped and presented. What say you, Max?
Yeah, he did. He did have they had a chance to be in that game. I mean, they got away from the running game. I didn't like that. But yeah, he for the most part, he survived it.
Well, from what I understand, it was a game of second string quarterbacks.
Yeah.
On both sides. Utah had their second string quarterback and the Buffs had their second string quarterback. And it was a competitive game, Max. You were right. You said that the Buffs had a chance to win, and they did.
I did say they had a chance to win based off of how Utah performed against Arizona and how we performed against Arizona. I said, we were close in that game and they got beat. So it could be a nice close game, and it was.
Well, Max, I'll say this. Having not watched any games all season, this was the closest game of all season out of the 5-game losing streak that they ended with.
But we got robbed of 2. Like the person said, we got robbed of 2 touchdowns. So we could have won the game if it wasn't for the ref.
You got, that sounds like solid gold that would say something like that. The refs had something to do with it. I don't fall for that. Either you play to win or you lose. And unfortunately, the Buffs lost again.
Yeah. So I'm sure you heard the news that one of the coaches stepped down. Tim Brewster, he's a tight ends coach. He followed Coach Prime from
No,
Texas.
no, Max. I didn't hear any of this news. Please tell me so I could react and respond to it intelligently.
All right, so the coach Tim Brewster, he coached Antonio Gates, man.
Okay, hold on. He coaches what on the staff
Tight
of the
ends.
Buffs? He's a tight end coach specifically,
Yeah.
and he got fired.
No, he resigned.
Oh, he resigned.
Right.
Interesting.
So he resigned now. A lot of people saying it might be to make room for Warren Sapp, but he's been around the league, NFL. He's been around college. Florida State.
Wait, Max. Warren Sapp is a defensive specialist, correct?
Right.
That doesn't jibe with me. That math isn't mathing. So this guy he resigned. Maybe he has a better offer somewhere like, say, Alabama or Georgia.
Possibly. Or he could be thinking retirement. I don't know.
But you say he's been around the league.
Yes.
And he resigned from Coach Prime's one win in the Pac-12 team.
Right.
As of today or yesterday, something like that.
He announced it on
Twitter. Oh, wow. Interesting. That,
And then also they had a 4-star quarterback, Antwann Hill Jr., decommit.
Decommit meaning he's not coming to the Buffs.
Right.
He declined.
Yes. Well, he rescinded his
so he was willing to come play, but then yesterday something happened. Wow. Okay, I'm just speculating. Pardon me, everybody in the chat. How are y'all doing today?
Oh,
this is me. No, I can't. I'd rather not see them because when I watched the playback from the other day, they don't like me. They don't like me because I speak the real. And look, I'm the biggest Coach Prime rib steak stan of all times. But I got to say what it is. The man didn't do what he came there to do. Yes, I know in the press conference yesterday, Max, pardon me, forgive me, he said, last year we was 1-11. This year we're 4-8. Okay. And
they won 3 more games than they did last year.
I guess that's a win, huh?
Yeah, it's an improvement.
It is. That's a fact.
Yep.
However, in the Pac-12, with the big boys play, 1 win. Everything else, loss. And based on what I've heard on this channel, they're going to a higher division from where they're at this year. Make it make sense.
They're going to the Big 12.
So from the Pac-12 to the Big 12.
Yep.
So it sounds like they leveled up with 1 win. So all it takes nowadays is 1 win to go from one division to the next. Okay. All right.
Well, the Pac-12 is like having problems and stuff. They're getting dissolved anyway. It wasn't just a lot. Other teams are moving to the Big 12 as well.
Yeah, well, the people in your chat, I just want to let you guys know I was wrong. I'll eat that. There were no 9 sacks of Shedeur because Shedeur didn't play. How many sacks were there yesterday, Max?
I think. Let me see. Actually, let me look.
I'll tell you. There were 0 sacks. The second string quarterback. What's his name? What's the kid's name with the chain links around his neck? Schaub. Yeah. Mr. Schaub. He didn't get touched. I saw the press conference. He said, "Hey, guys, I didn't get touched." Now, what does that say? The offensive line protected him. They protected him in the last game of the season. That's why there were no 9 sacks, because Shedeur didn't play. Shedeur did not play. DNP.
Let me see. Yeah, he got sacked twice.
Oh, he did? Well, that's less than 9. My argument is they did better without Shador. I repeat, the Buffs did better in the last game of the season without Shador. You know why? They were less than a touchdown away from winning the game with the second string quarterback in.
Yeah, he got sacked twice. I'm looking at it.
But what were his completions for passes and receptions and targets? See that part. He was able to get the passes off, right?
Well, he was 17 for 24.
17 for 24 on pass attempts and receptions.
Yeah,
For what? 2 touchdowns?
1 touchdown.
Okay. So what? They got 2 field goals?
He would have had.
Wait. Hold on, Max. Did they get 2 field goals like I said they would?
Well, they got their share of field goals, but
Okay.
he had one. He could have had 2 touchdowns, but that touchdown to Travis, the ref said it wasn't a touchdown.
You mean Travis Hunter?
Yeah, Travis Hunter.
Is he a wide receiver?
He's a wide receiver and defensive back.
Oh, so he's the new Dion.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Shador or Shiloh. It's Travis Hunter. He's the one player. See, remember when I said if I bet, on the stack, I would take Shiloh, but then I thought Shiloh was the Travis Hunter. See, I'm mistaken.
Well,
But now I know.
Shiloh's a safety.
Well, I know Shiloh forces fumbles, right?
Yeah.
That's his specialty.
Yeah.
And that's Dion's other son.
Right.
Now he's got 3 sons, right? One of them, does he have 3 sons?
Yeah, he got 3 sons. One of his sons, he's older. He don't play football anymore.
What does he do?
He does the film work behind.
He's the videographer, right?
Videographer, yeah.
No, it's videographer, Max. I made that word up.
Oh, videographer, okay.
Yeah, video photographer. He documents shit.
Right.
Not document, documents.
He documents, okay.
Yeah.
Now, Black, would you like to have some people come up in the panel and grace your presence?
I don't mind, man. I'm gonna be on my best behavior because when you invite other people on this platform up, we speak intelligently and I go on mute. It's the chat. It's the chat members, the Dion stands. They've got me feds up. But I'm gonna leave that to the chat. All right.
Guys,
must be the money.
I pinned the link to the I'm not gonna have a bunch of people on, but I pinned the link there. So if anybody would like to come on and talk to us about how you feel about the happenings on the news, it's gonna be a lot of other news come out. So this is just the beginning of it, because like I said, he's still in the rebuilding process. So there's going to be a lot of commits coming. They signing day will eventually come. So let's see who we have here. Let me see. Somebody's coming to the stage. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, Sam, you there?
Yay. Hey, everybody.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Happy belated Thanksgiving.
Hey, happy belated Thanksgiving to you as well.
Yes. So I want to join in. I will say this. I didn't see all of the game. I tapped out like at the mid of the 3rd quarter because I had seen enough. I'm like, okay, I've seen enough. And I kind of knew we were going to lose, but I was impressed with Ryan. I thought he, considering how he performed the week before, which was terrible, which was like Clown Town, he was not good at all. So either somebody got to him or he found his mojo in this game. I do think, sadly, though, we were robbed by the referees.
Right.
Just a bad officiating. I mean, Travis Hunter, I'm still upset about how they did not allow Travis to have those touchdowns that he made, which really cost us the game. I will say this, and maybe because I didn't watch all of the game, and again, I tapped out of the 3rd quarter. I keep hearing people say, "Oh my gosh, the O-line protected him." Maybe I missed that. I don't think that they did in terms of like they cared more for him than they cared for Shador. Maybe they did, and I just didn't see it. What I saw with Ryan, unlike Shador, Ryan was great at the quick release. The moment that ball was snapped, it was out of his hand. It was like, nope, you ain't sacking me.
Yeah, he wasn't playing around.
Yeah, versus Shador, it just and maybe it's just me, but when I watch Shador play, Shador, it's like I feel like Shador. I guess now since I've seen Ryan play, I feel like Shador is just waiting for the perfect time to throw the ball. It's like, dude, there is no perfect time. Or maybe, or hold on, let me finish. Or maybe maybe the way the plays are designed around him to do those, pass heavy type of plays. That's what he's waiting for. So many come open. But definitely when Ryan was there, he was like, again, the moment the ball was snapped, it was out of his hands.
Right.
Sam?
Yes.
I so appreciate your input because allow me to retort. If there was a movie about football called Any Given Sunday starring Jamie Foxx, LL Cool J, and Al Pacino, right? And in the movie, Al Pacino was telling Jamie Foxx, stop patting the ball when you drop back to pass it. You're signaling the defense. I would liken that to Shador. He holds it too long looking for the perfect pass. Whereas this other kid, Staub, he was a quick release guy. I agree with you wholeheartily.
Hey, what's up, Big Worm?
I would definitely agree with that. But go ahead. Sorry, Big Woman.
Peace to the room, man. I'm glad you opened this live because you know what I'm saying, at least you give people time enough to come in and at least come up and talk, man, because I think you need to do this more often. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You feel it in the board and in YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a lot of good channels out there too, right? And certain ones that we watch, and if you don't show up, we don't have nothing to watch, right? So I appreciate you coming on with that, man. And
I appreciate
like I say, yes, sir, indeed, man. Brewster, man. I hate he left, but if you ever listen to Coach Prime when he was down in Jackson, right? When he said he got up to that opportunity where he got where he's at now, to my Coach Prime, that he would bring certain coaches with him, and he wanted them to move on to go to bigger, better things. I think Coach Brewster, he'd be, I don't know, this is just my opinion. Y'all don't cut my neck for it. I think he moved on to somewhere else. I think you'll hear that later. Coach Bruce remind me, like I say, I graduated in the 90s, right? Late 90s, 99, right?
Okay.
We had coaches like Bruce, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm 40-some years old. We had coaches like Brewster come in and he'll touch a certain, certain genome in your body that, to get you, go beyond, get in that beast mode to go beyond your duty, Call of Duty, you know what I'm saying? And I think they're gonna be our biggest heartbeat. They're gonna be missed from CU because that's what he brought to Jackson.
Right.
That's what he brought to CU, and that's gonna be a big heartbeat because they already know when he coming. It's a certain genome that he communicate to wake up in the body. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, that's gonna be something that be missed. Brewster, that was my favorite coach. Him and Coach Mo, the spring coach and all that. But I want to say, man, that was a good game to CU, right? And that's why, Coach Prime always preached on domination. Because when you dominate, when you had them kind of refs, they dictated, the ref had dictated a whole lot of them games. You know what I'm saying? Even though they done bad or good, but the whole point, the ref kind of dictate that one yesterday. And I seen that.
Something you said. You were right about that. Coach Prime did say that they're a team of head coaches, and he wants them to go on to bigger and better things if they get the opportunity. So I don't know if he's thinking retirement or he's thinking of doing something else. But nonetheless, if he still wants to be in the game, he's going to be in the game somewhere. And Coach Prime is cool with that,
But so, I mean, when you got a coach like Brewster, right, that was willing to step down and let you make the moves, and not quite sure when they move were made strategic, right? Coach Brewster already put it in resignation. That was just a move that Coach Prime said, okay, you gonna do this. Let me just go on and let you, move you down so you be able, your transition be out smoothly. You get what I'm saying? So the announcement came up. So I'm thinking about being professionalism, right? When you're doing professionalism, they not gonna do the disservice to Coach Prime and say jump on Twitter or something and just say I'm resigning. It's something that's already put in place. Coach Brewster don't put me as a coach that just up and jump and do something without using professionalism first. And then just respect that, when they made a transition from, that OC to OC type deal, Coach Brewster was heading out anyway. You get what I'm saying? So I think his resignation was already put in effect, you know what I'm saying? Because I think he got the call. You know what I'm saying? Hey, we need a head coach. I see your move, how you were doing things. Your professionalism outweighed everything. We need you to run it. And I think he either got a head coaching job somewhere else or he went back to the NFL.
Either that or
Big
he just
Worm.
like, you know what? He been coaching a long time, so he probably like, I'm ready to just chill now.
I don't think he got that. He don't got that because the passion that Coach Brewster had. Because I've been watching, between Jackson and CU, right? The passion that Coach Brewster had, he loved them kids. And that old coach that they got on the defensive line would retire before he would do. So Coach Brewster still got a whole lot of him. Go ahead, Black.
Big Worm. I know better than to mess with your money because it's not funny, Sam. I mess with the man's emotions. Now, I look at a resignation as I quit. I'm stepping away. I'm getting out the way, to be politically correct. However, it's interesting that this timing happened the day after the season is over. I'm done.
Well, like I mentioned, like I mentioned before, right? That I think Coach Brewster did it professionally, right? I think he already had it. He already put in it 2 week notice and stuff like that. But I think he done it professional. I don't think he just up and jump say, "Hey, yo, I'll just resign." It's already been planned to do that, and I think
Okay, I get
off. You know what I'm saying? I don't think.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
But I just want to touch on the game, right? And I didn't want to just come up there straight out go into the game without the title of the room. You get what I'm saying? Because he did was talking about Coach Brewster when he opened up the floor when he was giving the dissertation. You know what I'm saying? I look at the game. Staub did good. You know what I'm saying? They played to his ability. If you watch Staub, his tape, and what I've been hearing, that he's a different type quarterback. You know what I'm saying? The bootleg option pass and all that. That's his type style of quarterbacking. And I was waiting for that option to come out because he do pretty good with the option. They had the back for him to run it. That's why number 3 was in the backfield with him when he was doing all that, right? He was the perfect pitch option, guy to run it with him. But the RPOs, he did good with that. He rolled out, he'd attack. He didn't have no choice but to go and get rid of it. And like I say, Shador had a quick release. And you know what I'm saying? And Staub got one too. Don't count Shador out with that. Staub ain't had no choice. Because if you watched him at the game when he came in when got hurt, you know what I'm saying? They were after his ass. So when they came in, they had a perfect plan because they worked detailed and onto his strengths of what he can do. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to understand that was the last game for both teams, and it wasn't all the first teams that were out there actually playing. You know what I'm saying? So you got to keep that in mind.
Okay, so Max, you want to interject, but I want to ask Sam, do you want to go first so I could go second, or how we going to work this? Go ahead, Max.
It's up to Sam if she want to go.
No. I'm just listening right now. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Black.
Okay, so here's my suggestion, right? When you compare the previous games that Shador was the quarterback and the team suffered so many devastating losses to this game that was very, or should I say, highly competitive within a touchdown's reach of winning. Like nobody, I won't say nobody. I didn't think it would be that competitive. And, one aspect is there were 2 second string quarterbacks, right? But the other aspect, when we look at it from the Buff side, is the quarterbacking styles and how this game was closer than many of the past games that were lost by such a spread. And I'll leave it right there on the table.
I agree. Like I say, that if I'm not mistaken, Utah had their third or fourth string quarterback out there, right, man?
Yeah.
Third string, right? So when you look at a lot of their third and fourth string played too on the field, I don't think that they was gonna put their starters out there when they was already guaranteed a bowl game anyway, right? So I think they rest some of their players. Some of them played, some of them didn't. You know what I'm saying? A lot of CU players didn't play yesterday too. Some were sick. Some didn't make no sense for them to play no way. They weren't playing for anything. You let the other guys play. And like I say, Staub would do good with another team. You know what I'm saying? And now you know what they Coach Prime, I respect Coach Prime for even saying that, right? And that should push Staub to, you know what, look, man, I might, have a better chance of even staying here, getting the bag or something, or go somewhere else and start. Because Staub did pretty good, and just like Sam said, his quick relief was on it. And Staub held that ball about 2 to 3 seconds. It was gone. But like I say, they played to his strengths. A lot of plays that was designed for Staub that well, with that OC, I forgot the OC name. The OC designed for him to cut loose, and they well fit for him. Right.
Can I
Say it
say
again.
something? Can I interrupt?
The RPOs and all that. Go ahead, Sam.
Can I interrupt for about a minute? I want to kind of push back on what digital media says. Sorry, chronic digital media said about how, with this particular game, Ryan did so great and we only lost by like a touchdown or something like that. That's not true. We've had other close games that we've lost that were pretty close. So let me kind of give you a little recap. When we played against Arizona won 34, we had 31. So we lost by like a field goal.
Sam, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but can we go from the most recent games?
Yes, that is recent.
The last game was before Utah was like 56-4.
Yeah, that was 56-4. That was also the game that, remember, Shador got hurt in that game, and then Ryan got in that game, and he was a new quarterback, and then you could just tell everybody's soul left their body because it just, even though they lost so bad for me, I don't even count that game because they were so off.
How can you not count that game? There's another. Let's go to another game real quick.
Well, yes.
There was a game where you guys were up.
Let me finish. I'm speaking.
I'm sorry, Sam.
Let me finish. I want to finish. So you said you made a statement earlier that Ryan played so good and he played better than like Shador, and we only lost by a few points, and we haven't really done that before, whatever you said. And I'm trying to prove a point that there have been other games that we have lost, and the score was pretty close. When we played Arizona won by, Arizona, they won. They had 34 points. We had 31. When we played against UCLA, you know who that quarterback is. We lost by what? I think it was a touchdown. Then when we played against,
they came back, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. When we played against Colorado, no, I'm sorry. When we played against when we played against USC with Caleb as the quarterback, we lost by what? 1 freaking touchdown. I mean, there are other games that we lost, not by a lot, but by small margins. So to say, oh, Ryan is so great because we lost by a touchdown doesn't denote the fact that we lost from other teams that were much more harder, which had better offenses, defenses, and quarterbacks. And we came within sometimes a field goal or an actual goal. And you also have to understand that with the reality of it is, I think Utah was on their third backup quarterback.
Well, according to the chat, it's the 4th or 5th string quarterback.
Oh, well, I knew it was something. So yeah, I'm not trying to take it away from Ryan. Did great, but
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Sam.
Some of these really tough games not by a large blowout. I mean, the ones that were really blowouts were against Oregon and Washington, and Washington was because Shador was hurt.
Well, okay. Now, I'm glad you said that. Let me just say 2
Y'all took my thought away and didn't let me finish.
So hold on, Big Worm, because I need you to address this part, right? So the first part is, forgive me, because I look at the most recent games backwards, right? So the last game before this one, they lost 56-14. It just sticks out. And then there was another game, a couple of games back in the losing streak, where they blew a 29-point lead or something like that.
Yeah, Stanford.
That was Stanford.
And that just messes with my head in terms of the stats. I'm more of a numbers guy. I don't have to watch the game to see the stats and be like, whoa, what happened here? And just comparatively speaking, those 5 games, or I'm sorry, the 4 games that Shedeur lost by himself, and this guy being so close and competitive, it just stands out to me.
Well, I want to say this real quick about Staub. He did play. He did play really well. Coach Prime admitted it. He said it. He said, I don't think he wants to be a backup anywhere. He wants to play. If he wants to play for us, then that's cool. Or he goes somewhere else. He acknowledged like he could play somewhere else, but there was some news that happened today that might change his mind because Antwann Hill just rescinded his commitment. So being that that's the case, he might sit down with Staub and say, listen, I know that you want to play, but we do need a backup here. And it looks like you might grow into that starting position when Shedeur leaves. But for right now, we would like to have you stay. Because that's what I would be saying. I would like to have you stay. I like how you came in with little bit of time and you had a good showing. And you will, work well in the off season, get you some training and, have a good training camp, and you could work your way into that second role. Because every team needs a backup. You can't have Shedeur go out and the quarterbacks come in, don't know what they're doing. You got to have
Max,
a legitimate backup.
I'm so sorry for interrupting you. I got to drop down. My phone is about to die. But I have one last question for Big Worm, Sam, and you. In the chat, why didn't Shedeur play? I'll be white black.
Okay.
Broken ribs. That was mentioned that he had broken rib. That was my understanding.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Did they say? Because Coach Prime didn't say. He didn't say whether he didn't say.
No, he just said, but it wouldn't make no sense for him to play if you're gonna have him to play. I thought he mentioned something about him having an injury, right? So I don't think if he had actually keep prolonging that injury, that would have bled over to the next season. He didn't want that to happen. Staub, I think, like you say, I think Staub, he'll be a good backup with the way they plan Shedeur. I don't think he has touched his field unless they blowing them out. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah,
I think Staub's good enough to be. I think he's good enough to be a quarterback for a school. And I bet you a school gonna call him and pay him right. That if they threw him a bag in my league, you know what I'm saying? But like I say, they well designed plays for Staub to do what he got to do. We know he didn't play the top starter because you got to understand that the other team didn't know what they were gonna get from Staub. You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of like when we played TCU, right? They didn't know what to expect from, you know what I'm saying, CU. There was something different.
Here's the thing, though. You can't go into a season without a legitimate backup because this game is dangerous. Shedeur can go out, and if he goes out, they're going to lose the rest of the season. They got to have a backup. So if I was Coach Prime, because the news came out that, their future quarterback after Shedeur leave is gone. But in the interim, they got to have a legitimate backup just in case the Shedeur get hurt. So they
Staub be the perfect fit, right?
Stay, huh?
They come to him with the bag and say, "Look, man, look, I got the commercial lined up for you. Do a Wurzel commercial. You know what I'm saying? Sunny D or something. You know what I'm saying? We could throw you a little bag, get you started. You know what I'm saying? Put you on the payroll, get you incentives, make these certain touchdowns. We just need you here, buddy. You know what I'm saying? I get him right. You know what I'm saying? I think that's granted. I think he deserved that. And then you know what impressed me even more? Just like you just reported, last night. What Coach Prime said, and I heard him say it too. We got to slide that card, man.
Yep.
This ain't gonna work. You got to slide that card. A lot of people want to come to play on the strength of me, and that ain't good enough yet. Y'all got to come on with the bad, man.
Yeah, they definitely want to play for him, but this is the way college football is set up now. I had just illustrated with that freshman Caden Proctor up at Alabama. He's close to, well, it's approximate number. It's not the definite number that he has in his pocket, but it's close to $500,000. So it could be a little more, a little less, just approximate value of what he's standing at right now. But
Just
yeah, they need a bag. Hey Brooks, how you doing?
what's going on, bro? You doing all right, bro?
Max, I'm good, man. Yeah, I'm doing good, man. Max, I'm one of your subscribers. I've been with you since almost day one,
Oh,
so I
thank you. I
appreciate your
appreciate it.
content, my brother.
I appreciate it.
Couple of things a couple of things I just wanted to share. That number one, with regard to Coach Prime, Coach Prime has he we know that he's old school, and here's the thing: he's trying. A lot of these recruits have not caught what the situation is, and somebody need to tell them that this NIL deal that you're trying to go after now, your value is not in the NIL. Your value is playing for Colorado Buffaloes, because you're going to be seen more than any other college, and that's what's going on at this time. They're getting preferential treatment when it comes to being shown on Fox, on ESPN, and now they're going to the Big 12. They're going to be even more on every Saturday at some point. So they have to, we need to be careful not getting caught up in recruits decommitting, because December is when they're going to sign it in ink. So just let us sit back and wait. And then Staub will be wise in staying with Coach Prime at least for one more year, so that he can get some experience, because he's a true freshman. So they're not going to offer him a whole lot anyway, because he's not used to playing for college.
Yeah, I agree with you. He could
That's what,
still get some
you know.
experience under his
That's the
belt.
thing that I see.
I can see that he can get some experience on it, because if it's me, I'm like, look, he might like it up there. He might like the university. And like, look, I'm gonna stay and ride this out, and I'm gonna be a team player, and yeah, I'm a. But Coach Prom admitted it. He's like, the kid played good. If he wants to play somewhere, he said either for us or somewhere else. I understand. So Coach Prime gets that, and I'm sure Coach Prime is already up with the times. He understands that. He personally don't like the NIL, but it's just the way it is now.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
we got to swipe the credit card.
Hey, Matt and Brooke, I agree with y'all, and also I charge the parents too, right? They need to start getting, if they sticking their hand out, they need to get more endorsement for their kids. Have more support in what they're doing when them kids go to college and play anyway. It's open for them to do that, and I think they need to get it, get on the ground and run and support their own children too, right? You know what I'm saying? So y'all made some good point.
Well, here's the thing. When Coach Prime in his press conference, he said something. I had mentioned it before. All you got to do is go to the top schools, right? He already said it. They got a quarterback. They can stop the run. They got some trench work, nice trench work going on. He knows what he needs. But then he said this: all you got to do is just pull up the form and see how much they spent. You got to look at how much they spent for their starters. Just go look at how much they spent and then tally it up. And now we got to come up with a budget. So he can go the long route. He can wait a couple years to build his team, work with what he have now and build people up, or he can go out and buy a championship like these other big name colleges. They've been around a while, so they have a head start than him. So, but he wants to win now, so he got to go out there and try to get those players. So, but here's the thing: you said something about signing day. We haven't even gotten there yet, so there's going to be a lot of players coming.
Yeah,
that we're
exactly.
Gonna go, okay, now I see what's happening now. So we gonna have to wait and see. It's still early, their season just was over, so it's going to be a lot of news coming out about players leaving. You're going to have some players leaving too.
We got to wait till next month.
Right, we got to wait till next month.
Yeah, the next month will be interesting. Matt and Brooks and Sam
But look, here's another thing. Somebody said it in the chat. The NIL. Here's the dark side of the NIL. when you on a team in that locker room and you have a couple millionaires, or well, not millionaires, a couple people that's really touching some money, and then other players are not, you got to have a balance. Because if you look at the rosters where I was talking about, there's a balance there. Everybody is not getting millions. You know, we know this. But
Yeah, because
they're at least in the upper hundreds of thousands, though. So it has to be a balance. And
yeah, but
give me a second. He just took over the team, so he will work out that balance probably in year 2. But he just took over, so he didn't know that, you know, all this was going to happen, the ticket sales and all that. He had an idea that it was going to happen, but it was really big what happened. So now they have some wiggle room. They probably going to have some wiggle room to swipe that credit card to make sure it's balanced out. So we're going to see a definite change in year 2.
Yeah, I did a revenue pull of Colorado in Boulder, right? They pulled over $69.7 billion of revenue within it, you know what I'm saying, that state. And that money there, right? Another thing, you know, when Coach Prime, he understand the NIL. And if he didn't, he got kids that understand it. So I'm quite sure they put him up on game about what really worked. And just like you say, this is first year, you know what I'm saying, in the Power 5 and understanding how it really go. Because you got to understand, you know, when Coach Prime ran into some certain thing, he said, this is new to me. And it's new to him, right? And I understand that. And certainly, and you know, when you look at certain players that came from Jackson and came from different places, that they have people behind them to make sure they get these endorsements, these advertisement deals, and so on and so on negotiation, versus the other parents just sitting back, got their hands out and banking out their kid talent and stuff instead of pushing more than just being the support system instead of handing their hands out. You know what I'm saying? So is there, like I say, is it fair for the kids? Not necessarily, but it got to be work behind the scenes too on the parent part as well, backing their kid.
Yeah, the game is
Big
changed,
Worm.
though.
Let me add on to something you. Go ahead, Max.
Go ahead, Brooks.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Big Worm is right to an extent. You have to remember at Jackson State, with the endorsements that Coach got with Walmart, American Airlines, Under Armour, with some of those kids benefited from the NIL because Coach set it up for them. They talked about who they wanted to do the NIL, and they did that. Number 2 is that when it comes to these recruits, is Coach knows that, he's not green to the NIL. Let's not assume that, because that would be wrong. But he said himself, we're going to do a survey and see what other colleges are paying for the NIL, and what they have said, and it's been said, and it's been documented, that 5430 program, they're going to have to get some alumni and some millionaires to donate to that 5430 program so they can be able to participate on a greater scale on the NIL.
Right. You remember even before the season started, Coach Prime said that teams was offering Travis Hunter a few $1 million to leave, to not come to Colorado. The money is there out there.
Yeah, Colorado, and if they said they didn't have the money now, right? Or they got it now, even when they generated from games and $254 million been generated throughout the college and game alone. And, you know, like I say, I've been collecting data through conversations, you know, and do a little research. I ain't, you know, go farther in the, the rabbit hole, but it's there for them players. But like I say, just like Coach Prime mentioned yesterday, and you kept harping on this, they're gonna have to slide that credit card and spend the bag if they want to win. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's important. That's part of the game. They might as well get used to it. But I'm thinking like this, man. When you start to have them boosters getting together and start dictating, that's when you're gonna see Coach Prime is gonna be that long. So that's why I say, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's why I think it's important. And like I say, you know, when he said he want these kids that come in that didn't have a father and all this, we understand that and see how hungry it is. but it's a lot more than the kids had to deal with and the coaches had to understand. And now they see how much workload that they get, even though they're trying to manage and say, okay, we didn't do that back in the days, but this is a different kind of generation dealing with a different kind of level of things. You get what I'm saying? So when you don't, I think they need to have more literature on the NIL, especially dealing with the athletes as a whole, not just only football, but at least start them in high school. Because you know how we was brought up in school, and you remember that Matt, how we brought up, it was hardcore. We would get prepared for the world in the ninth grade.
Right.
These kids have been, you know what I'm saying, if we weren't good playing football, we weren't good enough to start. We weren't gonna start. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So these kids that they got now, they come through the system, they've been pampered. You know what I'm saying? So once they got in college, they ain't prepared for this kind of stuff, man. Some is, but not. It's supposed to be all of them, but not all of them not prepared for that because a lot of them been pampered through school. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I think the parents not just only the coach in the school, but the parents starting to get more involved or helping them kids get endorsement because they got their hands. Some of them parents, I'm not saying all of them, but some of them that banking on their kids' success for them to make it. You know what I'm saying? They need to get out there on the track and really work for it and try to get their kids pushed ahead with the NIL. Because at the end of the day, I don't need to be watching your pocket and see how much you make. I just need to do my job. You get what I'm saying? That's what I'm there for. And, you know, like you say, not all of them going to be NFL players. I wish they need to stop saying that to the kids. They know they all ain't going to be NFL players. But the ones that get the message, you know what I'm saying, that's not getting that support, the parents need to push behind it because really it's not the school and the coach's responsibility to make sure they get that. They chose to play football, so that's what they get it. Because at the end of the day, if I would have got paid for playing softball in the summer, baseball or football, you know, during the fall and spring and 2-a-day practices, I think I need to get paid too. But I chose to play that sport.
Hey, let me, JR, you there? JR Boxing.
Yeah, I'm here, Matt.
Peace,
What's
dog.
going on with you, man?
Peace, JR. What's going on, man?
Nothing much, man. I just want to, chime in about the NIL and collective. So the 5430 is more so of a collective for CU, so they can establish like getting big name, players to the campus and things like that. Because what college football has now become is an arms race.
Yeah.
Who has the most money to draw the biggest talent to the school? So if you're not an established program like the Alabamas or the Georgias of the world, that is a football, it's an NFL factory. Young men want to know, okay, then what you offering at this point? Because all the other schools are offering. So that was the collective that CU put together. Now the NIL, that's a totally different thing. Once you get on campus, you need to prove yourself in order to have NILs. If you think about like some of the largest NILs in NCAA, it's some of the star athletes, the Caleb Williams, the Shedeur Sanders, the Travis Hunters, because they can produce on the field. So like a guy like Ryan Staub, he's not really going to get much NIL love, because he has nothing to show of what he produced on the field outside of one game. So even from a collective, like if a collective standpoint, going to a school and they're doing a collective, there's not much tape that Ron Staub can put out to say, well, here's 100,000. Like a school would be crazy to offer Ron Staub 100,000 to come to their school. If they were doing that, it would probably be like sure hate for
JR, you
Colorado.
so on point, man. You so on point.
Yeah, so like when you think about the collectives and things like that, like what CU did not have when Coach Prime showed up, one, they didn't even have money to pay him. So one, they had to fundraise to get money to pay him. But then, Coach Prime understood, hey, in order for us to be competitive, we need money. We need collective money. There's an article out there that the coach from Ohio State, Ryan Day, he said, we need $13 million just to keep our roster intact.
Thank you.
$13 million. That's
Thank
a lot
you.
of money. So CU didn't have that money. Like they have endowment money, but you can't pay students off of endowment. You have to have the collective money. You got to have those boosters pouring in the money. Now, the money's in the region, but 20 years of suffering nobody want to come out of their pocket really, because you kind of you want to see the product on the field first.
Right.
Hey, JR, can I ask you a question? Do you think, I think Coach Prime understood that. I don't think CU understood that. And I think that's the missing communication, because the whole point of, I think Coach Prime understood that. But do you think CU didn't understand? Now they see it. Because you remember with Coach Prime, I kept saying it when he mentioned, said we need to slide that card. So I hope they, they see that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say, I think Coach Prime gonna be there for a while. But once they start getting the boosters together, they gonna run them out of there. You know what I'm saying?
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, but I'm from the South, right? I ain't trying to cut you off. I'm from North Louisiana, right? And we had good football teams, but it was always this private team that went around Louisiana and get the best players and come back and beat the brakes off. You know what I'm saying? So that's what the NIL kind of remind me of, collecting all the good players to beat the brakes off another team.
For him to get
so
right, he's looking at probably looking at $10 million to get him right.
No, absolutely. Like,
because he got to flip some players from other colleges that's already established. He's looking about $10 million.
Yeah, that's why I say that's the language.
All the trenches in the defense.
That's why I said that's the language that Coach Prime understood that off the gate, but I don't think CU understood that, and now they see it now.
Yeah, they know.
No,
I
disagree.
They probably know it better than us.
So they don't disagree. The CEOs did not see that. They don't want to pay that money. You see Coach Prime to get his the money he's deserving.
Hold on, we're cutting everybody. I'm sorry. What you saying, Sam?
Yeah, let me just say this. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. His just change of heart literally just happened within the past 24 hours. When he first came earlier in this year, he said he made several statements, several interviews. He was not going to pay players. Period. He's like, I'm not playing players. I'm not an ATM. Because and then he said earlier in the year, because then it becomes a bidding war. Like, oh, say this is what this is what this university is offering me. What are you offering me? And he said he didn't want to play that game. He also reiterated that earlier last week, saying the same thing at a press conference, talking about how he didn't want to pay the players. He said there's other ways that we can pay people. We can play people through NIL, blah, 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 blah. And then he made that statement. He goes, we are not an ATM. Now, hold on. Somebody must have gotten to him recently, because then he said, you know what? And the most recent press conference, he said something like, yeah, I do realize that in order for us to get some things, it's about cost. And you know what? And somebody put some numbers in front of me about what the top teams are paying for their players. So he basically said he was reevaluating. And let me just say this before you interrupt. He is naive to think that we are going to get top players and pay them nothing. And let me be very clear. Can any of you name 5 O-linemen or 5 players on defense in college football that has lucrative NIL deals?
Yeah, I can name a lot of them. Caden Proctor. There's a lot of offensive linemen. Go look at Notre Dame. These players are sitting on hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Okay, are they NIL deals, or are they from collectives?
Yeah, NILs too. They got endorsements as well.
Okay,
yeah, and look, the richest, obviously the main. Well, as far as like, it's two, like JR said, it's two separate things. NIL and people in the background paying you money. But as far as like endorsements, yeah, they have endorsements and all that type of stuff. But you got to go to the program and see it, and go on their Instagram and see the stuff they're promoting. Yeah, they have it.
The ones I know are obviously for NIL would be like Bo Nix, Travis, Caleb, Arch Manning, Shador, things like that. And the reason why I say O-lineman, I can't think of any O-lineman that I'm seeing in ads and commercials and things like that. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because if we don't pay these people up front, how are they going to get this NIL money? In order for them to get the NIL money, we've got to start winning. But if we don't, if we have
you pay, like, there's people in the background that are millionaires and billionaires that'll pay them, but we never gonna know who they are.
Right? Coach Prime, NIL.
Coach Prime understood that. I mean,
guys, hold on one second. when you talk about
Hold up,
NIL
hold up, hold up.
evaluation, you just named the top, like Bronny James, Olivia Doon, Shador, Travis.
Arch and Caleb. I'm talking
But
about.
as
Go
far
ahead.
as like players getting money, we don't know how much they're getting. We only know approximate a number that they're getting, but there's players out there that's really getting money, but it's in the background. Now that's separate from NIL and endorsements, but there's a lot of top offensive linemen out there that was in the draft last year. They already had about $500,000 in their bank account already.
But was it off of? And this is what I'm trying to say. My whole thing is they are be. This is what we both agree on. They're the top players, the O linemen, and the defense. They're being paid. Even though I may not see them in like Burger King commercials and McDonald's commercials and all this other stuff that Shador and Travis and Bo Nix and Caleb Williams, all of them have. We know that they're getting paid. My question is, how are the O linemen getting paid? Because they're getting
I just
paid.
said it. There's people in the background that are millionaires that are paying them to come to the school.
They're probably paying them through the collectives.
No,
correct?
not necessarily. Yeah, do the collectives, and also
No,
you got
no.
alumni. You got a rich alumni that's paying.
Right.
Yeah.
But my question is, my thing is, Coach Prime says he doesn't want them to get paid unless it's through NIL.
Well, then
Coach Prime, they wasn't about guys get paid. Come on now, we all know that Coach Prime. You probably don't, but I'm saying that Coach Prime got his sons and people around him getting paid. He never had a problem with them getting paid. The problem was when they come up to their students not playing for the school, they playing for themselves to get the clout. That was about.
Yeah, I know
But
what
boy, as them guys come to play, come on now, you think Coach Prime? See, you didn't have the money to pay, just like J.R. Box was saying, and we also listen to. See, you didn't even have the money to pay the Coach Prime.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So how are they gonna play the player?
They're in a
See, you didn't understand that. That's the language that Coach Prime was representing the school. That's why he said what he said. But now he said, now you see we need it. He tried to go.
Let me say this. Yeah, they're in the building process. So now they're in year 2. So it's not like when he first got there. So they do have some resources available now to actually, because he said it, we need to swipe the credit card. And now he's, he know more about the NIL and the collectors than anybody. He knows about it. Because his sons have taken advantage of it. So he knows about how it works. But he said to the players, I don't want them to concentrate on the NIL. I want them to concentrate on the NFL. But the reality of it is he's only speaking to less than 1% that's going to have a chance to go to the NFL. So these kids want the money now. And for him, see, what he want to do is, he wants to go out and get some established talent that is almost NFL ready. Yes, he got to swipe the credit card. Not him. He don't have to swipe the credit card. That's not his responsibility. Yep. But somebody got to swipe a credit card to get him. Because look, even he said it. They've been getting calls left and right. The players want to come there probably, but they want to know what is in it for them. Because he said it. Players was calling left and right, emailing them left and right, say I'm available. But he's going to have to swipe that credit card for them to come. Not him, but somebody.
Exactly.
But as far as NIL, you're right. You're going to have to prove yourself on the field. And the more it's like popularity, the more popularity you get, then you might get some endorsement deals on top of that as well. But that's like a performance-based thing, the popularity. Bronny James is popular just by way of his father. Olivia Doon is very popular, so she's getting good money. But yeah, these kids don't care. They want to know, can you cut me a check before I get there? Like they did Travis Hunter, because before Travis Hunter committed and said, yeah, I'm following Coach Prime to Jackson State, they were offering him a few $1 million not to come. But we just don't know who the teams were because Coach Prime didn't name the teams. But he said, yeah, they offered him a few $1 million just to not come, to come to where they are. So, but that's somebody cutting a check that we don't even know about. Just like, what's his name? The co-founder of Microsoft. He supports a college. I can't remember. Is it Washington he supports? He cuts checks, just to support the team or whatever. It could be him. He could be a major donor. Like, all right, Michael Penix, you had a really good year. Let me cut you $500,000 real quick. That's a tax write-off to him. So, but yeah, they need they need somebody to swipe that credit card. But he said it. We can see how much the teams are paying, and we're gonna see that the season just ended. There's gonna be a lot of news coming in of players coming in, so we're just gonna have to wait for it and see. But I'm pretty sure our eyebrows gonna raise on a few of them, and then also there's gonna be some players leaving probably too. That's just the way it is with every team, you know. It's almost
When do you
like
think when do you think they'll start?
the transfer portal is kind of like free agency almost. That's the way they treating it.
When
So
do
there's
you
going to
think
be
they'll start?
so much news coming out. This is just the beginning.
Max, when do you think the players will start to like hop into the transfer portal?
Do anybody know the date? I can't remember the date when it opens
They
up.
have to wait till next month.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's December 4th.
Yeah, it's next month.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, you know that
Yeah.
news is coming. We don't know. There's something coming down the pipe because I know the pregame show guy, Uncle Neely, he said, yeah, you know the haters are gonna be talking once that transfer portal open up. So he knows something coming down the pipe that some players are leaving. But we just don't know yet once it comes out. Because, you know, it's with every team, but the only thing is with this team, everybody's watching this team. But, you know, we're gonna see. There's a couple coaching changes going on around the country where some players are going to be available for Coach Prime to go after. Michigan State. There's a quite other Ohio State maybe. No, not where. No, excuse, not Ohio State. Michigan. There's a few players, man, that's out there that they're just looking to come over. We'll see. Go ahead, guys. Let me see. Where is Amani? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah,
How you
no,
doing,
no,
Amani?
no problem, brother. Can y'all? I'm good, man. Can y'all hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good deal. So, man, I just got a statement and one quick question. So, like with NIL name, image, likeness, and guys getting these endorsement deals, just from like just past just regular business experience, it's hard. It takes some real brand building and some like you said, some popularity for a company to want you to endorse their products and their brands and the things that they're putting out there. So like I know on that end that can be hard,
right.
like someone else was saying, for an old lineman to get. But I know y'all mentioned something about that's why I don't understand how players just keep thinking they're just gonna get an NIL. It just don't work like that. But
right.
Y'all mentioned something about a collective. So I'm wondering, like, what is that part? Because like you can't just give someone an NIL because it ain't just happening like that, you know, unless you do have that popularity, because we're going to be using your name, image, and likeness to sell our business. But what is this collective thing? How does that work with paying players? Because that sounds a little like
That's
the
basically
old
coming from the schools.
JR, you wanted to explain it again?
Yeah, I'll give you an example. So I'm a University of Texas like fan. I'm a fan of Coach Prime, but I'm a University of Texas Longhorns fan. Their collective, like they offer players minimum $25,000 for coming to the school. Now, obviously, like your name and cachet will bring in more money for you, the individual. But if you're just a run-of-the-mill guy and they are looking to bring you to the school, $25,000 up front to come to the University of Texas. So most of your linemen that are like not big name, high profile athletes and stuff like that, they'll just get $25,000 for signing at the school. Like you sign your national letter of intent, you get on campus, boom, $25,000 for you to come to school. And that's through the university. That's through fundraising and things like that through the university.
So I understand like where the money may come from, but I'm trying to figure out in what form do they pay it? Do they pay it in the form of a scholarship? Is this just saying like, here we just putting $25,000 in your bank account? I'm just trying to figure out how that works.
Yep, they can do that.
They just put it in your bank account now.
They can also buy you cars. They can also lease you to have nice loft apartments. I mean, some of these old linemen, the ones that Coach Prime wants, but he doesn't realize he's gonna have to cough up, are getting anywhere from like $225,000 to $250,000. They are paying linemen.
Hey Sam.
Is it legal though? Is that legal through like? Because I thought NIL was just strictly like, all right, you're able to make money off of your. I didn't think it meant that. Basically, back in the day when they used to pay players on the table, it can be on top of the table now.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's on top of the table. So what they call the
Wow.
NIL,
You have to
the
It's two
NIL
separate.
is separate.
It's
Yeah, the
separate.
NIL is
And
separate.
NIL is separate from the collective.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Collective, Amani would be like
but it's
me.
both of them, and
Yeah,
but both of them are.
let's say, hold on 1 second. A collective would be like all of us. Hold on, all of us would. Let's say there's a foundation, the 5430 Foundation. You gave 50,000. Brooks gave 50,000. Max gave. We all are giving all this money in the collective, and then from the collective, that's when they start parceling out. You get a car. You get a car. You get a condo lease, and all this other stuff. That's how they're doing it. That's different from NIL and brand deals.
Hey, do y'all remember Coach Prime? He said this in a meeting. Sam, you might remember. I think you mentioned it before. Remember, they also give them vouchers to get apartments.
Yep.
Yeah, he mentioned that. He said, "Don't y'all eat good? Then we give you housing allowance. They get housing allowance too."
Yep.
Yeah, it's a pretty good deal, man. Like I'm thinking about it. Like college now, it's really a good deal. I mean, there's some
But
bad
both of
sides to it too.
the 5430 and the NIL, both of them endorsed by by NCAA.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you can put into it.
Yes.
Like you can go on
And
the
then I will
website
also-
and donate.
And then I will also, and now one more thing. I will also say this: we're talking about legal things like the NIL and the collective. We're all grown-ups. We all know that they are also giving these students money under the table that we don't even know about. That's not in the collective. That's not an NIL deal. If I really want, Max, if I really, really wanted you to play for my my football team, and you say, Sam, what you giving me is not enough. What other things can you give me? I'm gonna make sure all of a sudden your mom gets a car. All of a sudden, you know what? I'm gonna pay your rent for your mom's apartment for the next 2 or 3 years. Like they're doing things under the table to also get these people.
You know what I would do in that situation? That I would just say, here's now also, like you said, it's based on everybody here. I think y'all was saying as well, all y'all agree. It also based on who you are. Like, let's say like Bear Alexander. I'm just giving him as an example. He was on a national championship team last year and won the national championship. He played a integral role in that. He played a lot of significant playing time. And he transferred over to USC. But he said something on his Instagram. I never forget it. Somebody said, "Oh, you getting the bag?" He said, "I already had the bag. That ain't no problem. I've already had it." And he got a nice condo in Los Angeles, a high rise. So it's the money, like we all agree now, the NIL and collectors, that's all different. But there's other money we never gonna know about that they're getting, right? So we don't know actually how much they're worth really, because they're not gonna tell, because people pocket watch, so they're not gonna tell. I wouldn't recommend them saying it anyway. But yeah, it's big money in college football, and Coach Prime, he knows what he knows what he needs to win. He knows that the first year he building the foundation, but he also know, like, okay, I see what they're paying. He knows more about it than we do, because he know people behind the scenes, so he know what's going on. So he's gonna go to his people and say, look, we got to put together a budget, and based upon that budget, we can build a better team next. We can add on some additions to make this team better, and then year 3 we can keep doing the same thing, and the next thing you know, we're competing for a title. Hopefully, it just costs. It's just, that's the way it is now. Like, I'm glad the kids are getting paid. I mean, everybody's not going to get paid the same. It's not, nothing is fair in this world. That's just the way it is. But I like that, the fact that the kids can monetize their YouTube and things like that. Like, I recommend some of the players, like, look, take advantage of it. You're on this team. Because if it was me, let's say if I'm not really getting significant playing time on Colorado, but I'm still getting my free education, getting other benefits. I'm gonna start marketing myself, getting a YouTube, getting different things on social media, so I can, get more money. I think they got to really look at it as a bit. Look, they even have agents for the NIL. You can hire an agency to go out and get you endorsements. It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Go ahead, y'all. I'll let y'all talk. Go ahead.
I'm just reading the comments. Basically,
okay.
the comments are echoing exactly all of what we're saying.
Yeah, they are.
They're saying that they are saying that Travis actually bought his girlfriend a Tesla.
Yeah, and that song, when that good, she started crying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then they said the Ultimate Classical, who's been registered him. See, they bought him a condo.
Really?
Oh yeah, a bunch of y'all are really spilling the tea up in the chat.
I don't. Look. With Travis,
all kinds of tea.
Look with Travis.
I just think it's interesting. I'm sorry. Oh, go ahead, bro.
Who's that? Jr.
Amani.
Oh, Mike, give me 1 second. I like
Go ahead,
with
bro.
Travis, right? He seems like he's a really good kid. I don't know him. He's a good kid, like clean cut. Coach said he don't really get in trouble. He don't get in trouble. He just don't go to the clubs. So I like that he monetizes YouTube and doing this thing like that. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Amani.
No, I was just gonna say it's just interesting because this is my first time really understanding how that collective part works, and it just seems like everyone keeps leading with the face of NIL, but a lot of this, the NIL, it ain't NIL. Even when I think about now I see people trying to find ways to regulate. It's the collective part because everybody say I want the NIL money. No, this is the
donate to the collective if you wanted to. If you go on their website, go into a player picture, it's gonna have a dollar sign there. It's gonna have a dollar sign to where you can sign up and start donating to the collective.
Wow. So I can give money directly to a player.
If you want to pledge $20, you could.
I can get that directly to Xavier Weaver if I wanted to.
You can give it directly to him, and he also has a store where you can buy his merch, like his T-shirts and stuff. That goes a percentage of that go to the player. You can buy the jerseys.
God.
I have it's on my the description of this video. It has the NIL where you can go sign up. It's in the description.
Oh, this is Moneyball then. I mean, yeah, I feel Prime. Not like this just comes down to who got the money and who can spend it.
Yeah, I'm suspecting that he's up to something because when he was in that press conference, he looked like the weight of the world has been lifted off his shoulders. He did. He need a vacation. And he don't look stressed no more. He need a vacation, and he gonna go have a vacation, and he's gonna work this transfer portal and work. And there's a lot of good players in the JUCO as well, so he's gonna find some JUCO players. He do have some players. I think he said about 85% of his players coming back, so he has the foundation of those players coming back that he can develop. I think Warren Sapp is coming. We're gonna see. Because he said in the press conference there's going to be some coach. They said, will there be some coaching change? He said yes, but he didn't really want to get into it. But yeah, man, it's going to be some stuff in the works. He's going to try to wheel and deal it. Yep.
Well, I hope he really focuses. I hope he really focuses in on his O-linemen. I mean, really focuses. My concern is the transfer portal. Like, we've seen the limitations of the transfer portal.
Yeah.
The transfer portal, from my perspective, when it comes to the parameter of the football team, it's great. There's a lot of diamonds in there. But when it comes to the interior players, like defense and O-linemen, not that great. And my whole attitude is this: if you're going to sit here and go to Macy's or Hacks or Bloomingdale's and go in the clearance bin, then you got to understand that's what you're getting. And I think that if he thinks he's gonna go to the transfer portal and get these alignment like he did last year, or whatever, he's even the JUCO. I hope these kids are good, but I'm finding that a lot of these transfer portal babies, many of them are injury prone.
It takes some development, though. They also have to spend a few years on development as well. Like, Neely said something in his DVR interview yesterday. He said something interesting. He said that the defensive coordinator said to him, we got one of the smallest defensive lines in the country.
Oh my God.
He said,
yes. It's like our team is like the 5'6" of it all. My gosh, our football players are so short. Caleb Matthews, Dylan Edwards, Jimmy Horn Jr. I
Well,
mean,
no, he was talking about the defensive line.
okay,
Like the
well they're short.
receivers, not the height don't matter with the
No,
receivers.
he's talking about defense line. Let me interject if I may.
Who's that? Brooks? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brooks.
I don't want to step on nobody. So,
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. It must be. Go ahead, you can go.
One thing we have to remember.
Mm-hmm.
Coach got started late in that transfer portal because he came off the championship series, running straight into Colorado. It was already December. He didn't even have his coaching staff assembled yet, and the transfer portal was already open. So when it comes to linemen, they're the first to go, more than special teams people. But linemen are the first. And then the other thing we have to remember too is that linemen are more committed to the school that they play for. They're more committed to the school so they stay longer. But with coaches being fired and all of that going on, there's a lot of big boys who are not going to stay at this school because the coach that recruited them is no longer there. So those are the ones, and we got, JUCO, Sam, I had to give you a little pushback. JUCO is not always accident prone. There are people who were looked over, or they had to do a restart with their playing time, and they couldn't do it where they were. So JUCO is really, to be honest, a field of dreams in many instances with players, because most of them are not accident prone or hurt prone.
You know who's gonna earn their money now? The recruiters. They getting ready to start earning their money, because that's where it's gonna be at. His recruiting staff.
Oh yeah,
they're gonna be working overtime now, because he gonna write a list on. He said, what did he say? He said we getting ready to go shopping.
I believe him too, man. I feel like
Yeah.
Coach Prime has got to that point to where he's like, oh wow, they didn't let me figure this thing out. He got that's the look that he had on him. Like I see what's going on now, and now that I see what's going on, it ain't no way I'm gonna let you beat me at it.
He said he want to go shop. Sam, did you want to chime in on what Brooks was saying to you?
And remember,
no, I mean
he didn't have that.
No, he didn't. Not year one. It's a rebuilding year. He had to go get a roster and fill. Remember, he said it. Most of the players he didn't tell to leave, so he had to go out and fill that roster up. And he only had a limited amount of time before training camp. So, and then he said, remember during the spring game, a few of the linemen left right before the spring game. So yeah,
Exactly.
He said, we'll see what happens in year two. He said, just wait. We're gonna have to go shopping now.
Someone said, I don't believe anything Coach Sanders says. He says a lot. He led everyone to believe he had Louis. Someone said that, Leonard Hux.
Who said that?
The guy by the name of Leonard Hux in the chat.
Oh,
Leonard
I see
Hux.
it. Yeah, I see
it. I don't believe anything Coach Sanders. He says a lot. Okay.
Well, that's his marketing.
He wasn't talking about the Louis from Buffalo, because
that's his whole thing. He's playing for the camera, social media. I'm bringing the Louis, and he know it's going to be quoted. People are going to quote him for saying it. And he did bring some Louis. He brought Travis, didn't he? He brought his sons.
But the Louis he was bringing was not from.
He brought some Louis.
Right. He bought The Rock, Tyler Brown.
Right.
He bought Savion. So he did bring Louis.
Wait, Savion. Yeah, Savion Wilkerson, right? But
yeah.
Right.
Then Leonard says, come on, guys. He wrote a check with his mouth that his team's talent couldn't cash. I will say this.
What he's saying.
I will say this.
Well, whatever.
Okay, let me just say this.
Yeah.
I see. I have to remind myself that, because I can be really negative. Because someone is like, "You're always so negative. You hate him." I don't hate him. I have to remind myself that this is his first year coaching
Right.
D1 football, and he assembled this coaching staff and these players pretty much at the last minute, which is unheard of.
Right.
No one does this at this level the way he did it. And the fact that he was able to win the games that he won, and the fact that we were so close winning against people or teams that were just heavyweight champions, really. I mean, we played against, we lost Oregon really bad, but we played against some really tough teams, and we didn't lose by a landslide. We really played, and I really still feel that with the talent that we have currently, they all played well above their talent level. So I feel like people forget. You know what? No one expected us to get this far.
Right.
And then when they looked up, we had won a bunch of games, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, now we have to really take you guys seriously." So, I have to remind myself that, and I have to remind some of the people that are like me, because I still feel like we had enough talent to win a bowl game, and I still blame the coaching, in my opinion, for not meeting the moment that I feel that the talent that we had on the field met during those games.
Yeah,
I think that the coaching made really critical, bad decisions at times that cost us games. And I still feel like Coach Prime is not taking a good look at his coaching staff and sometimes himself when it comes to the way he looks at a game, the way he makes decisions in critical moments. I still think he needs to spend some more time on the X's and O's and the intricacies of play scheming the games at this level. I still feel like he's just, relying on his gut and his feeling and the energy of the players. And I think this is how it should happen. And you can't always depend on that. But all in all, I still feel hopeful. But I definitely want him to make some coaching changes going forward. I do not want him to come back next year with the same predictable offense, the same pass heavy predictability, even though we may have an upgraded O-line. It's like a podcast that I listened to earlier today. The person was like, what he doesn't understand is this: even when you upgrade the talent, you have to also upgrade the coaching, because the coaching has to match the talent. We can have the best players in the world. It doesn't mean anything if the coaching is bad. And the reason why I say this is look what happened at Texas A&M. They have all the 5 stars, and they still can't win. So
yeah, you said something. Yeah, you upgrade the personnel, but then he said in the press conference though, he said he's going to be evaluating the coaches as well. So yeah, he said that. He said even evaluating himself, but he's going to evaluate the coaches. There's going to be some changes, so we'll see. It's just that with this whole thing, he built it into a reality show, and that's why everybody is still tuned in. Because it's really how he built it. Him and his son it's a reality show. So stay tuned.
Yeah. And I can't wait for the Amazon is dropping season 2. Yeah. So I really can't wait for
when
that.
When are they dropping it?
I think it's next week, December the 4th.
December the 4th.
So
Amazon.
Yeah,
Prime.
I think
okay.
so. Yeah, Amazon.
No, December the 7th. December the 7th.
Okay, great. Well, 7th. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now let me say something about that. Let me say something about that, because a lot of people missed it what Coach said, but a lot of people, and we saw all kind of posts and everything about why is this player not playing? Why is that player not playing? Where is this player? Where is that? Or what did this player? Did the player lead? But he stated, and even Neely stated, that we're going to find out reasons on the documentary why some of them did not play. Real talk.
Yeah, I think that's going to be really interesting. You know what? At the end of the day, I guess I look at it like, well, the season's over now, so you know what I mean. At the end of I don't know. I mean, I'm still hopeful. I'm hopeful that things will be better next year. I'm hopeful that he will go away with some lessons learned. I mean, when you've had 8 straight losses, if you can't learn from that, then there's really no hope for you, as far as I'm concerned. Hopefully he goes away and does some introspection and say, you know what? I can't, because at the end of the day, we can't fault the players. This is not all on the players. This is really, he really has to look at A, his coaching staff, B, even the teaching of these kids. Like, for instance, somebody brought up today on another podcast that I was listening to that how the O-line got progressively worse. And they were like, that's really a teaching error. But I would also say that's because I guess O'Boyle is the one that was over that, I guess, teaching the kids the technique. I don't know. Whoever was over it was a hot mess because our O-line, their techniques and stuff like that was bad. And then people were also complaining about the tackling, how they weren't wrapping up on tackles and how the tackling techniques weren't that great. I don't know. Hello?
Well, let me say this. Anybody, if you think Deion Sanders is anything other than smart man, I'm gonna say it. You stupid. Because this man did not get where he is being a man that did not do calculated risk. He is very smart. He knows how to turn things around. And I know, and I have no hesitation in believing next year is going to be better because he has learned from everything that he's done and turned it around and used it for his benefit. You don't think he's going to do that here? If you think he ain't going to do that here, and he's been doing it all of his NFL career and baseball career, you don't think he's not going to do that?
Wait a minute.
That's just not like him.
Listen, if he is so smart, why did we lose 8 straight games?
I can answer that question. So a lot of
Sam,
things
I push back on that.
A lot of the things that Coach Prime experienced this year is new to him. You got to think about it in his small coaching history, like going all the way back to high school. Like he was dominant in high school when he coached high school football in Texas. He was dominant. They won two state titles. Then you get to Jackson State. He had to learn at that FBS level. Let me learn at the FCS level. Let me learn because the first year he didn't have the talent going in. So let me learn. All right, cool. Now you go two years forward. He was dominant in that FCS level because he learned and he caught on. I don't have any doubt that he has learned and caught on. Some of the things I'm disappointed in Coach Prime, like throughout the year, there was instances like I go back to the Oregon game when things kind of got out of hand. Hey, call a timeout, get the team rallied together. Hey, we ain't coming in here to get our butts whipped. Like, it's no point of going into halftime with 3 timeouts. Like, call the timeouts. Like, things are getting out of hand. You call the timeouts to, like, refocus some people on the team because they're a little bit shell-shocked at that point. Another thing where I think that kind of backfired on Coach Prime was calling out the offensive line. Like, they were bad, but they got progressively worse after he called them out. And I think that was a little bit of, hey, I'm a father. I'm watching my son get beat up kind of thing. I know the conversations him and Shador were probably having, like, Dad, these guys can't block for me, whatever the case may be. But for him to be a coach and then go and hang your offensive lineman out there, what confidence are you instilling in them? Like, you try to go back and clean it up. If you notice, like in some of the well-off videos, every time they got ready to break the huddle, like 3 or 4 weeks after the fact, he was calling out a lineman to like break them down before they started practice again. Because he's trying to reinstill that confidence. But you already broke that confidence on national TV by saying, we're just going to get 5 new guys. Like, you can't do that as a coach. Yeah, you can't do that as a coach. Now, I get it. I understand it as a father. Yeah, if I'm watching the game, get 5 new guys to block for my son. But as a coach, I was disappointed in him in that. So that was something he had to learn. Because
he's not perfect,
the rhetoric that worked at Jackson State, I want to get mama out the hood and stuff like that. Same rhetoric don't work for the players, majority of the players at Colorado. Everybody
Right.
mama ain't in the hood. Everybody mama ain't trying to, or get daddy a brand new truck.
Right.
Some of them already well-established young men coming from good households
Right.
at Colorado. Some of the players he already brought in, they're already well-established parents, households, and things like that. So that was some of the things I was disappointed in, because I'm like, you got to read the room. As a teacher, as an instructor, as a motivator, read the room. And I think he should have allowed his team, from which I can't tell from the videos, but you should have allowed at least your son, Shador, to be more vocal. Because to me, Shador is in the shadow of his father, which he very well, he very well should be. Your father's a gold jacket, one of the greatest athletes ever, debatably. But now you're taking away from your son's opportunity to step into the light and lead. Like, you're the coach of the team, that's great. But allow your son, who's the quarterback of that team, to step out and lead.
He
and
could
be that
he could
leader.
be doing that behind, like
He could, yeah,
we
he
only
could be
see
behind the scenes.
right.
But what we like I said, we don't see that. So
Yeah,
that
we
very
don't,
well could be happening. But it's too many times it's like you're looking
Whole lot
for,
that we don't see.
Right.
yeah, you're looking for the players, because you want, in a locker room, you want it to be player led, player driven. He didn't do that until towards the end.
You know the thing
Let me
is,
get some of the,
you know the thing is, I was getting something. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jr. I want to let you. Jr. Finish. I wanted to chime in with something with Sam was saying.
No, I'm done, Max.
Sam, I remember you were saying about the technique and stuff, the offensive line. Some of it could be have to do with the technique and stuff. Maybe it could be, but it would have to be like a former NFL player to come in, maybe to show them something, or it could be in the off season. Maybe they can go to a camp like Tyler Brown did. He went to a camp with all former NFL and current NFL offensive linemen. And he learned a lot of technique, and he learned a lot of useful information that he didn't know about the technique. And sometimes, like, it could take a Warren Sapp to come in to show a defensive line certain things, but he still need some of these dogs that Coach Prime say he want to go shopping for to implement what he's trying to do. So, because a coaching staff, they're only good as their personnel, because they can't go out in the field and play. They can give you all the X's and O's of technique, but if you can't go out there and execute, then their teaching really is falling on deaf ears. But I honestly believe, I want to say something about the personnel that they have right now. They have a lot of solid players on that team right now, and hopefully some of those players stay and they develop them, because they do have talent there. And like, they did beat TCU. They did have a good 3-game drive, and those players played their hearts out. Because when I see those games, those players don't give up. They really playing their hearts out. So hopefully they can at least develop some of them players as well. And I don't want them to be overlooked, because they do have talent there. And it just take, some of them are freshmen. They got a lot of freshmen on the team too. So it's going to take a while to develop them. But yeah, like you said, it could be maybe a fresh new coach to come in, or something like that, to like teach them some tricks of the trade, to get them to the next level. But we'll see. He said everybody's being evaluated, even the coaching staff. So, but yeah, those kids were there, man. They played their hearts out, and
they played really hard. They played really tough.
Yeah, they did.
When you think about it, like, because the season's over, this is, in a lot of ways, these kids have made history. There's probably going to be a movie about Coach Prime, picked up by some major studio, no matter how this plays out.
Yeah.
And these kids, in some way, shape, or form, are a part of his destiny.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I know I may sound negative, but I really do want him to be very successful. I want him, because I know what his success can mean. His success means that other men of color who may not have traditional resumes will possibly be considered for head coaching positions. That other people like Rick George, who, are like at a program, need to turn the program around, and some Hall of Famer or great player who has head coaching aspirations will give them a consideration instead of saying, oh, no, you don't have the coaching experience that we need. So I really do hope he's successful.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Year one, I'm pretty sure next year will be a little better than it was this year. At least get to a bowl game, stuff like that. I can't wait for the news. Like, because we got signing day, they got recruiting day coming up, so it's going to be a lot of news. And I'm
Can I
curious to
say
see,
something?
huh?
Somebody said in the chat, you don't sound like negative, but you do sound like a smoker, maybe.
Oh my god.
I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I don't do any of that stuff. So no, not me.
It could be just the microphone. But yeah, man, it's could you imagine this? Like, this team, they won 4 games, and nobody's really talking about well, people are talking about Alabama, the people that do podcasts for them, but if you look at the major publications, they all talking about Colorado. It's just that it's just the way they built it up with this whole like 24/7 like kind of thing. Like, you know how the boxing has HBO 24/7 leading up to the fight? That's what this is, reality. Like, yeah, it's crazy. It was a success in that area. He's getting all type. Even Coach Prime, he's getting all types of endorsement deals. Him and Nick Saban has that Affleck commercial. His sons have the Google commercial. Yeah, it's next year. It's just going to be even better. But I don't know. We're going to see with this coaching. We're going to see. There's going to be some. I suspect there's going to be some more coaches leaving. That's what I'm guessing. There's going to be quite a few leaving. And we're going to see who's coming in. I know some people were talking about Byron Leftwich. I think he might have NFL aspirations, though. I don't know. But we'll see. So we'll see what's out there. I'm not sure about the what's the Sean Lewis. I'm not sure if he's gonna stay. Some people are speculating that he's gonna leave. If he leaves, they're speculating that Bill O'Boyle will follow. So this is so much news coming out that program, man. I think it's gonna be another overhaul. The players leaving and coming. But they say it's like kind of the way he did it. I mean, when Lincoln Riley took over USC, he brought in quite a few players as well, but not like this. He didn't inherit a 1-11 team. He inherited USC, so it was a little different. He already had some dogs there already. He had more than a few dogs there. So that program, the way he had to rebuild it within those 2 years, is a little different. Coach Prime, it was just 70-plus players came in. That's a lot. And then you gotta like get them to gel together, learn the playbook. Yeah, man, they managed to get 4 games out of it. We'll see what they do next year, though.
And I almost want to give them that 5th game because they really cheated Travis out of that touchdown.
Oh man, it was 2 touchdowns, man. It was 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, 2.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That blocking in the back, that wasn't really a block. Oh man.
Exactly. It was like I really want to give them Utah, even though and it's so unfair. It just frustrates me, and it frustrates me that you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, it happens, but that catch with Travis, that was really a good catch. He really had possession of it.
Man.
And it was inconclusive if you're looking at the film. It's like inconclusive to turn it around, because when his body turned, his hands were still in the same position as he caught the ball. It was just a great catch. Just like that other catch he had in that one game where they had to review it, and they said it was a catch. It was just an amazing catch.
He's just, I really love seeing him play. Like,
Yeah, I like
golly,
seeing him play.
to see him play, you never know what kind of great play he's gonna do and perform. Anytime he's on the field, it's such a privilege because I know he's gonna be. Yeah, go ahead.
It's like he woke up or something. Remember he started getting animated. I was like, yeah, he getting ready to do something now. He getting ready to go off, and here you go with that catch.
What do you think about Cormani's play time in terms just as his overall development as it's unfolded in front of us?
He got a lot of burn as a freshman. Normally freshmen don't, it's very rare. Some freshmen play, but being that it's his first year, he showed up to camp right before, Dylan got there early, but he didn't get there early. But considering he got some significant playing time, we'll see what he decide to do. Something is coming down the pipe though, because when Neely was talking on Denver Sports, he said, "Watch the haters say this when the players start leaving." He said that. He kind of leaked. He kind of spilled the beans a little bit. He said, "When these players start leaving, watch the haters say this. Watch they say that." So he must know something is coming. It must be some players that already told them.
I guess my only concern about that, like my thing is this: they're young. When you're young, sometimes you don't see opportunity in front of you, and you have other people who can get into your ear. Social media, you can best believe there's a targeted effort to take some of these really good players away from prime. So I'm pretty sure a lot of people, a lot of other, not just the trolls, but you probably have a lot of football programs that are trying to pick off his players.
Oh yeah, it's a cutthroat business. Oh yeah, you see what they did to Travis? They tried to offer him $2-3 million.
$3 million.
Or whatever it was. I don't know the exact amount. They said a few million.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, a couple million. So that's because that Coach Prime talked about it.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure these kids are, they're dangling carrots in front of these kids' faces. So he's probably going to be drop kicked by in a December 4th or December 7th, whenever they're able to enter the.
He got to fight. That's the nature of the business. He got to fight. I mean, look, I never forget this. It was after, I forget what game it was, but Coach Saban went up to the running back on the opposing team.
Oh, I saw. Yep, I know what you're talking about. Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, that running back was with him. You know what he said to him? He said, "You would have got more playing time with us, son."
Yep.
He said, "You already know." And then he kind of looked at him, and then he did it to another kid. It was a defensive back. He said, "I like your game." He went up to him because normally the coaches go up to each other, then they do an interview, then they leave. He stayed on the field, and he went to certain players. He said, "I like what you did today. I like what you did." And he just stared at him with that smile, like, "I ain't hard to find." Hey, listen, Coach Prime, he got to get down and dirty with it. Hey, how much they are? Okay, they offer you that. Okay, but listen, Coach Prime. Oh, Coach Prime also said that some of the players. I mean, some of the coaches, the schools are telling the players that he's not going to be there. You see how cutthroat this is?
Yeah, and I will say this: if I don't know if I said it on this podcast or another podcast, I would be doing the same thing. If I was at a competing, university, whatever, I would be in their ear, and I would be. And the only thing about the fact that the spotlight is so bright and he's very open and he's very honest and he's a little too direct for my liking is they're going to use that directness and honesty against him in the recruiting game. I know I would, especially if I was talking to an old lineman, especially if I was talking to a really good quarterback and I wanted to get into their ear. I would take these little nibbles that these sayings that he says and use it against him. It is what it is. It's a dirty game, and that's this life. And in addition, the fact that I would say, and he's also saying all this stuff, and he's not going to pay you. Oh, please, come on now. We got this bag for you. We've got $100,000. Your mom needs a new car. You need a new car. So I think what he's going to find out is how terribly unfair and how cutthroat things are going to be.
He already
I think
know.
people,
He already know.
yeah, you know what? But let me just say this. I think people left him alone when he was attacking the transfer portal with his gutso, because they were like, okay, there's no way you're going to be able to put together a decent team like this in such short a notice, and there's no way you're going to be able to find uh, coaches. And then when he started to win, people were like, oh, hell to the no. This is not supposed to be happening. I need to take you serious because now you are a threat to my livelihood. You're a threat to the system. You're a threat to how things have normally been going on.
Right.
So now you need to be stopped. That's why every time we were playing people against these teams were coming at us like we were their Super Bowl.
Yeah, you remember what they said when he got Travis to flip to go to Jackson State?
Yep.
Remember how
Nick
they were
Saban
talking?
said it himself.
Yeah.
Nick Saban was like, yeah, he offered him $1 million. I was
Yeah.
like, what? Like, come on.
Yeah, they
Really?
said he cut him a check.
But yeah, only thing and what Coach Prime said was he was just like, so just because I'm at an HBCU, I can't offer these kids? Because that was the issue. Like HBCUs didn't even offer like the kids. They didn't even go after like 4 and 5 star recruits because they were like, what, that's out of our ballpark. But Coach Prime was like, well, I'm at least gonna offer. Like I'm gonna throw an offer out there. What is it to call somebody to or send a letter in the mail? It's nothing,
Well,
and can I add on to that?
Mm-hmm.
What he did when he recruited Travis Hunter, I'll never forget that moment. It's in a shock wave. It's in a shock freaking wave in college football. Like, oh hell, what did he just do? Because Travis Hunter at that time was the number one like recruit or whatever. And I remember that, and the reason this, and I know people like, and I didn't watch college football at all. I always stay on reality TV shows. But what I remember was it was such a shock, like a shock wave. It made TMZ, which is like, why are you talking about this? Who cares? And
Exactly.
I remember when Travis accepted his offer, like how he was at some table and he had a bunch of hats from different universities, and then how the crowd went like crazy when he chose Jackson State. And it was like, oh my God. And it was just an unbelievable thing. And then I also remember, and again, I wasn't watching college football, so I didn't really watch when he went to JSU. But anyway, I remember what they were saying, like ESPN, like, oh, he has to have paid him. Because people thought that they had to have paid him. And Coach Prime at the time was like, he's like, I didn't pay him anything. I did not pay him anything. We don't have any money. We don't have any money. So I don't have a bag to give him. And I didn't understand that at the time. I wasn't paying it. I just remember that it filtering over to the gossip blogs and TMZ. And that's the only reason why I knew about that particular situation. But I will say, he has to understand that, sweetheart, you are up against some major nasty players. And you don't have to pay these people. Sorry, that's all I gotta say.
It's gonna be this is when the coaches play, the recruiters and the coaches play in the off season. This is their season now. I always say that in the off season, that's when the coaches start playing. They call their recruiters like, look, this is our budget. We need this player. This is when the wheeling and dealing comes. So that's what he's a part of now. So like he said, they'll never forget that Travis Hunter situation. But also Travis wanted to come play for him anyway.
Yeah, Travis wanted to play for him.
Yeah,
and that was a smart move for Travis.
Mm-hmm. So they got a good relationship. So he wanted to go play for him, and when he announced the CU job, Travis took a little time. Remember, he took a little time to commit, and he made that video. He said, "I'm gonna have a video up soon to let you guys know where I'm going." But he said, "I didn't want to make a quick decision. I wanted to evaluate this with me and my family." Man, them coaches were calling. Them coaches like, look, we got a few million for you, Travis. We want to take care of you. We got a few million for you.
That's can you imagine being offered a few million at that young of an age and you turn it down and you say, no, I'm going to stick with this guy?
Shoot, Caleb Downs got his bag. We don't know how much he got, but I'm sure he got a pretty good penny. Caleb Downs.
Oh, I don't know who Caleb Downs
He's
is.
Alabama, the freshman.
What does
Caleb
he play?
Downs. Yeah, he's a freshman. He played Alabama this year.
No, but what does he play? What position?
Cornerback.
Oh, cornerback. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and so he got a pretty decent. I'm pretty sure. It's just that's the way it is, man.
Yeah.
And look, it might be a few players on the current squad right now. Hey, listen, we like what you did this season.
Oh,
And,
you know it.
Yeah, we
You
like
know.
what you did, and
Yep.
we have a spot over here for you, son.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll reach out to. Well, they probably not gonna reach out to Travis again, but yeah, I mean it's that's the way the business is. So he's going after these 4 and 5 star recruits as well. And
Question though, if you because you guys you listen you are did you used to play football, by the way?
Mm-hmm.
So okay, obviously I never did.
Not
So
at this level though. No.
right, well, if you were an opposing team, who would you want to recruit away? Obviously you can't choose Shador, Shiloh, or Travis.
Oh, I will still go after. Well, on the team that's on the current squad right now, I would
Yep.
definitely be going after Kermani.
Yeah.
I'll be going after Dylan.
Yeah.
I'll be going after. Let me see.
Or Marion Miller. Go after him.
Well, he would have to sit a year if that was the case.
No, not Cooper.
Oh,
Miller,
yeah,
the
Miller,
freshman, number
the wide
14.
receiver.
Yeah. Yep, you go after him.
And Alton McCaskill.
Really? Even though he has like injury issues?
I will offer him a major bag. I will offer him a major bag to come. Yeah.
He would have to sit though.
Yeah, he would.
Because he came from University. He would have to sit, but that would be something, if you offer him a bag, if he was into it, definitely.
Well, y'all remember what Joe Klatt said? He said that he know from his personal experience hearing these coaches saying that they working together to try to mess with Coach Prime. They would just do that just to mess with Coach Prime.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Let me get this kid off of him.
Yep.
But I got a question.
I would go after Hankerson, because he hasn't transferred. He's been at CU the whole time.
Yep.
So I would go after Hankerson just for depth, depth issues and stuff like that. Number 9, the running back. Even though he wasn't, uber talented, but I would go after him just to poke at Coach Prime.
Right. They do that
and
just
we can
to mess
offer you
with
this.
him.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, Joe Klatt said it. He said that the coaches, they didn't like the attention he was getting. They just didn't like it. It's a old school fraternity, and they didn't like it. They just didn't like how the attention. They just he said that they were working together. He noticed firsthand to sabotage what he had going on. So it's nothing for them to reach out to these kids in the off season. It's nothing to say, listen, we'd like to take care of you. We want your services over here. Here's our contact number. If you need anything, call us.
I get a weird question. If any of the O linemen jumped to the transfer portal, who would pick them up and why?
I definitely. Well, I honestly think I have my theory on what happened, but I can't say it because I'm going to be a conspiracy theorist.
Okay,
they can be corrected. They can be corrected with coaching.
I do think that they can get better. Like I do think that at the end of the day, I believe that they can be developed and get pretty good. Now, will they be 5-star? I don't know, but I think they can play better than what we saw this year. I think they all have potential.
With with the right technique and the right coach, he's in the NFL. You can't teach size. You can teach technique. You can't teach size. He's too big. I don't know what it was, but just know that the other offensive linemen that came there, they didn't have that problem protecting the quarterback. They didn't have that problem. So I don't know how it happened. Well, we talked about this. They threw so much. He had a record-breaking amount of passing attempts. And if you cut that down on par with Alabama, they would have the same sack total. So it could have been a lot of passing attempts and other things with it. Just like, for example, yesterday, the quarterback, when he played, he got sacked twice, and he almost got sacked again, but he got out of the pocket really fast. He's really fast, actually, the way he got out of the pocket. So he prevented a lot of sacks, too. And he got rid of the ball. That's just what I saw. But, no, I think with the right coaching, they're correctable. I mean, not just with the right coach. I want to say something, but I'm not going to say it.
I think differently. I look at it from a law of averages, right? So you are the company you keep, right? We've all heard that saying before. So if you hang around a lot of average people, you're then considered average, right? Or you have to do something exceptionally well to set yourself above average. And what I saw from like CU's like line, if you grade them like 1 through 10, all 5 across, they're all 5s. Like none of them, not a single one that started this year did anything exceptionally well. So now when you're putting them all 5 together, now you have that law of average. You're a 5 out of a 10 offensive line. Like you're just average. You need to have that one person, either the left tackle or the right tackle, that's exceptionally well, or a guard that's exceptionally well, that can like balance out the average. But
they did okay yesterday.
Yeah, they did okay due to scheme, but everything was a 3-step drop back. Because they mentioned it the other day. Like somebody was like, well, Shador takes long drop backs, and he 5 yards off the line and he's dropping back another 5 yards. But if they would have run that same game plan that they ran all throughout the year, like they only scored 17 points. So we can only go off of what they scored yesterday. So if they only score 17 points, they literally win one game. They beat Nebraska because Nebraska only scored 14 points. All the other teams they played scored more than 17 points.
But they remember those 2 touchdowns by Travis, though?
Yeah, I mean, now I'm just going based off of like what they scored. I do believe Travis, like looking at the tape, Travis scored. He scored on the first time when they called him out of bounds. Pac-12 referees are just. But if you go
was
off
his
of that
foot out
average,
of bounds on that play too, or what?
No, it was not, man. He was.
Yeah, he tight
so in.
Yeah,
he was
exactly.
so in.
Tight roped it.
And the way they called that play, they should have just let it go all the way through. Call it touchdown, because after you call it a touchdown, you have to review the touchdown anyway. But since they called him out of bounds, you can't even go back and review it because you called him out of bounds. So I was just like, that just doesn't, like, that was just bad refereeing by Pac-12. But they've been pretty bad all year. Yeah. But yeah, that law average thing, like with the offensive lineman, like nobody on CU line did anything exceptionally well this year. None of them. Like, so that's the thing. Like, when you have to scheme up, like what Pat Shermer was doing, I like the way that, hey, we're going to start dealing that with off at the back, and we're going to start Mikey Edwards in the slot, and then we'll motion and bring them in, towards the tackle to give that additional time to like, run them off or rub them off of a defensive end, especially when a defensive end were playing wide nines. That's when they employed that like blocking technique. But if you got to do that every play throughout the year, like that's not going to hold up. Like the game plan was built just for Staub. He threw like 5 passes at 12 yards and threw like 1 on a scramble for like 30 yards, but that was on a broken play. So now you're going to rely on broken plays to try to get, momentum, and that's just unrealistic to do through a year of football. You can do it in spots in a game, but through a year of football, like teams will game plan to say, well, this is how we're going to beat that alignment. This is how we're going to beat, this assignment. This is how we're going to beat this player, or we're going to key in on this player. Because quite frankly, Utah, all they had to do was double on Travis Hunter. Because most of them receptions, they went to Travis Hunter last game. I think he had, 8 or 9 receptions? And the young man only completed like 17 passes. So
Hey,
more than
JR,
half of those passes went to Travis Hunter.
JR, do you think that with Shador in that same concept that they used, it would have been better because he would have been able to read the second and third progressions too, though, as well.
I think in spurts, right? Because you're looking at the talent level of the quarterback. Like you would be dumbing down a playbook for a quarterback that's considered leaps and bounds above your backup. So in spurts to protect Shador, I think that's what they should have done in spurts throughout the game to switch it up a little bit, not rely on him to be the hero all the time, because that's what they did. They relied on him to be the hero because he was the hero at TCU, 517 yards. He was the hero of Nebraska. He was the hero of Colorado State. So now you go and continuously make him the hero. When he makes mistakes, when he throws the interception in overtime for a game they could have won, now it's like, oh, well, he holds on to the ball too long. Well, he does this too much. Well, he takes too many steps dropping back. But when you're winning, you don't criticize when you're winning. You just be like, he could have played better, but hey, he threw 517 yards. What more can you criticize on that, right?
Right.
But if you were to put him in the same system as like Staub, we would be like, well, why they not throwing the ball downfield with Shador? Why they not doing this? We would then question as to why they're not utilizing his talents to the highest potential.
If they would have just mixed it up some, during the year, man, it would have been a lot better for the team itself.
Yep, definitely.
Yep.
And I think that's where, coaching and things like that, I think like they missed the mark with that, man. Like, I don't know if it was Coach Prime. I don't know if it was, the offensive coordinator, Sean Lewis, whoever, the analyst, the whoever, but they missed the mark with that.
I don't think we'll ever know the truth either, though. We'll never know the truth either.
No,
we'll never know the truth. I know they're not going to put that on Amazon Prime.
No, they don't. Hey,
be looking for it. I'm
definitely not
be looking for that. Because it's crazy to me that Coach Prime will come out like, I think it was like week 4 or 5. Like, we got to run the doggone ball.
Yeah.
Then they come out the next game and they still throw it for like 45 times. I'm like, well, how can you say we got to run the doggone ball, but you come out and throw it 45 times? Like,
can I say this, though?
Huh?
I'll say this, too, though. For his first year, I think he had more. He is even though the season went on and mistakes was made, I think he had to put a lot of focus on how to be a Power 5 coach as far as dealing with media, dealing with the behind the scenes, dealing with the powers that be, the dog and pony show with Colorado. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So he really couldn't focus on really being the best coach he could be as far as X and O's and scheming, because he had to focus on being a man and trying to raise money for the school. That's what he did. He basically raised money for the first year.
You called it. You hit that nail right on the head, man.
That's what he did, man. That's basically what he did.
Yep.
Interesting. Yeah, it's
That's why leaving out, he's so relaxed now. He like, woo, the
yeah,
season
he is
over.
really relaxed.
Yeah, and he accomplished what he
enough money.
Yeah,
everything is gonna fall in line now. Because when he got there was no money. So now he
knows.
Max.
Yes, sir.
We raised enough money now.
Yes, sir.
Now we can go grocery shopping, Max.
Right.
We can go grocery shopping.
Right.
We got money now.
And when you showed the interview, Max, he said we need some money. Before he got up out there, we need some money. We need some money.
Yep, they definitely do.
Yep.
What is it? Is it 8? Is that B? B, you there? Let me see. With the Dallas Star, you there? Hold on 1 second. I think. Okay. Maybe he thought he wasn't. B, you there? Maybe he'll come back. Yeah, I was just saying if he was there. Yeah, he gonna have to. He said he want to go. Oh, Aurelius is there. That's right. All right, my bad. I saw you was backstage. Thomas L, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. Yeah. He said he ready to go shopping, so he know what the budget is for what they spend at the other schools, so he's ready. What's up, Thomas? How you doing?
It's all good. I just wanted to say, man, like, finally, I knew my theory was correct. I knew my theory was so correct. You ran, like I said, what made them look so good yesterday, y'all talking about the O-line. Like, I was asleep. I just woke up like 20 minutes ago and heard y'all came in here talking. Like, okay, perfect. I wouldn't say this yesterday, but I had dozed off. It was true. They ran 27 plays, pass plays yesterday. They started off running the ball, and they was running the ball. You can't tell me, CU line was I've been saying you can't tell me they garbage. They just being misused and mishandled and taken advantage of. You use them right, they gonna look like a power, like a real college top 5 line, and they showed it yesterday, 2 days ago. They only called 27 pass plays, 25 got off and 2 sacks. I said if they call under 30 pass plays,
he's not
that
seeing
line,
it that way.
Huh?
He's not seeing it that way. He think he got to go get the dogs. He's not seeing it that way.
Nah, you already got a line. He got a line right now. That's why.
I don't think he thinks he have a line. I think you know what I think? He thinks they blocked and did their thing because Schaub was in. Because he said in the press conference, he said, "Yeah, they did do good." Then he mumbled something. Did you hear what he mumbled?
He can't prove that because what it was because the week before the numbers did the same thing. When Pat Shermer first called, they only called 35 pass plays, and Shedeur got sacked 3 times.
Right,
which is a big
it was
leap.
on par with. Yeah, you're right. But when he got injured, right?
Right, with the last game he played, right, they only called 35 pass plays. He got hit. He got sacked 3 times, and then the other words came. But when you look at the same thing, it's gonna drop, bro. Like I said, if you only call 30 pass plays or less, you're gonna see that O-line only give up 2 to 3 sacks because the numbers don't lie. The numbers is right there. The consistency of it is right there. It's not like it's gonna change. And it wasn't because they garbage. It was because they was being used too much. Like seriously, you call them 500 and something. They call over 600 pass plays this year. You feel me? So all of that is a big. Go ahead.
I got a little pushback on that, and this is why I'm not gonna say that the line is garbage. Should they have run the ball more through the season? Yes, but think about it like this: if you're looking at the offensive line, like yesterday, they ran the ball 17 times. They only averaged as a team 2.1 yards a carry on an average. Like
No. We're not gonna do that.
That's pretty bad.
They did. If you go the week before, they almost averaged 5.6. But the whole point and reason is to not allow the defense to just blitz you out, and that's what was going on. You can't tell me my theory was wrong because I'm watching it work. I'm like, yeah, that was it. That was obvious. It was obvious.
I'm like,
Because
I'm saying to you is
when you call in 50 plays, when you call in 50 pass plays, it looked uglier. If that game would have got to that many plays and they would have called 50, if they'd have called 15 more pass plays, it would look sicker. It would look worse than what it was because they would have got to the quarterback eventually. And that's what was going on.
The reason why they called that many, well, to me, I think it's one reason why they really wanted to call that many pass plays, but I won't say that. But the reason why they call a lot of pass plays is because they play from behind a lot. Like if you go back and look at CU games, even though they get it close at the end, but they are playing from behind.
That's
an
excuse. Nah, I'm not buying that. I watched too many games.
I'm just saying,
they
like,
put themselves in these situations because they refuse to run. I get it. You can't run the clock. But initially, when you in the game and you got time to manage it, they don't. And that put them in position to where they gotta pass because they're behind, because they didn't run the ball. That happened all year.
I'll ask you this question. Like, go back to the first game. Shedeur threw the ball 42 times. If they don't throw that ball 42 times, they lose to TCU.
But they ran the ball 29 times. Like
they ran the ball
29
times.
They called 29 run plays. It don't matter how many yards. It's just the play being called. You know what I'm saying?
No, it matters by yards because yards equals possessions.
Right.
So
They still average 40. You
if
can't.
you run the ball 3 times and you go 3 and out, that's a negative possession.
But they still
You
average
should
4
not have
yards
run the
per
ball.
carry. No, they
But
didn't run the ball bad against TCU. They see you just putting out narratives that don't fit the situation.
no,
Because
I'm
TCU, they averaged 4 yards a carry the first game. They
they
averaged 4
average
yards. They averaged those 4 yards the whole season because we kept saying they averaged 4 yards. We were saying that the third or fourth week when they were trying to say we can't run. We were
they
saying
av-
no, take
they
away the sack
average
minus.
they average 4 yards, but that's with Shador passing the ball 40 times
Listen,
because they needed all 40 passes to win the game. Like let's say if Shador only threw the ball 30 times and they ran it 10 more times, they lose the game. Because you're getting 4 yards of average,
that don't
but
make
that's not going
sense.
to get you all the way down the field.
If
That's
if
going to stall you out at some point.
if the
So you
Buffs run
have
the
to
ball,
throw the ball
if the
in
Buffs
order to give yourself a chance to score.
if the
Like
Buffs
that's what
run
I'm
the
saying.
ball,
Like
if the Buffs run the ball at TCU, they win the game. More they run the ball, more they win the. They led most of TCU. TCU got the lead one time at the end of the game and gave it right back. Like, and they didn't run the ball. If they
and
would have
they
ran the
gave
ball, they would have
and
controlled more of the game, and TCU
they
wouldn't have
won
had.
they won the game because Shador threw for 517 yards. That's what I'm saying. If Shador doesn't throw for 517 yards, they lose that game.
That's
Like
not
you
what I'm
needed
saying
and
either. What I'm saying is the reason why he threw for that many yards is because they called run plays. If they don't call 29 run plays, he doesn't throw for 500 because the defense is playing all the pass plays. That's why he threw for 500 because they now if they would have kept it, if they would have called even 25 and 17 like yesterday for Shador, he would have been throwing for 500 because you would have been keeping it balanced. You wouldn't have let the defense blitz you out.
now
Like
that's what
the
I
young man
agree.
yesterday should
I
have threw for
agree on that.
the young man
They
yesterday
needed
should have threw for 300
they
because they
needed
took
balance.
2 passes back. They took that one pass from Travis for 40, and then the other one was to Jimmy was for 40 something. So the young man got like 100-yard stole from me through for 250. So I'm
What
saying
like I said,
this line, look, the offensive line that let the second string quarterback come in and allow the second string quarterback to almost throw for 400 yards against a top ranked team. They was top, Utah was top 10,
well
10
well
15
let
for
me
up to last week.
let,
That's what I'm
let me
saying. Like,
correct you on that. Staub didn't throw for almost 400 yards.
no, he threw for 250. He threw 255. But if you
250.
give him,
So that's not
if you
400.
give him that, if you give him that touchdown to Travis, and you give him that dang pass to Jimmy Horn, that's about 350. Because those is both about 50-yard passes, bro. So just off of that, and then he threw 17 with 14. You can't call the line weak. Like that whole debate about the line being weak is done. They're not weak. They needed time to jail for one, and they needed less plays to pass. You can't keep making a young O-line pass 40 plays. Yeah, they could do it. They did it TCU. But the only reason they did it was because they balanced the play calling. And like I said, if you call a game 30 plays passing only, they're not gonna give you more than 3 sacks. You're not gonna get more than 3 sacks. And that's what they did for the last 2 weeks. And I'm
But
gonna say that for them right now because everybody keep dogging this O-line. And
Thank
these
you.
young men,
Can I just say this?
keep making. Go ahead, sis.
I absolutely agree with everything you just said. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will say this: the O line, in my personal opinion, is not great, but they're not complete trash as everybody says.
That's why I said
To
they're
me,
I agree.
average.
right, exactly, they're average.
They're
To me,
average
and
O-line.
exactly to me, I don't know all the football terms that you guys speak. So sometimes when you guys start talking football speak, it sounds like Egyptian to me. Well, let me just tell you from a non-football perspective. The reason why our O-line is being clobbered is because the play scheming is too predictable. We're getting blitzed way too much. It puts too much stress on an already average to sometimes below average talent level O-line, which makes it even weak. And then I do think that Shador has lost the locker room in terms of them protecting him. And I think we can go into details as to why I feel this way. But I think all of that plays into the fact in terms of we're just not doing exactly what this guy just explained that I can't explain it on his level. I agree with everything he just said. I just don't have that football brain and speak. But I know what I'm seeing when that guy Ryan played. They mixed it up. We're not like that really amazing trick play that he threw the ball to the Jimmy Horn Jr. and Jimmy Horn Jr. threw that long deep ball to Dylan Edwards. Like, holy crap, that was a great play call. Like, why can't we do more stuff like that? You know what I'm saying? Like when you do things like that, when you mix things up on a football field, we can win games. We can win games. That's all I got to say.
Hey, give me
So,
a
so you
second.
guys, are
Give me
so you
one
guys.
second. Is
I'm
B
sorry,
there?
brother. Yeah, I'm right here, man.
Okay, I want to give you a shot because I saw
That's
that
all
you.
good.
I
I'm
forgot.
just, I'm just.
My apologies. I saw that you
No, it's
were.
all good.
I was doing something else. I didn't see that you were waiting that long. But my apologies. Go ahead.
No, it's all it's all good. I actually agree with a lot of what a lot of everybody's saying. The only thing, so the consensus is, you guys are saying the outcomes would have been different in these games if the play caller would have been more balanced. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, creative.
For
Yes.
the most part.
Right.
Okay. Well, I do agree with that.
Yeah, I think Coach Prime said yesterday that he's evaluating even the coaches too. So I know we ain't got Coach Prime in here.
Right.
That's black. Okay.
And you know what, y'all? You know what? It's almost like they didn't they didn't look at a scheme for every team that they played. It was like we got our playbook. If we're gonna go out here and just whatever our plays in the playbook, that's what we're gonna do.
Right.
Exactly.
And I think
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know if that was Sean Lewis.
Right.
My theory is Coach Prime. Like I said, hey, I support that man, but my theory is that he wanted his son to be in that
feature.
Heisman,
Right.
output, because the first few games of the season it was, you mean the quarterback from HBCU?
Right.
You mean the one that couldn't play?
Exactly.
You mean the one that threw for 517 yards, which they needed every 517 yards to win the game. But I believe, and there's no evidence behind my belief, but I do believe that was, the thing. Let's project this forward. We know what kind of quarterback we have. Let him and go win us games. Now, because I find it hard to believe that an offensive coordinator, usually they're going to come in and say, hey, this is the game plan. We looking to, based on what we see on film from this team, we want to run it 60% of the time or pass it 60% of the time and run it 40% of the time throughout the game. This is how we plan on beating them, blah, 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 blah. And I think Coach Prime was like, we gonna pass the doggone ball.
Hey guys, listen.
But that's my belief.
Thank you.
No, I agree with you.
Back that.
That's what happened.
That's what I believe.
That's what happened.
So, but listen to this. So year 2, do y'all expect anything different? I really don't, man. I mean,
That's my concern. That's my fear. That's
I think it's gonna be accelerated. I think it's gonna be accelerated because you got your door.
I'm gonna tell y'all what he said in the press conference that made you understand that it's gonna be the same next year. Next year, he said, "I got to put the right people around Shador. I got to put the right people around Shador."
Well, see,
that's what tells you right there. It's gonna be the same.
Yeah, well, see, that's the
That
problem.
O line about to be way better.
That's the problem that needs to be solved. Now, please allow me to speak, my fellow panelists and the people in the chat, especially the ones that don't like me. The whole thing here is, the stunting aspect is part of the problem. Max addressed it a few weeks ago when he said, with the way things are right now, these college students can get to the bag if they have certain things set up. And Deion's children have the bag. Not only do they come from the bag, generational wealth, but they have the social media influencer bag. And the stunting aspect is what kind of put them on blast or put the target on their back. With the watch flashing like they're in the videos with Jay-Z and Dame Dash. What is this? What part of the game is this? getting robbed at UCLA. And now, going back to the offensive line, I come from the era of people like Earl Campbell and Max, what was his name? Sims from Oklahoma Sooners? Billy Sims or something like that?
Sims, yeah.
They used to eat, the offense quarterback and the running backs and fullbacks, they would break bread together. They would bond together. I think that's part of what's missing is, if you want your offensive line to take care of you,
you got to take care of them.
them.
Yep. And he's not doing it.
And you can't be out here stunting.
Yep.
With the
And
bag.
Yep.
These other people are eating cafeteria meals. I'm done.
Yeah. And exactly, somebody else on a podcast is like, he can't sit here and flex on a $70,000 watch, driving a Maybach, and his hogs are starved. Hogs means old lineman. He's like,
But you got hold up though. How do we actually know that? We can't speak on something that we don't know.
But the reality of it is this.
Pardon me, Sam. Hold on now.
How do we actually know that?
I'll speak to that. I'll speak to that with the amount of sacks and hits that Shedeur took compared to the lack of hits and sacks that the kid Straub took.
Okay, so let me say this real quick, because I was going to ask the panel this question right here. And JR, because you know a lot about football too, as far as X and O. When he said at the beginning of the season through the middle of the season that the football team, everybody's not on board or believe completely, I believe that he was speaking on the O-line. And the reason why I say that is because if you getting taught certain things, if you go to different panels and you just listen to everybody talk football talk, they don't understand why the O-line are doing certain things that they're doing. Maybe they didn't even believe in what the scheme was for the offensive line, and so that's why they look so bad. And so you can't put it on the quarterback as far as not feeding his line because everybody's there making money. They making money. They getting paid.
Right.
I mean, even with the NFL, you got players that's getting stupid money. Mahomes getting $500 million. Everybody ain't making $500 million on Kansas City. So it's just you get in where you fit in. I just don't think the O-line bought into the scheme of how things work. I really don't.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think they gel quick enough. But I do got to say this, and we can't keep acting like Stab wasn't getting that ball.
Because it was questionable.
Yesterday. Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
But just the time. Look, I'm just gonna keep it a buck. Shedeur was taking too long. If you're looking at how boy was getting it out, he looked like how Shedeur looked TCU game. How Shedeur is let that ball go like it was supposed to. Yesterday we seen what happened when you let the ball go on time. He was trying to do that.
Scheme, right.
He tried to do it UCLA game.
Scheme for that team.
Right. He let the ball go quick. Hey man, do not even try and think about holding it. And I think they should have kept that same urgency with Shedeur and made him focus on it, letting it go quick.
They tried too late. In the season.
It was too late.
They tried too late.
I know UCLA game was trying to, but then he got racked.
Yeah.
So you see,
they tried too late in the season, man. And the offensive line, they played with lack of confidence. And if you don't believe in something, I don't care if it's your job or something that you're a part of. If you don't actually believe in it and you just going through the motion, that's how you're gonna look. That's how you're gonna look if you don't believe in something.
Yeah, and I didn't see the prime really gave those guys confidence to believe. Maybe publicly it wasn't acknowledged, right? So I think that was a big miss on his part too. But it is what it is. But
I just think Shedeur is his locker room. I don't know. I know people are like, well, how do you know they're not being fed? I actually follow all of the O linemen on social media, on their Twitter and Instagram, and I actually tweet them every game day to lift them up. Ever since UCLA and they were so terrible, take it upon myself to tweet them positive things. I can tell you right now, his O linemen are not eating. They're not eating. They are not living the way. I mean, I get the fact that you can't expect them to have NIL deals and all this other stuff playing like this. But what I do know is human nature. Why should I sit here and risk my life, my body, my injuries for you when you're flexing a $70,000 watch?
Because you got an opportunity to go to the NFL on your own time. You better represent yourself.
If that's the case, then why don't they play better?
I want to answer that. See, it's something a little more simplistic than all of this extra. The thing is, there's like three types of quarterbacks, right? There's a pocket quarterback, there's a rollout / scrambling quarterback, and then there's a rushing passing quarterback. Which one is Shador and which one was Stroud?
Shador is more of a traditional pocket quarterback,
Pocket. Yeah. He's
like
gonna look
Tom
for
Brady.
passing.
Because he
precision
followed at the
passer.
break.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a
Precision
passer.
passer.
What I will say, one thing that Staub did better than Shador, which they didn't do it much in the game, but the RPO, the run pass option, like Staub actually did that better than Shador.
He
It's no
ran it
fault of
He
beautiful.
did
Shador
sell
because
that one.
Shador is not an RPO style quarterback,
Man, he's in the
but
pocket.
Staub did that way better. Like he was able to read the end better coming off from Utah to make the right throw. But then something I like that they did do, they used Staub and Hankerson in the pistol, which you didn't really see them do that with Shador.
At all.
So
Well,
yeah,
he always most of the time lined up and gun with Wilkerson. But what I do think, when talking about stuff, I think that's why old boy decommitted because he's seen how good Style played yesterday.
And Staub is gonna
Right.
transfer, man. He's not gonna stick around.
That kid can play. Like now, he did sell that. He started selling that fake good and that one to the flat. He sold super good. I was like, oh, he almost made the ball disappear. I said, oh, he pretty good back there. But the line, the team, it's just me and Max called this out. It's like Max. Then we like a month ago, we said it. We said Shador gonna do this. He gonna end up getting hurt. We're gonna see the team do it. And they did everything we said, yo. And go
And
ahead,
y'all,
bro.
I'm sorry, go ahead. And y'all notice too, like Prime didn't really. He congratulated the guy, but he didn't really like. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really say he kind of dug in. And was really like impressed and proud of how he played. You know what I mean?
He does that to everybody other than his stars, bro. You notice that?
Did anybody sense that? Just out of
Yes.
curiosity.
He do that to all the people that's not his stars.
And he also too, I felt like he was kind of opening the door for Schaub to actually leave. You know what I'm saying? Like he kind of made a comment, say, yeah, you know, he might be, you know, he might be actually setting himself up to hit the portal as if he was welcoming him to leave because he don't want to have any controversy at quarterback. I kind of sensed that. I don't know. Anybody else sense that?
no, I don't think it's controversy at quarterback. I think it's
But potentially though. I mean, as far as
I think recruits. So like you see the young man decommit today.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You try to put that out here like, hey, without saying like, hey, we still looking forward, you know, to that next guy coming in 2025. So you try to, you know, you don't really want to say, well, the young man played tremendously. We need to have him back. He can back up Shador, blah, 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 blah. Because then now that young man that you're trying to recruit to say, hey, man, you it. When Shador leave, you come in, you take the job, and you keep the ball rolling, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? You can't just say that. So you try to go out and halfway praise Staub. Hey, you know, he did okay. He did enough to definitely earn a starting position somewhere, whether it be here at CU or
And then he said nobody wants to be number 2.
yeah, you know. And then you turn around and you get a top profile recruit that decommits because you see your competition out front. Well, the young man actually did play well. You know?
Yeah, it's a slippery
slope.
Yeah.
So you got he always careful with his words until it comes to that whole line. That's what like I said. Middle of the season when Coach Prime came out and said, yeah, we're gonna replace him. Yeah, you lost him. Like it ain't that you gonna do to get that O line back to protect Shador the way they could have. Even though I feel as though they're average, and I go based off of Coach Brewster. He said this in one of Neely videos. He said, well, if we could keep Shador upright, because they knew when they was in practice together with their defensive line that they were struggling against CU defensive line on certain pass blocking schemes and things like that. So they knew they had an average offensive line going in, but going back to that wanting Shador to be in that Heisman light, you know, throwing out his percentage completions and all of that stuff game after game the first like 5 weeks. That's why I'm like, come on, man. Like, what are we really trying to do? Are we trying to win games or are we trying to project our son? Which I don't blame him. Hey, Doc Rivers said it best. I'm going to offer my son a job if I'm a head coach. Like, it is what it is, right?
Hey, this is still the same sentiments because Neely said on Denver Sports yesterday, you know, we're trying to block for the future Heisman winner next year. So
Yeah,
he's
it's
still
gonna be.
he's still saying that.
It's gonna be the same, guys. It's gonna be the same concepts next year, guys.
And put a 66
Nothing's gonna
season.
change. Yep.
I say they win
To
6
be
games.
fair,
They're gonna go bowling.
Dion didn't say that. Coach Prime didn't say that. Neely said it.
But Neely is like he speaks for Dion.
Right.
I mean, you know what I mean? He's like
Well,
in his
yeah,
that's
he
his
said
right hand
he
man.
said future Heisman next year.
So
Yo, please pardon me again. Hey, Solid Gold, good to see you, my brother. Sam and gentlemen, and Max, you too. There's just one more thing I want to get to the root of before I drop back down because the panel is crowded. And that is simply this. At the end of the day, when the win-loss record is tabulated and all the stats are put together, my question is the onus on the players or the coaching staff? And if it's on the coaching staff, you can't put the blame all on Prime. It's his management and coordinating team that has to take responsibility for all these losses. I'm out. Peace, y'all. Thank you.
Hey, that's what I was saying earlier. That's what I was saying.
That got funny, man.
He gonna drop that bomb and just leave.
Hey,
but that's real though.
Black, he
But
should
that's
have
real
stayed
because
for a second. He should have stayed.
because you got to look at it though for real. He spent his first year learning how to be a Power 5 coach behind the scenes, dealing with all the media, dealing with the behind the scenes, dealing with the boosters. You know what I'm saying? So he
But
really,
every coach does that though.
yeah,
Every
but he
coach
didn't get
dealing-
the, but he didn't get to manage it. He didn't get to manage football like he really needed to. He knew what was going on, but he didn't.
Like, here's something that I feel like it isn't said enough, right? Coach Prom didn't he didn't accept the job and get his coaching staff in a traditional manner. So off the rip, him not doing that, I believe it could have created a rift in the workplace because not everybody can work together. We're human beings at the end of the day. You see what I'm saying? You might have somebody that you feel like can get the job, and because they know you, they have admiration for you, someone to come in and fill the void. But the reality is, Coach Prime didn't do things in a traditional manner. Hiring a whole seat and that OC, bringing 2-3 guys, and that DC bringing 2-3 guys, and it just so on and so forth. Coach Prime already had a group of guys that he brought with him from a different location, and already had these job seats filled. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I really felt like that was the first problem that maybe had existed for CU this year. You see what I'm saying? Because, like I said, I don't believe everybody. I don't think a lot of people want to work with the people. It may not even be Coach Prime, but a lot of people don't want to work with the individuals on that team, and people just don't want to say that.
Solid Gold. I agree with you because I said that. I was just like, man, you got the assistant coaches hired before you even announce, your main coordinators. But I don't fault Coach Prime for doing that. Like
I don't either.
If I've been your dog, like we both from H-Town, I've been your dog since day one. You finally get on. I'm expecting, like, dog, we've been grinding from day one. That's
And
the
I agree.
expectation.
But
You know what I'm saying? He
but it's
mentioned it while they was at
conflicting
Jackson State.
because
Coaches making 50,000 compared to 400,000 now. Like I can't.
Yeah, but
do
it's
that, dog.
conflicting because it's not the normal thing to do. See, we understand that because we understand the brotherhood and the camaraderie ship of bringing your boys and starting from the bottom. Now we here type of mentality, but that's not what a lot of these coaches, especially, I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of coaches that are other complexions go through. You see what I'm saying? Now they might go through it in a sense of being a graduate assistant, y'all working on the same staff, and he bring you with you. You know what I'm saying? But on that, it's a little bit different from a sense of brotherhood and the way they got it, where it's like a colleague, co-worker situation. And that's, to me, I felt like that was the first error that he may have done because it's not, I'm not going to say it is or it isn't, but I feel like that's the main, maybe have been an error of him accepting that job.
I wouldn't say that because they do it all the time. They hire their son-in-law, their cousin's brother-in-law, son-in-law, and their cousin's cousin, and trust me, like
just that
you look
it's
through
just
college
them not
football. hold on. You look through college football. You look at the other side. They all related, cousins, kins, in-laws, or relators.
But it's
Trust
a
me.
little bit different when it's a little bit different because they dominate the workplace. See, it's kind of, I don't know how I don't know if y'all ever been in a job like that. Well, you ever been to a job where
I get what you're saying, though. I
you know
get
what
Oh,
what
I'm
I've
you're
been
saying?
saying.
there. I've been
Yeah,
there. I've been there.
it's a little
I'm
bit
still there.
different when you're when you're the minority or the small margin of people that's trying to do it. You feel what I'm saying? Now, if you was to
Absolutely.
do what they was doing, or you would have been one of the good old boys, it wouldn't have been a problem. But you weren't. You weren't a good old boy. You feel what I'm saying? There's
Yeah,
you they
we
keep,
catch that politic. That's what we do. That's the refs. We already know it. That's why they got 2 touchdowns called back. Matter of fact, 3 if you count
yeah.
Dylan Edwards, that little fake comeback
A
on the
lot of
chop
people
block.
want to see Coach Prime fail, but also
Yep.
he's not doing here's something that I've learned, man. You don't dig if you in a hole, you don't dig a hole deeper. It just makes it harder for you to get out of. And even because a lot of Colorado fans are starting to be like Cowboy fans. They're starting to become delusional.
But we knew that
That's
politic was
crazy.
coming though. We knew that
Yeah,
politic, but we were saying you got to be unapologetic. You know what I'm saying? Because they want a man to be humble, be humble pie yourself because
Right.
you too sure of yourself. How you know you gonna win? They can't stand that. We talked about that for the first 3, dang near 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I mean, you can go to Taj Nasheed and Brother Omar and we're not minorities because minority mean an incompetency to think. It doesn't mean a majority of people.
yeah, you're
But
just not the majority.
no, that's not what minority mean. Minority mean competency. Like, are you competent enough to understand the conversation? And when you say minority, that means they saying really that's. But like I'm saying, we had people talk about that with Dion. We already know what that is about. But we shouldn't even be saying that because that's what they want in the beginning. And if he feel like he's supposed to be that way, why would he? And if he feel like he should change, why would you do something that's gonna make you change who you are? So again, we already know that, Mo. We kept what you saying, but at the same time, that's the politic. That's why you catching all these flags and these fake calls and these touchdowns getting called back. Because they don't want to see it. If you watch Paul, what's dude Burmer, whatever the guy would right before they played Oregon, he was like, oh, he said it for certain. He said, oh, you don't have to worry about Deion. He's done. He's finished. We don't have to worry about him anymore. Burmer, the old dude, the one we all knew who was racist and hating Dion, he said it. When he said it like that, I
But
saw it's
also,
slow,
here's something that I feel like people are not going to admit. These coaches know whether or not you a threat or not, and what the reality is, and a lot of them don't. I'm sorry to say this. Please, people, don't crucify me for saying this. A lot of people do not take Dion seriously. He has too many open windows for his house to be taken seriously. You feel what I'm saying?
I
And
agree.
a
I
lot
agree
of
with you,
people
Tony.
not going to agree
They
with that
taking him serious.
notation. They don't. I'm gonna tell you because if they did, they wouldn't come out in massive droves and do the things that they do to him. You feel what
Can
I'm
I say
saying?
something? Dan Lanning said what everybody want, how everybody felt. That's what they said.
You feel what I'm saying? They a
They
lot
did.
you might not, a lot of people may not agree with that, especially the Colorado Prime enthusiasts, but a lot of people in the coaching ranks do not respect Prime. And
Man,
it's sad because
Oh, because they
he
knew he
has
was
not done
cheated.
any. Yeah, he has not done anything to deserve that. Yeah, he's
yeah.
flamboyant, but he hasn't done anything in a physical, tangible sense to say or deserve the ire that these coaches present to him. That's a problem
Yeah.
Hey, you
because
know
it's
what, man?
not.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Now I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get on my like I've been talking.
Are you?
It's not only that you have a problem with him and who he is, it's also a mix of his race because it goes into the sense of like, you don't have no problem with Jim Harbaugh, you know what I'm saying, coming out and being flamboyant or Kirby Smart, you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? You don't have these problems when they do it. So it's a mix of you don't respect his professionalism, but also you don't respect the fact of who he is and his cut in his race. It's a little bit, it's like a pie chart. It all got something to deal with, but at the end of the day, it's still disrespect. You feel what I'm saying?
Can I
Absolutely.
say something
Yeah.
about that?
Mm-hmm.
This is how I feel. I feel like in the beginning, before TCU, they did. You're right. They didn't take him seriously. They're like, oh God, because Dion is Dion. Dion is one part preacher, at one part phenomenal football player that he's a lot of things, right? Motivational speaker. So they didn't take him seriously. But then when he won TCU, no one expected that. It was like, oh, wait a minute.
Right.
Then he won Nebraska. Then he won CSU. Then there was, and then once he started having those back-to-back wins, that's when people really started to say, okay, you know what? Let me sit up in my chair. Let me take this man seriously, because I didn't think he was going to be able to do all of this. Everybody around the world saw the talent level he had, and that this talent level was punching above their level. And it was like, we got to stop this man at all costs, because he is, to this day, he's still a threat to the system. However, now that he's had these back-to-back 8 losses, people are now getting comfortable. People are now sitting back, because it's clear as day what he needs to get on the team. And then also, it's also clear as day what he needs to address. And I will also say this. Another reason why they may not be taking him seriously as a coach at this level, and I am starting to not, is his behavior. Take a look at his behavior when he goes to the football games. I feel like sometimes when he's at these games, he's like a spectator. His hands are folded, and he's just kind of watching the games a lot of times. And you can say whatever you want to say, but like when we had that Stanford loss debacle, when we were up by 29 points, and then the second half they came back, he just kind of stood and watched. When we were playing UCLA and his son was getting beat down left, right, and center, he just kind of stood back and watch. I mean, he just kind of he's like a spectator. So
Yeah, he surely was overwhelmed for sure. I mean, that was pretty obvious. You know
but
what I
it's
mean?
like, he's not. He is. This is what I've noticed just from a visual. When like I said this before, I said it a million times. When I see other college football coaches at the games, they are going crazy on the sidelines. They're yelling at everybody. Their coordinators, their players. They're writing things down. You could tell they're calling things up. They're doing a lot of stuff. Not him. He just kind of sits there and watches. And I'm not saying that he doesn't do anything, because there are times where he's made calls. That one call at CSU when Shedeur made that amazing 98-yard drive, that was a good call. But then some of these other calls afterwards, where he's putting Shedeur or his other players in these like hero football playmaking decisions that don't go right, that go absolutely wrong. I still feel like he needs to go back to the drawing board and learn a little bit about the intricacies of the game. And one last thing, I'm also concerned that he is very dismissive when it comes to data and analytics. I still think he needs to look at that stuff and factor that in when if he's putting himself in these positions to make these critical decisions when it comes to those moments in a football game.
Yeah. Hey, can we say this? I agree with you 100%. I think when I observe Deion, when I look at Deion, I mean, you got to go back and look at him as a player, right? Deion relied on talent, his physical, his attributes, etc. Right? Deion was never. He was never the guy in the film room studying opponents. He was just more instinctive talent, faster than anybody. So when I look at him.
That's wrong. You're wrong completely.
No, I think I'm
completely
right.
wrong, bro.
I think I'm right.
Man,
Deion
he can sit there.
Deion was known.
I'm gonna just say this, and
film junkie.
Let me finish.
Yeah, because he knew every player's. He knew how they lined up if they were gonna do certain things. That's film. He could break down every player that he
Deion
ever
was a
played
film
against.
junkie.
He was a film junkie.
But Deion had he had the instinctive physical feel for playing football. Like some guys got to study, some guys got to look at technique. Deion was just naturally gifted, and he had the instinctual mind to play the positions he played.
Yeah, he was a workhorse though. He did
how this translate.
That's not Deion profile. What separated Deion was his knowing of the game and his film studying. That's what separated his talent alone was
what made him
good
great
enough. But what made him great was his knowledge of the game and his study and film work. That's
any wide receiver he went up against, he could tell you everything about him.
Yeah,
here's
he
something
might.
to that.
Well,
People
I guess
don't realize.
I made that point. I made that point because because I don't see as him as a coach, right? I don't see him really. Honestly, I don't think Dion even knows all their plays per se.
Thank you.
I don't even think he knows. I'm being honest.
I don't
I don't
think
even
so
think
either.
he knows the playbook. To be
Can
honest
I
with
say
you.
why though? Can I
I
say
don't
why?
think so
And that
either.
goes back, but that goes back to what I was saying at
Really
first.
quickly.
I
Let
wouldn't
me
say.
say
I
this really,
wouldn't
really
dare
quickly.
say that.
Really, really quickly.
I would
I
agree
know
with
he
that.
doesn't know because if you watch his press conferences, every once in a blue moon, a reporter will ask him an X's and O's question about a game, and he'll go into the football speak that you guys do, but he goes into like the play schemes. He doesn't answer the freaking question. He either gets
But
defensive.
here's
Yeah,
the
he said you gotta watch the
yeah
film.
here's the put Sam. Here's the pushback to that. I would agree with that only because that's his personality. But at the same time, there are a lot of coaches. Let's say I'm a defensive minded coach, right? You're not gonna really. You might understand the system that you're trying to run, but you're not gonna know you're not gonna know everything going on with your offense.
You're
Because that's
supposed
not
to,
your,
though,
That
man.
sounds
You're
that's
supposed
not
to.
your
I disagree
that's
with
not
that.
your
I
forte.
Andy
disagree
Reid
with that,
does.
sir.
Andy
I
Reid
disagree
does.
But
with that.
Andy,
let me
but
push
but
He's
see,
an
but
offensive
on the
play
flip side,
caller.
but
No, no, no,
on,
no.
you know
let me
what
push
I'm
back
saying? He's
to
an
that.
offensive play
A
caller.
head coach knows every call,
The,
B.
heck,
Yeah, no, the
heck,
head coach know that playbook.
heck,
I'll
a
push
Thank you,
back to
traditional
thank
that.
you,
head coach.
Max.
Hold
Yeah,
on, you
they know
guys.
it.
Let me answer this from a non-football perspective. A traditional head coach is going to know that, and do you know why? I know why, because now I'm watching press conferences for Nick Saban and from Kirby. They know these things. Like when they ask those
Hold on.
X's and O's questions, they're able to answer it because you know what? They went through the ranks. They were this coordinator here, then they were their coordinator, so they know all those details. I'm telling you right now, Coach
Let me.
Prime doesn't know.
Well,
He
Coach
doesn't.
Can I
Prime,
push?
Coach
He
Prime
does.
was a
Remember, he
defensive
said.
coordinator. Give me a second. Coach Prime was an offense and defensive coordinator. He has experience with it. But when he
For
moved,
whereabouts though?
From he was
It was high school.
high school
it was
level,
high school.
I
That's
can't, I
high school.
can't, I can't, I can't validate that though.
It's like saying I know
no, he
algebra, but put a calculus problem in front of me. Do I know calculus?
I
No.
mean,
But I
I
know
coach you
You
football, and
know.
I'm not even football because I'm a basketball guy. So that's not.
Your
I don't think
head,
that's validated.
that's this. I don't know how you just go and assume that the head coach doesn't know the offensive plays. Like that's you're working through.
That's
Hold on,
kind of a square.
wait. You're working through. That's disrespectful, and it makes no sense because the head coach is working with you all week through the plays, telling you how to run the play, like all week in practice. Wait, let me explain, man. Before you talk about hold on. And he's hearing he said out his own mouth. He said, "I'm hearing the game being called. The coaches are calling a good game." He's hearing the plays being called. It's for the head coach to say, you know what? Nah, y'all, let's do this. Let's move this kind of. That's what the head coach.
To say I gotta push back on that, Sam. To say he doesn't know his team's
real
playbook.
quick. Let me say something
I
real
don't
quick.
agree with that.
He knows the defense. Remember, he's a defensive specialist. Like he
Exactly.
played defense. He does know the defensive playbook. I mean, it's all in his head because he played it. And whatever they draw when they draw up the playbook and they go with the scheme for the week, he does know it. He has the chart in front of him, but you just don't see the chart with him on the sidelines because he's in the earphones listening to him. So if they say, "Hey, coach, we got a few plays," I'm not sure if he's picking out the plays like Andy Reid does. He leaves that in the hands of his offensive coordinator.
But when he sees the game go, when he sees it's kind of like this. It's like seeing a plane in the air, and all of a sudden the plane nosedives, and you have the ability to say to turn it around or make it go up or whatever I'm trying to say. Why doesn't he do anything? Why does he not say? Why doesn't he override?
Can I answer that?
Can I say this?
Sorry about
Can I say this real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah, can I answer that? Okay, Sam. Here's something that people don't want to admit because it's not the right thing to say, right? Deion Sanders played elite daddy ball this season. We gotta stop and act like we gotta stop this notion that he didn't think that he didn't do this. We know he did. We see it. It's the eye test. So when you ask why didn't he make simple corrections on the football field, right? It's because he in himself thought that, and I'm gonna be honest with you, you might not agree with this, but he in himself thought that this would take away from Shadur and Travis. You ask yourself.
You saying that? Let's say what he said. This is what Deion said out of his own mouth. He said when you see players messing up, he don't like to get on them. He don't like to just pull them. So he said it's like think of Phil Jackson.
He
Phil
pulled
Jackson. He pulled because Carmani and Marion Cooper. I get it. Who knows what's going on through the week? I mean, that was politics being played out. But think of Phil Jackson. People used to always say when you watch Phil Jackson and you see the team need a timeout, you're like, why Phil don't call a timeout? Why Phil don't do this? Phil is a guru because he wants you to figure out what you're doing wrong out there. Because he know, even if he tell you, it's not going to be until you fix it and pick it up. So that kind of coaching mindset is exactly what Coach Prime said. He said it his own mouth. I said, me, you sound like Coach. You sound like Phil Jackson.
This isn't
Talking
basketball
like
though. Basketball talent.
In the first half, I know, like yesterday, the last game, I said, dang, he don't call a whole timeout in the first half, but they call 2 timeouts early in the second half. Who does that? I get that. I get that too. But what I'm saying is, the man knows his playbook, and he's looking at. It's not a stat season, but it's a stat season. If you know football, that's what you're calling it, because that's what it's not. We're not pushing for a natty. It's not a natty season. It's not a bowl season.
Well, this is how I know he plays. This is how I know he plays elite daddy ball. They had a safety, right?
He said elite
who was
daddy
packed
ball.
with elite daddy ball. They had a safety. Right?
What makes it elite though?
I'm gonna tell you why. This is elite daddy ball.
Get hit with standard.
Right?
Come on,
They had an all conference, right? Pac-12 safety in Nico Reed starting at free safety, right? This man transfers, right? Goes to a different school. I think he went to Oregon. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he went to Oregon.
Yeah, he went to Oregon. Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, I'm asking this question. Why does he do that?
Because
he already knows Shiloh's coming. He not finna play. Now, we and anybody else in this platform, if you can sit here and say that Shiloh's a better safety than Nico Reed, hey man, I'm gonna tell you to go lay down and get you some rest. It's kind of late.
That's Nico Reed's fault.
Yeah, but
that's not Nico Reed. How is that Nico Reed fault when he know he's not gonna start?
Yeah, but
that don't even make sense. You don't know that. You don't know that.
He's going to be either first team or second team All-American this year. He was leading the pack. He's leading the pack.
How would he not start? That don't even make no sense.
He's close to leading the Pac-12 and something. I can't remember the stat with Shiloh. No, he's really good safety.
But the whole thing is, how you gonna say Nico Reed wasn't gonna start if he never even tried himself? Like if he would have stayed,
Nico Reed is a cornerback. They play 2 different positions.
Nico Reed
transferred to Oregon and didn't even see the field.
That's just like this quarterback that just did that.
You know what I'm saying? So Nico Reed was good under the circumstances of what Colorado had last year. So if you bring in more talented players, Nico Reed a special teams player. See what I'm saying? Like he went to Oregon and played special teams. Like he didn't get on the field to start at Oregon. He got on the field to play special.
Not even as a backup. Not even as a backup.
Not even as
right.
I think he was like third string. Like they played him against CU because the game was just out of hand at that point. So they just put him on the field. But Nico Reed is a product of what Colorado had last year. Like if you go back, Trevor Woods, hands down the best player on Colorado's defense last year. Hands down, best player. But now you put him on Colorado's defense this year, he is by far not the best player on the defense. It's just there's just talent. There's just talent discrepancy.
Yeah, Shiloh was the best on his defense, man. He's leading the tackles. So the proof is in the numbers. He's leading in tackles.
Hold on. I don't think he might have done that because Trevor Woods missed his last game, but Trevor Woods leading in tackles not too long ago when I looked.
But he's number 1 in forced fumbles, like in NCAA history. Like I don't know how many years.
Okay, but let me ask you a
nobody
question.
getting 4 forced fumbles.
Yeah,
let me ask you a
know
question.
how hard that is to force a fumble, boy.
Let me ask you a question. Is your
Shiloh a dog, man?
Nah, we got to stop this. No, I'm sorry.
That
man can't cover his food with a paper towel. We got to stop this.
Nah,
if he don't have a wide open tackle, Shiloh is ass in the secondary.
Are you watching the game? That's his problem. His problem is wide open tackles.
He always missing.
No.
He takes horrible pursuit
in the second
angle.
round of the draft. He played. If he leave this year, he is getting drafted. I'm
Man,
telling you, he's getting drafted.
I
He'll
agree.
be like a day
Even though
3 guy.
Shiloh, I will always forever remember that wonderful pick six he made and CSU.
This
Stunned
man
like
said he
his
can drop in
daddy.
the second round.
Stunned like his daddy.
He said his
But
daddy
I
ball
have to
second.
agree. I have to agree with him. Like he's the first person I noticed that sometimes when he tries to make a tackle, it doesn't work. Like they stiff arm him. I had never seen that before.
I don't see how y'all say he a good.
That's a part of football. Name me one college football player that doesn't get stiffed arm or miss a tackle like that.
JR.
And hold on. Since we talking about this right here, let's say this though.
We all agree that Steve Atwater was a good player, but what did Christian Okoye do to Steve Atwater?
Yeah, like it's magnified to us.
Well, we not saying that.
We follow Colorado.
Hey, how can you expect any of those DBs to even be trying to run up against any of those running backs when it's the linebackers' fault that they got the most tackles anyway?
Listen, if Shiloh was in Oregon, he'll be a starter.
What? Man,
he'll be starting at Oregon.
Brother, who said that?
No way.
Stop that, man. We gotta stop this.
So why do you criticize Shiloh so much, though?
Man, I'm gonna ask this question.
Why you do that?
Just play this game with me. If we just take a collective look at the secondary play, right, predominantly free safety, because that's what he plays in the NFL. Do y'all think Shiloh even make the team?
Yeah, he's making the team in the NFL. Yeah,
man, we gotta stop this, bro.
What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about?
Hey, what's Shiloh's 40 speed? What is his 40 speed?
Shiloh run a 06.
He won a 4.6. That's slow.
Shiloh be a starter in the league? No. But he will make somebody's NFL roster.
Yeah, because if his last name,
he is talented. He is talented enough to hang on to an NFL roster. Like we can't take away the fact that Shiloh had a full ride to the University of South Carolina. That's on talent. That ain't on his daddy name.
He played at South Carolina. Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you.
And he balled out.
So why Coach Prime say?
Expo
why Coach Prime say? Ain't no need of coming back unless you coming to get both sons. Why you say that?
Well, he gonna say that. I mean,
man, we gotta stop this. If that don't hold no weight, I don't know what to do.
What I will
say, we gotta stop this. We gotta stop it, man.
Hey, Solid Gold.
What's up?
We all in agreement that he focused the offense around his son. There ain't no question.
Oh yeah, I know he did that.
He focused the offense around his son.
I'm saying
we all know that. You can call it daddy ball. You can call it whatever you want to, but he focused the offense around his son. Yeah. Well, he's gonna do it again next year. He's gonna do it again next year.
Did Shiloh do anything exceptionally well? No.
He didn't do anything.
Exceptional athletes are drafted in the first round. Sean Taylor. You see what I'm saying? Like Sean Taylor was an exceptional athlete.
Sean Taylor, he had.
I mean, Sean Taylor was Sean Taylor was one of a kind, man. You can't. There's only one Sean Taylor.
If Sean Taylor hadn't got
about
killed,
the same kind of play.
If Sean Taylor hadn't got killed, he would have been in the Hall of Fame.
Taylor's the thing.
Those
were exceptional athletes. Did Shiloh do anything exceptional? No.
Yes, he did. What do you mean? No. The man had force. He had force for fumbles.
He's above average. Yes.
Yeah. He good enough to make a roster, bro. Like
exceptional. He's above average. There's nothing wrong with being above average, but
because he can make a roster.
Like Solid Gold, we've heard this phrase before. If Shiloh Sanders' last name was Sanchez, you not getting that.
He not getting drafted.
About Shiloh Sanchez.
His last name. First of all, his last name Sanchez or Woods or James.
Sanchez.
He not seeing the football.
Shiloh got them boys scared.
He wouldn't
out
even be
there.
starting at Colorado.
Man,
and I put money on that.
You sound like a straight hater.
No,
yesterday, remember that first pass to the running back when it was him and Shiloh and he just didn't even go for it because you see Shiloh got them boys tippy-toeing out there, man. You sound crazy.
Man.
I didn't above. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. He's #1 in forced fumbles this year, period, bro. Do you know how big that is in football? Look, see this. I know how.
Yo,
That's
I
how I
don't think
know
he
I'm not talking to
realized that
football heads.
Shiloh was being recruited at Oregon. I don't think he knew
They
that.
don't know how serious that is.
He
That's
had a
bigger than
recruiting
getting
visit
a
there.
pick.
He was
On
him
defense,
and
bro.
Shador. Shador was being recruited by Alabama. Did you know that?
That's right.
cool.
The biggest
That's cool
thing,
to get a-
the
that's cool
biggest
to get
thing
a
you
big
can do
hit.
on defense is get a fumble. The
That's
second
cool to
thing
get
you
a-
can do is get a pick. The
six.
third
That's
thing you can
cool
do
to
is
get
get
a
a
big
sack.
hit.
The
That's
fourth
cool to
thing you
get
can
a big
do is
hit.
get 3 and out, bro. Like
It's
understand
cool
when you
to get a
getting
big hit, bro.
no,
But
you totally missing the fact.
when you miss angles as a safety, like you're the last line of defense. So when you miss angles as a safety, like those are the things that NFL scouts will pick apart. Like,
He
cool, you gonna
gambles.
make a
Yeah,
big
look,
hit,
he
but how
gambles because
many
he's
big
going for
hits?
fumbles. Listen, bro.
How many big hits you can name on your hand? The amount of big hits he made because that's eye catching.
Yeah, but he's already projected. He's already projected by the.
like I said,
He's already
Shiloh's
projected
above
by the
average,
experts to go in the
but he's
second
not
round. He's already projected
exceptional, bro.
already. So if he
And
leaves
that's
now,
cool.
he's in the second
I gotta
round.
see that. I gotta see this. I
Above
So
gotta
he's
see
not
average
a. He's
is
not. He's
above
really good
average is
actually.
a second, third day pick. You know what I'm saying? That's above average.
You
Second,
sound-
third day
I mean,
pick.
Tom
man.
Brady was picked late too.
Exceptional is first round pick.
It don't
That's
matter. I mean,
exceptional. Shiloh's
I
not
think.
going first round in the
Oh
NFL.
no.
He's going second or
You'd
third
be
day.
amazed.
That's above average. There's
You'd
nothing
be
wrong
amazed.
if he
being
plays
above
next
average.
year, he probably
who
go
do
in
you
the
see?
first round.
Who do you see as at free safety going over Shador in any round right now? What other free safety that's
Shiloh
besides Shiloh right now?
I would say the
my
one
bad,
from
Shiloh
Alabama.
right now.
The one from Alabama. I forget his name.
Malachi Moore, I think he
Kool-Aid
played like
McKinstry. Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Well, Kool-Aid played corner.
He
But
got.
the guy
Didn't he get
Malachi
benched?
Moore
though?
in
Talking about
Alabama,
safeties. And Shiloh ain't never gave up no
Oh, he
tackle
a
for a
cornerback.
touchdown.
That's right.
And that's all. As long as you ain't getting no tackles for a touchdown and you causing fumbles back there and getting picks, you doing your thing at safety. I don't know what you talking about.
I
son.
think Shiloh's big Achilles heel is his speed, man. I think that's where that's where if
and
he
that's
have
where
any
the poor angles come in at.
if that
He
where any
can't take
if
the
any
proper
weaknesses
angles because of his speed.
I got a question.
He's
is his speed.
He's above average.
He
He's
doesn't
above-
have
above
he doesn't have
average
the
is good.
he doesn't have that
That's
great
good.
speed that is needed to be a starter in the NFL.
Can I ask a
I
question?
ain't seen him get burnt deep yet, and I seen him catch those boy last week and make him fumble in the end zone. Damn near.
Yeah,
He
I
do
don't really
take
see him
open. He
getting
do
beat
take
that
open.
much. I
Yeah,
don't see
y'all
him
just
getting
saying
beat.
stuff.
I'm
He
just gonna
do
ask this
take
one
open
simple
field
question, and I'm
tackles.
gonna leave it alone.
Yeah, he do miss. He missed few open field tackles. He trying to figure how to make the fumble come up. You can look at him and see he trying to make the fumble. He never really trying to arm tackle or wrap. He trying to just go for the fumble. But he ain't, like if you look at him, bro, y'all just saying a lot of stuff that don't make sense.
I gotta ask this question. I gotta ask. Hold up, Jr. Hold up, Jr. I gotta ask this question. I gotta ask this question to the panel. What person do you know get drafted when you're ranked 22nd at your own position?
Well, he's
I gotta ask.
projected to
I ain't
go
never
in the second round.
I ain't never seen.
the
I ain't never
experts already
seen
said
the
it.
22nd running back get drafted. I ain't never seen the 22nd linebacker in college football get drafted.
You getting ready to?
It's
say
only
it.
150 picks.
He 26 this year. That's good. Next
No.
year
He's
he ain't gonna be
22nd. He's 22nd in his own position. You name me one player who was 22nd in his position and got drafted.
He not going out right now for one.
I didn't.
So
That's not what I
that's a
asked you.
false argument. And no, he ain't going out at 26, ranked 26. But his first year in Power 5, he's ranked 26 in his position. That's not bad.
He played Power 5.
Well,
his
his second year.
Okay, so let's say he go up. Let's say he go up 7 slots.
Again, look, but hold
What
on. But when you look at his,
15th
wait, bro, you just let me address the question, because when you look at his same stats from North Carolina, North Carolina, it's the same stats. He had like 30, 40 tackles. I think he had a fumble or a pick. He keep doing the same thing, and then remember, he didn't start playing football until his junior year in high school. So he ain't got that much football experience already playing safety. He got everything you need. Like, I'm looking at him play. He looked like he already got the size. Like he's 6'1", 190. That's about pro size. But like I said, he do have a problem missing open field tackles. But all the other stuff y'all talking about, I don't know what you're talking about. And he causing fumbles. Like, bro, that's it. Hey, man, how many of them safeties called the fumble this year? If any safety called the fumble,
one or
you
two
tripping.
in the nation in forced fumbles.
He's number one in the nation in forced
number one.
fumbles. Period.
Here's the issue that I have with that, and that's all fine and dandy. I mean, somebody got to make plays on the porous defense. What I'm saying is, and I'm gonna stand by this statement: name me one player who was 22nd at his own position get drafted.
The year he get drafted, nobody. But he not getting drafted.
I'll give you this. Let's say he
next year. What he gonna be next year? He might be number one. Then what you gonna say? Last topic, bro. You gonna be looking real like, because like I said, he can only go up from here. And when you get a line, and look, hold on. Not only he did that with a line that don't bring pressure continuously, let him get a line that do. And like I said, he about to get that line that's going to pressure. You're going to see the DBs go up next year because they're going to get them balls out quick and they're going to be picked off. And like I said, you got to look at all the little increments of what's going on. You just like, oh, he's 26. He ain't going pro. Of course he's not going pro. He's going pro after next year.
It's the eye test. I'm not just saying. Listen, it's like, hold up. JR is my advocate, right? I say Trevor Woods. Everybody else say Trevor Woods is juice flowing from a dumpster. I tell people all the time, Trevor Woods is a lot better than what you give him. He's a lot better than what y'all think he is. But because he don't fit what you want him to be, right? He's trash. No, that don't make somebody trash. What makes somebody trash is production, right? What people can see from the eyes. And what I can see is that Shiloh is a college safety. He ain't nothing else besides that.
Thank you.
We got
I don't
to stop
think nobody
this.
here said
what's
his name is trash.
He
though.
an
NFL player.
Trevor's
I don't
not
think
trash.
he'll be a starter in the league. I think he'll be a nice backup in the league. I don't think he does anything exceptionally well, but he is very much above average in multiple categories as a player to get him drafted around day 2, day 3. Like he could be drafted within that area.
Yeah, UCLA game. Listen, UCLA game said it all, man. When he was in there, it was 7-6 the whole time. He wasn't doing nothing deep. He got everybody scared. They had to kick him out for a target, and he's smacking and he calls a fumble. They took him out the game. They aired out CU. They go off for 100 and something yards in the air. As soon as he got, because that's why. Because Shiloh, he's there. Like I said, I seen it. He take cover. His cover angles are there. His pursuit angles need work. His tackling in the open field needs work. His contact tackling, perfect. His contact with turnovers, perfect. Because he's working on contact. Look, this if you see, look, the play he made against Oregon, what was it? Oregon or Washington when he just went for the ball and just stripped it out and caught it. That's an NFL play all day.
That is an
NFL seen that.
That's
tackling. Listen, bro. You sound like I said. You don't have an eye for football, and you just.
Yes, I do. I'm looking at a 25-year-old play safety in college football, and he's not one of the top safeties.
He took your spot or something. Because, like I said, if you seen that play, you see him getting better. And when you see players make plays like that, when you see players making plays like that, that's a professional play. You can't say he can't play on any level after that. Period. Because that's on the highest level of college football.
He's 25 playing safety in college.
Listen, bro. And what that means is quarterbacks that's 27.
Man, I'm gone, bro.
He ain't 25. He's 23. And now you putting no extras. He's 23.
He'll be 24 next year, though.
You know what I'm saying? He's 24.
24 in a couple months.
24. And what that means? Do you know how many people play at that age? Like y'all, so he's
the man gonna be a a 50-year senior. And you talking about he's an elite talent?
Man, he ain't. Listen,
I'm gone, bro.
Listen, I don't know what you're looking at. Like I said, I don't know what you're looking at.
The man,
when you see him make plays, even last week he led the team in tackles, bro. He led the team in tackles, and he boomed the running back like usual. Boomed him. I like, good hit, Charlotte. Get your boom in. He's gonna always do that
The man is a career safety in college. The man got a career at safety in college.
Watch he go play on somebody's team, bro.
This man got a 401k package in college playing safety, bro.
He gonna get drafted.
Of course, he gonna look like an NFL pro when you sitting here. The man got certifications at safety.
Every college player. Bro. See, look, you need to stop false narratives because every college player right now is 23 because they missed COVID. Who ain't in college? You got people in college. Look, dude that played for Utah, that quarterback, Ryan, He's
not good.
27.
He's not getting drafted.
He's 27.
Bo
Dude
Nix
is
like
almost
35.
30. Dude is almost 30,
Bo
bro.
Nix, I think
Bo
25.
Nix is 26,
35.
bro.
He's
You got
35.
you got dudes that
Stop it, bro.
he's
Just
not
stop
getting.
it.
Dude from
Yo,
Utah is not
whatever you
getting
trying to
drafted.
bring. Look, whatever you trying to say
Man, we
about
need to
Charlotte
stop,
being too old, you sound like you reaching for the stars right now, for real.
How
Because
reaching for the stars?
you know how
You
many
said a man. You
players
said a
leave
man
at
making
25
NFL
or
plays.
24.
He's supposed to when you
just
that
made
old
your
playing
whole.
safety.
Listen, bro, you supposed to be that old at safety because
No,
you
you
supposed to have
not.
experience. No, bro, you're not going. For one, the league don't want no young DBs because that's the most hardest position to play in football. You need a
What's
lot
the
of
average
experience.
age of people going into the
Listen,
league?
bro. But 24, 25, bro.
No,
23,
sir.
you too, man. 23,
No,
you
sir.
barely too young, bro. 22, barely. Man, you second year, third year of college. No, you're gonna at least for one, you can't come out to your second year of college. Then for two, then I'm gonna look at third year. So you looking at least 22, 23. What are you talking about?
Next year in 2024, you're probably going to see Shiloh reach the top 10 in safeties because last year Trevor Woods was number 11 in all of college football. He was out of safeties in college football. Trevor Woods was ranked number 11.
Trevor
right
Woods is a
now,
better
arguably the good safety in college football right now had to be a freshman at the one in Alabama.
Trevor Woods is a better player. We can't act like.
But no, what I'm trying to say something to you. Trevor Woods was ranked number 11 in all of college football last year as a safety. He's in the top 11. Shiloh, you're going to start to see, they didn't rank Shiloh because he was with Jackson State. But if he had stayed in Power 5, you probably would have seen Shiloh in the top 10.
He didn't even start at South Carolina. What are we talking about?
What I'm telling you is if he had stayed in Power 5 and not went to Jackson State, he probably would have been in the top 10. But right now, his play this year, he's in the top 10 safeties in the country. You'll see that list updated in the new year.
Once again,
the average
age
of a player in the NFL is 24. I just looked it up.
Thank you.
Not in the NFL when you go into the
That
draft.
gets drafted to the NFL. It's 24 years.
It's 24, man. You gotta be a grown man. You can't come in there no little boy. You gonna get broke off, man.
That's funny.
You know
That's
what?
true, though.
I'm gonna leave this like this. Next year, hopefully, he has a good season. But I know what's gonna happen. He gonna get solely drafted because his last name is Sanders.
Nah,
and then he gonna stay on the roster for 1 year. And then he gonna be delegated to the practice squad.
See, people like you don't deserve a mic. People like you just need to be.
I'm serious.
You need to text, man.
I'm serious,
so
man.
You gonna take away all his forced fumbles. You're gonna take away all.
I didn't take away.
You
none of
gonna
his
take
tackles.
away all of that.
Hey,
You gonna
real
make
quick,
it seem
we got
like
to move on to something else because the thing is, we know that he's leading the country in forced fumbles, which makes him in the top 5 or 10 safeties in the country right now. We all know that. That's not up for debate. So, yeah, he just want to say it's elite daddy ball. That's his opinion. But he's one of the top elite safeties in the country. You don't force fumbles. You don't be number 1 in the country in forced fumbles if you're not good. I mean, we know this, man. We've been on this for about, almost an hour now. It's not going anywhere. So, yeah, man, it's not up for debate. He actually is a good player. It's not just because his father's on the team. He's a good player. He started his career off at the Gamecocks. And asked Bo Nix, he almost knocked him out of his cleats. He's always been good. He had injuries at Jackson State, but now he had injuries here too. But he's really a good safety. I mean, everybody knows that knows something about football. So, yeah, man. He's a good safety,
think he's a
man.
good safety. I never said he wasn't. I think he's a good safety.
Yeah, he's actually one of the top elite in the country right now, once that list is updated. He might make second team All-American this year. I'm not sure. But he's going to make an All-American list. I'm just not sure if it's 1, 2, or 3. But he got good enough numbers where he should be an All-American. And he is projected by most draft experts is going in no later than the second round. That's not up for debate. So that means he's good. It's not just because of his father. So
he got more.
Numbers
He got the most forced fumbles in college. Yeah, he got you know how big and all the defenses in college. He got the most forced fumbles.
That means he's a stepper. We all know that. Everybody knows. If you don't know, you just didn't either watch the game or you're not looking at the numbers.
Excuse me, brother. I don't mean to interrupt.
He's one of
but
the top
a
staffers in
safety
the
is
game,
not
man.
judged. He's not judged off how many fumbles he can force. Yes, it's
What
a
are
good
you
thing.
talking about?
All right,
That's
man,
what
hold
the.
on.
Oh, yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, I'm done too.
What? How
Yeah, I'm done. You messing up the show. I'm done. I should have got him done a long time ago. Yeah, I'm not sure. You just go look at the numbers. I mean, I don't know.
And
Maybe just 'cause
turnovers
I'm
win
older.
games, man. Turnovers win games.
Yeah, man. You don't get all those forced fumbles if you're not a heavy hitter. He's one of the hitters. He looks small, but he can hit. So yeah, he can hit, man. That's what it is.
Yeah, I will say this: Shiloh is really good at the big hits. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, when he hits you, I can see why he says headache gang CEO, because you're gonna have a headache when he's done with you. That's for sure.
But I suspect
And nobody said he's the best
moved
one.
back. I suspect Trevor Woods being moved back with him back in that safety position next year.
Yeah, like I said, people got upset with me, but I tell people I don't really care, and I stand on this 10 toes down. Trevor Woods for me is not a good linebacker. Sorry, he just isn't. He needs to go back to where he was.
Trevor Woods gonna be on special teams. They're not moving Cameron Stillman Craig out of that safety position. It's gonna be Cameron Stillman Craig and Shiloh playing next year. I find it hard to believe that they move Cameron Stillman Craig out of that safety position.
I'm not sure what they're gonna get in the transfer portal or what they got coming. We're gonna have to wait and see, because if they still they got I don't know if DeMoy Kennedy is coming back. I thought he was a pretty solid. He just didn't get a lot of playing time because of injuries, but they had a lot of injuries too. So we're gonna have to see who they got coming in and who's staying. That's what I want to see, and then we'll figure out like who playing what. We'll see who's playing what.
I just cannot wait until the transfer portal opens. Just like we had a surprise today with Tim Brewster. I didn't see that coming.
Oh,
Maybe
that's
you guys.
what I wanted to ask you guys. That's right. So how did y'all feel about hold on one
Shocked.
second. I had somebody backstage.
I was
My
on
bad.
Twitter when it happened.
What
I was
do you
on
guys
Twitter.
think about that?
I was shocked. I didn't see it coming. I'm like, oh my God. And then when he announced it on Twitter, and I was on Twitter at that time, that thing went through Twitter
It's trending on Twitter. It's trending on there.
Yeah, it was trending. So I said my, thank you so much. You did a great job. And then I just sat back like, holy crap. I didn't see it coming. I can understand, because it seems like he's not Coach Pratt. I mean, I don't know. I understand why he's leaving. If I was him, I would leave too.
Either that, or he could be like, you know what, I might be done. He might be thinking he
Yeah,
still could
that's what
work
I'm
somewhere,
thinking.
or he probably just like, I'm gonna kick back now. I don't know.
Yeah, because he's been coaching for like over 40 years.
Yeah,
Like,
so he probably
at
like,
the
you know
age of
what, it's time
retirement.
to, like Coach Sal,
So-
he might say that too. It's time to kick back.
Right, that's what I was gonna say. It's probably just
They
one of
came to
those
help.
dominoes
They
that
came
need
to
to
help
fall.
Yeah.
Get established.
That's it right there, Matt. They just all came to show support for the
Yeah, they came to help. Just like Sherman
That's
came
how I
over
see
to
it
help.
as. I don't think of it as like any controversy. I think it's like, hey, brother, we love you. We're gonna come, ride with you and get you through this thing. And then, hey, I got to ride out into the sunset. I mean,
Yep.
40 years is a long time of doing something.
Right.
So.
Oh, what
Yeah,
you want
I
to
mean,
say?
like,
Quality assurance, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's, like I was saying, it's just a domino that needs to fall. I don't think it's super significant or it needs to be looked into any further than what it is.
Yeah.
He's going so they can make room or, make space or whatever the need may be.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he decided to
And
kick back.
secondly, they didn't even use the tight ends for real this year anyway.
Not too much. When they did use Michael Harrison, it was effective. He was really solid in that little stretch there.
He had like 5 or 6 touchdowns this year.
Yeah.
Like I said, I was
like
shocked
5.
that he did it, but I wish him well. I don't think there's any controversy behind it. And even if it is, it's life. People move on all the time. It's like, obviously when the movements that happen with Coach Prime, it's gonna cause controversy, no matter how mundane or nominal the move is. But you had a lot of coaches get fired in these past couple of days. You're gonna have coaches that are gonna move on, and no one's really gonna say anything. But you know what? When it's Coach Prime, it's prime time. Everybody's talking about it.
How do you feel about you guys feel about Warren Sapp coming?
I think it's gonna be good, man.
Yeah.
To have somebody of that stature to come in and instruct, teach, motivate, all those things that go along with coaching. I think that's gonna be awesome, man. That's gonna be definitely something that is gonna be mimicked, around the NCAA. I mean, hell, Jason Taylor at Miami, doing it.
Jason
That was like
Taylor
a blimp.
at Miami,
Yeah, that was like a blimp on the ESPN tracker, like down at the bottom. But I think that's going to be great for Coach Prime, something to bounce off, another person that's been through those trenches. Now people speculating like, oh, he's not going to recruit or he's not going to do stuff like that. Like that man down there recruiting for CU right now.
Probably
he ain't
is.
even like officially on the staff. So, he's going to go out there and he's going to do his thing, and the benefit of it is going to be those young men that sign on that dotted line that let us intent to go play for CU.
Yeah, signing day when that comes up, we'll be talking about that when that rolls around, and he has the official recruiting weekend. It's just going to be continuous. You know how when he first announced that he was going to CU when he was at Jackson State, then after the bowl game he went there. Now here we are again. It's just going to be continuous up to the spring game. I like how they run it. Bucky just dropped a video, by the way. So we'll get to see what happened after last game, but I think he need a vacation. I think Coach Prime probably gonna take a vacation, come back, and regroup. And it's almost like he's a rookie all over again, a rookie in Power 5. Thank you.
That's how I feel too.
Thank you for the donation, Slap Happy. But yeah, he's ready to go. Ready to go for next year and see what happens. But how did y'all feel when he said when he was talking about we got to swipe the credit card? Y'all agree with that, right?
Yes.
That's the name of the game.
Open that bank account up. Rick George, cut the check. That's what I would have said. Rick, cut that check, baby.
Where the bag at? Where the bag at?
Hey, you see what he said about? You see what he said about the?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, slightly cut the check.
You see what he said about all the Power 5 schools that's running for the championship, that's in the championship running. He's like, how much did they spend for their line and for their defensive line?
Yeah, they spent.
He put it out there. Yeah, he put it out there. He said we'll never know, but he said they spent it.
I'm gonna tell you, like I said, hey, Ryan Day put it out there. He said 13 million. Like that's crazy. Like 13 million.
But that's to keep his
your team intact.
His starters intact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So we don't know officially how much these kids are worth. We only see the NIL evaluation, but that's not everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're not gonna know that.
But on the collective, man, on the average, and most players are getting like between $30,000 to $40,000 a year on the collective.
In the collective,
when they get paid per month. Yeah, that's the average.
That's
so
per year.
We ain't talking about the star. Yeah, we ain't talking about the stars. That's just the average play.
Yeah, I think Coach Prime, like when I watch the presser, and you if you really analyze what he's saying, a lot of the times, like it's foreshadowing for things to come. So I think he speaks to the recruits or whoever that's out there and whatever's going on behind the scenes. He's speaking directly to them and the pressers too. And then you see the small, the decommits or whatever. So I think a lot of the decommits, they probably try to strong arm him a little bit. But he's also like, okay, you guys tried it, but, we working on something. Because when he mentioned all that, all the cost for all the linemen and stuff like that, or just players in general, I'm thinking from a business perspective, right? What about all that money they generated this season? What are they planning on doing with that?
Well, they got the.
Let's say they give Coach Prime, give him the bag, right? Mm-hmm. You still, you still generated what I think they said what 100, 200 million plus.
I think it was
So
like 700 or something.
700. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then that's just your first season, your foundational season. You establish in, your culture season.
Right.
So that's just, year one.
Year one.
So this is going to be continuous, right? So from that business perspective or that college perspective, what do they plan on doing with that type of money? So I think they're working on something. It's just that, we're on the outside looking in. But what y'all think about that?
Yeah, they said they already upgraded the Jumbotron. They got a new one coming in, a bigger one. So they're
Yeah, I
making
saw that
improvements
too.
to the stadium. And yeah, I'm sure when he said swipe the check, swipe the credit card, he knows somebody's out there ready to swipe the credit card.
Yeah. As far as like the money that they raised like this year due to athletics, like unfortunately they can't spend that money on the students. Like they can't spend it on like paying the students. What they can do is increase their recruiting budget, to say like how often, like, some schools, like I want to say like the University of Georgia, like their recruiting budget is like $5 million. So they're able to like go out private jets, and
Private
things like
jets,
that
yeah.
to get certain people like within the recruiting staff, like out to certain places like so quickly. So CU can increase their recruiting budget. They can update their weight room, stuff like that. Certain pieces of equipment that they need to get players' bodies tuned the right way. They can do things like that with the money. Now, if they could use the money to like pay players, that would be great. But then, they can't do that because the school can't pay the money. The collective of the school can pay for the players to come in, but the school itself, based off the money they
That's
raise
right.
from the athletic department, they can't pay the players like
Yeah, it's just the money they got to swipe. They got to
that. Yeah,
swipe the money from the back end, not the school.
yeah.
But
So what they're probably doing, like what I've known or what you see like universities do, like we're bringing all this revenue into the community and things like that. Now you see certain businesses popping up or certain boosters like donating like lots of money because like the university or the company that they're associated with is associated with the university, so they're getting money like that to give the money back to the school. Like there's ways around it, but they can't just be opening like, oh, we made $700 million this year. Well, we're gonna take 100 million of it and pay the student. They can't do that, unfortunately. If they could, that'd be great for Coach Prime, but they can't. But they gonna up that recruiting budget. They gonna update that weight room. They gonna update, the field, like you said, the jumbotron, like all of that stuff gonna get taken care of with that $700 million.
and then whatever else they they
Yeah,
need.
whatever else they need around
Yeah,
the university. Other teams get paid. The girls basketball team and updates to the
yeah. The
facilities around the
basketball team
schools and
doing
stuff.
good. They beat
Yeah,
LSU.
yeah. So I can see them doing like big things like that. And then the boxes that they have for like the boosters when they do come to the game, they're probably gonna update that part of the stadium because that needs a big renovation. So it's gonna be things like that they take that money and do with, which is great for the university. But that collective that they started, like Coach Prime couldn't come in and say, yeah, man, hey, we know what it is. We're gonna swipe the money and we're gonna get the card and pay these players and cash out. He couldn't say that at the beginning because they ain't had the money. But now that they got the money, that's why he said, "Hey, yeah, we're gonna have to spend a little bit. We know what we
Yeah.
need to spend on them." So
Yep.
they got the money now.
Yeah, I'm
So
pretty
they in the
sure.
ballpark with everybody else.
He said he getting ready to go shop. They
Yeah,
can have
they
access
got
to
the
the money.
money.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got
So
that billionaire from Denver too that love him. That
yep,
love Coach Prime.
they got
Dude
that
a
money
billionaire.
now.
Yeah, dude a
Coach
billionaire.
Prime ain't gonna know how to act. He gonna be, hey, now we got you, baby. Hey, Jordan Seaton, they offering you how much? All right, come on, man, we got you. Cool, $1 million right now. Come on. I mean, that's what you got to do to get them in.
Yeah. Where y'all think Seaton gonna go?
And like I said, I'm a Longhorns fan, so it'd be great if he came to the Longhorns. But I'm a Coach Prime fan as well, and I want to see that brother succeed no matter what. Like, he's already successful, but I want to see him succeed at this level to like put all the naysayers, and all the doubters behind him. But if you go to CU, man, that'd be great for CU, man. That'd be that first 5-star, lineman that they had on the
We're
in the
gonna
school
have to
history.
wait on signing day for that one.
Yeah.
Man, I hope we get some of those Ivy League linemen, man. Them
Yeah,
50-year
do for
Ivy
year.
League players, man.
Yeah, get some experience. I think that we
Man.
need to fill holes with more experience because
Yeah,
the
it's got
line
to
was a
be
little
experience.
young.
Yeah.
They were a little young. I want to say Savion Washington like a junior, but then the rest of them they kind of like sophomore, like Van Wells, a true sophomore.
He's a graduate student.
Oh, Washington.
Yeah, he got one more year though.
Yeah, so I want to see him get a little bit more experience on the offensive line, but get him in the system like early. Like, get them in early so they can jail early. So we ain't having this debate on if they garbage or nothing like that. Like, get them in, let them jail, and then help them out with the offensive play calling. Like, be balanced, stuff like that. But the law averages, man, like, you don't need, 5 stars and 4 stars, man. You just need solid guys. Utilize the solid guys the right way. The law averages will just work out for the offensive line.
That's gonna cost
Either
you
they're gonna
about
be
$7
above
million.
average. Yeah, that's gonna cost some money. It ain't gonna come free. He's gonna have to pay.
Hey, but it'd be
Every
good
other
to get
school is looking for the same thing, right?
It'd be good to get
I
some
got a
experience
dog
in
down
there
at
and show
Notre
them.
Dame right now that'll come, but it's gonna cost you about $2 million.
Yep. Every other school is looking for the same thing. Like, I think the only schools that ain't got that problem is the Georgias, the Alabamas, and the Ohio States, Michigan. Because
Notre
they can
Dame,
say
they don't have it either. Or Iowa.
Yeah, and Notre Dame, because they can say we can fast track you to the league. Like, even if you go to Alabama and sit on the bench for 2 years, all you need is one good year at Alabama, and you're gonna get drafted.
A lot of
Man,
competition there.
We need to tap into Oregon State's line on both sides.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
I swear we do.
Yep.
Yeah, they got a pretty good line too.
Yeah, and their coach is gone, so you know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's right.
Like,
so they,
we don't even
that's
know
right.
what's happening
Oregon
with
State.
the
There's
Pac.
another team too, right? Where their coach is getting ready to leave.
Yeah, he going to Michigan State.
Going to Michigan
the
State.
Michigan State. Oh, is he going to Michigan State? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He took the job.
The Oregon State coach. I'll
I
be
can see
looking at
that.
Duke.
Yeah.
Duke.
Heck yeah, Duke players.
Duke players. I'll be looking at their players. Who else? Hell, honestly, I'll be looking at Texas A&M. They still ain't got no coach.
Syracuse.
I'll be looking at them. Yep.
And then all the Ivy League, man.
Yep. I call Dino Babers right now. Hey, man, you still got a good relationship with some of them players there? Hey, go ahead and tell them to come to see you, man.
And he needs some of them Alabama players.
Yeah, one or two of those guys, but they're gonna be all right, man. They're gonna be in good hands, man.
Yeah, now he needs some of them Ivy League players because that's gonna change the image of the team, and they're gonna have to stop calling them so undisciplined. That's gonna kill the undisciplined part.
Is that really that's what people are calling them now? Undisciplined?
Yeah, the narrative is out there.
The narrative's out there about them, man.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
That's why he's so offensive on his interviews, bro. He be trying to control the narrative for real. I hate that he don't answer questions, but he do that so he can control the narrative for real.
Yeah,
he know to do.
I thought I mean, as far as like the penalties in the game and stuff, but outside of football, I don't hear anything about the players acting up. It's just the penalties and stuff they got to cut down, but as far as like academic wise, I heard they have a pretty good team academically in the classroom. And thank you, Renee Owens, for the donation. She said, "Wait, we got a question. Hey, panel, do you all think Savion Washington coming back and Shane Coates? And what about D-Mac? And thank you, IB for Sports, for the donation. But what do you guys think? We have a question for you guys. Do you think Savion Washington is coming back and Shane Coates?
Of course. That's why they came this year, so they could get ready for next year.
Yeah, Shane will do well with Warren Sapp.
Yeah, I think the same too. And
I
I
think
think
all the people
Washington
coming
was
back.
hurt part of the year, so give him some time to get back fully healthy, and I think he'd be rolling.
Yeah, Colts have
Yeah.
another year eligibility, so he'll come back. He'll get stronger and get the techniques from Warren Sapp. He should be good.
Yeah, I think they all
And,
come back.
McClendon
and it's
has
really
another year
exciting.
too. McClendon has another
It's
year.
really, yeah. It's really exciting that they all coming back. Most players coming
Yeah.
back because they got that 1 year, man.
Yeah, he
They
said
take it straight.
85% of the team coming back.
That's a good thing. That's a
That's
good
good,
thing.
yeah, for
Yeah.
continuity, culture in the locker room. You know what I'm saying? Now people words gonna carry. Hey, we done been through this fire
Right.
together. Hey, listen up, I'm speaking. You know what I'm saying? So that's gonna carry a little bit more with guys in the locker room.
JR, you said that the
Right.
other day. Hey, JR, you said it the other day on somebody else's panel, and they got mad at you about that. But that's so true,
Yeah,
though,
man.
bro.
Like that's the honest to God truth, man. Like culture, like, bro, we just met each other 2 months ago. Like,
Yep,
huh?
they
What you
did.
about to tell me?
Yep.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like,
it takes
Politics
time. It
got it
takes
right.
time.
2 months ago, when
Yeah.
everybody showed up to training camp.
yeah.
Not that
Like you
long
think
ago.
Hermione trying to
Yeah.
listen to somebody? Like he might listen to Travis, but he ain't trying to listen to nobody else. But
Yep.
next year, Hermione on the team, somebody say something to him, he gonna be like, you right, big bruh. Now it's big bruh. You know,
Right.
before it's just
Right.
like, all right, you right, dog. But now it's you good, you right, big bro. I should have been, where I was supposed to be, right? You know what I'm saying? So the attitude and the culture is going to be a little bit different. Cameron Stillman Craig said it in an interview. He just said it in an interview. He said, "Man, we was just a bunch of guys together, like trying to figure out the culture of like what we trying to do. But next year, oh, we got it. We got our culture now. We know what we want. We know what we trying to do. Like that came from a player. Like just 3 days ago, he said that. So I mean, but yeah, when people, you know what I'm saying, people be talking about, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, bro, I played college ball, man. I know about a culture, man. You know what I'm saying? Culture is
Yeah.
culture. You can't change
Right.
that.
You gotta have your classmate, man,
You gotta
because
have your, yeah, you got to.
that's gonna
Yeah.
always be the ranking authority. You know what I'm saying? You
Yep.
come in there, we both 22, you 21, I'm 20, you 19, I'm 22. Everybody kind of like, but when you got the people who, hey man, we've been through, we've been here. Like you go, then when they come back for their fifth year, because some of them guys gonna come back and be fifth years.
Yep.
And then they're gonna be grown men like they should be, and that's gonna be
And just think though how they were thrown together. If you really just look at this whole situation, I know we done said it a million times, but he lost the majority of the team right before the spring
Spring
game.
game, which is
He ain't
crazy.
even have no team for real.
Yep.
So bro, that's a hard situation to put together, man. For real, I don't care what
Yep.
nobody say.
And he played
I
it so
done,
smooth because he came out there in the press conference. He's like, yeah, because the field and the snow and stuff like that. So we're gonna do a little, one on ones and then do a little scrimmage like that. He did. He
man,
said that
he
because
saved
he ain't
face.
have enough players.
He
Yeah, he
saved
said.
face, bro.
Yeah, he ain't have enough players to like have a whole scrimmage. That's why he said that. But he
And
couldn't
then he
come
did
out and say that.
right. Then he did his job because I mean he brought so much attention to the whole situation of the school.
Yup.
They got a magnifying glass as long as he's there now. So
Yup. That's why I said, man,
yeah.
I definitely admire what Coach Prime did for the university and stuff like that, man. Like, hey, that's a big thing, man. And he gonna get it together, man. I want to say it was Thomas, how he was saying like how Phil Jackson just kind of sit back, hey, let you work yourself through the situation. That's what Coach Prime doing. Hey, let me work through the situation. He learning at the same time, like he looking, he sitting back, he evaluating the situation. All right, boom, cool. I know how I'm gonna do this next time. This situation come around again next time. I know how I'm gonna operate through that. I know how I'm gonna bring the team together. I know how I'm gonna challenge my coaches in a tactful
You
way.
know what too? You know what too, Jr. That a lot of people don't realize that they didn't follow it during Jackson State is that a lot of times them weren't no good looking games. They just their talent was so much better. They pulled off
Yep.
on them in the third or fourth quarter.
Yep.
So that's the mentality he just took into this year. We got enough talent to get us to where we got to get. Now he
Yep.
see, once he realized he didn't have the talent. Well, he knew that anyway at the beginning of the season because they threw this team together. So
Yep. But yeah, man, his coaching. Yeah, I mean, they're gonna see it next year, man. They're gonna see that
Yeah,
man in the
man.
headset, calling a little bit more, doing a little bit more. Like he just had to get his FBS legs underneath him.
Hey, but
It was
guys,
a it was a hard.
I hate to
Yeah.
cut this short, but I'm gonna have to run. But I appreciate every one of you coming on. We had a really good discussion today. Sam, thank you for coming on. I think, was this your first time, Sam?
I think I've been here a second time.
Oh yeah. But thank you for coming up. And
That's
Yeah.
Sam
JR
Wilborn right
Box, you've
there.
been up
Sam
before.
Wilborn. Yeah.
Open Seat, you've been up, Thomas. Thank you for coming in, Quality. We gotta
Appreciate
do
it.
it again because once
I'm glad you did it tonight, bro. I'm glad you did
yeah,
it tonight because I was just sitting there looking through YouTube like, ain't nobody talking about nothing what's going on right now.
yeah,
And I was
after
like, there you
Coach
go. There you go,
Prime,
Max.
Coach Prime will finish doing what he's doing, signing day come, we'll come back to it.
Bet, man.
We'll
I'll
see
be
what
Indeed,
here,
indeed.
man.
we'll see what he's conjuring up. So,
Yep.
but
Bye,
thank you all for
everybody.
coming
Thank
on.
you.
I appreciate you all for coming on, and yeah, man, we'll do it again.
Thank
All right,
you.
Appreciate you, brother.
all right
Peace,
now,
All right, Sam.
all right, guys. Let me see. Let me go here. Where am I? Oh, there we go. Thank you guys for coming in. I appreciate it. We'll be back. You know, it's always with this team is going to be news upon news upon news. So it's exciting. Off season is here officially. I'm sure, like, if they had it their way, they'll be in a bowl game. But the season is over, and they're going to build upon the next season. I had said it before the season started. This is like the cornerstone season, and each season will build upon the first one. So we'll see what he's conjuring up. He's going to conjure up something because the swipe the credit card statement that was very telling. So, but I will catch you guys on the next one. Enjoy your week, and we're almost in December, man. It's crazy. This year went by so fast. But y'all have a good one. I will catch